Yeah. Good morning from Bloemfontein, the Mangong Oval, day number 4 in game number 2. It's all poised, but remember that this broadcast is brought to you by the City of Cape Town. Once again, welcome to the Mangong Oval in Bloemfontein. My name is Dave Minchy. Alongside me is James King and Tsepo Tyler. Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning, Dave.
Morning, David.
All well, all excited this morning?
Oh yeah, it's going to be a great day's play.
Final day. The final session was interrupted yesterday because of rain, and that means there was about an hour and a half, James, lost of play yesterday. Are we likely to have any interruptions today?
Well, the weather is set fair, Dave. Good news here until potentially after the day's play. So some rain forecast for later this evening around 5 p.m. So we should get a full day's play. It looks like an absolutely beautiful day. Nowhere near as much wind as we had yesterday, and it's going to be quite pleasant out there with a high of 27. So a lovely day for cricket.
116 for 5 is where South Africa A find themselves, and a possibility of a result either way. South Africa A, Tsepo, 34 for 4 in the last 10 overs of play yesterday. But you've got a Twitter poll that you want fans to engage on.
Yeah, please check out the Twitter poll. I tweeted this time, and all you have to do is decide who is or what the result is going to be. Is it going to be a win for the SAA team, a win for India A, or a draw? And you can just go on that poll on Twitter at TTaela. It's also on the hashtag #SSCricket, so you'll find it there.
That's at TTHAELA.
Perfect.
Wonderful. Okay, cool. So this is where the game stands. South Africa A, like I said, 116 for 5. And James, really good stuff yesterday from Sarab Khan, as he really put the South Africans under pressure late with his performance there at the bottom of the order. 71 not out from 94 deliveries, 2 sixes and 8 fours.
Yes, he really played a key role in keeping the India A total close to that South African total, ending up eventually with only a 21-run deficit. And he and Saurabh Kumar, who were instrumental in putting together a partnership of 41 it was for the 7th wicket, as they sought to get that India A total close to the 297. So 21 being the deficit, and the South Africans not perhaps as far ahead as they could have been. Sarfraz Khan benefiting from 2 drop catches in that lull in play we had towards the end of day 2, and he certainly made South Africa A pay for those particular lapses in the field.
Truly a defiant knock, James.
It was a defiant knock, and he's played some outstanding strokes. One particular that sticks in the mind, that he just slammed into the banks at under the main grandstand, was a knock which I'm sure will have taken heart. They would have taken heart from in the India A dressing room, getting them very close to that total, as we see Ishan Kishan doing some dance moves out there on the field.
Making sure he's warming up just at the bottom of your screen. Tsepo, lead of 137. Where do you think South Africa A would be comfortable?
I think they'd be comfortable with a score or a lead of over 250. with the lack of time in the day's play, if they still want to get a result, they'd have to get to 250 and get there.
Is there time for 250 and then a result to bowl the Indians out? I'm just wondering around. You mentioned time. It's the final day. How much longer do they go? Do they perhaps look at a little bit more of an aggressive strategy, get to 180, 190, at 200 at best, and then after the first drinks break or just before lunch, look at some other opportunities? As Sani will come from the Loch Logan end to George Linder. What a rip snort of a delivery first up. Teppo, your thoughts just before you duck out for the first commentary stint?
I'm thinking that they'd want to get a decent score on the board. They don't want to not give. They don't want to not give the Indians something to chase down. 180, 200 seems a little bit too easy, especially with the amount of time at the crease. We saw that the Indian batting lineup are keen to make runs and make them quickly, so they'd want to get a defendable total first and fall back on a draw in the worst case scenario.
Thank you, Teppo. We'll see you a little bit later, but your commentary team for the first hour of today's play, James King and David Midgley. Just a reminder that there is a Twitter poll going on at the moment on Tsepo's page on Twitter at @TThaela, @TTHAELA. Just one delivery there, James, because the final delivery of Sani's over was cut short by that rain interval. But Ishan Porel from the Willows End will begin a new over.
And that's hardly a surprise, Dave, as he really bowled exceptionally well so far in this entire match. Brought into the team in the place of Umran Malik.
And again, it's a full delivery, well left alone outside the off stump by Tony De Zorzi.
Good stuff. First up from Porel. Once again, he's been on the money and by far the most effective of the Indian bowlers. 2 for 17 into his 9th over. One thinks he'll have a spell of about 5 overs this morning.
Yeah, Ishan Porel with 3 slips in place and a gully, so continuing to attack with somebody out there at point, mid-off, the man at mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg, so really an aggressive field, no space in the covers. Ishan Porel, and again passing Kuma, just leaves that alone. That one nipped back in, James.
Did off the seam. It surged straightened as it went past the left-handed batter over there, Tony De Zorzi, in with his Western Province teammate, George Linder. These two will have batted together a little bit over the last couple of seasons after De Zorzi's move from the Titans.
Yes, absolutely, and I think the crucial thing here is De Zorzi has to be the one to stick around. There's not much batting to come. We did see Janssen really putting in a hard graft with that 70 in the first innings, but definitely De Zorzi the last of the recognised batsmen. Oh, that one again, that one straightening, James. A little bit of movement off the seam here. Only 32 overs on the Kookaburra turf.
Yeah, still getting that ball to talk. Ishan Porel got the 2 or 3 so far in this over to come in at the left-hander. De Zorzi just taking strike again, trying to find out where his off stump is. And
Yeah.
You'll see him taking, though, probably a middle and off guard.
So he's taken an off guard there because if he knows anything outside that line, he'll be okay to leave. That previous guard, probably a centre guard.
Yes, and it's
centre, middle.
change of line.
Porel is now coming over the wicket, around the wicket rather. 3 slips still in place, and again it's on the pads of De Zorzi, and that's why he'll feel a little bit more comfortable with Porel coming into the pads of the left-hander. There's just Prithvi Shaw at the mid-wicket region.
Good to see him on the field, Prithvi Shaw, after the dropped catch meant that he went off for that hand injury. He's back now on the field. Looks like he's going to be able to spend the rest of the South African innings on the field and then open the batting once again for India A in
If we get there.
well, what should be inevitably a second knock for them.
Yeah, it would be lovely to get all 4 innings of today's play. You see the third slip, Khan. Oh, so it's Kumar, is it?
Yeah, it's
Sarab Khan?
Khan, yeah, Khan. It
Sarfraz
is.
Khan?
Sarfraz Khan.
Sarfraz Khan.
Sarfraz Khan.
Sarab Khan.
Surab Kumar.
Sarab Kumar and
Surab
Sarfraz
Kumar,
Khan.
Sarfraz
Yes.
Khan.
So he's Sarfraz Khan is actually a little bit closer there. You just can see him on your screen now. He's actually a lot closer than the men at first and second. He'd be maybe 3 or 4 steps back.
Yeah.
But closer, because yesterday, James, we saw one that went on the bounce to third slip, and so the immediate decision was that he would have to be a little bit closer, as the pitch has a couple of inconsistent patches when it comes to bounce.
Good defensively from De Zorzi again. Yes, that fielding position, very interesting, Dave, as you mentioned. Later on in the day yesterday, there were a couple already that had fallen short of second slip, but one in particular where, had third slip been possibly a metre further forward, it would have meant yet another wicket to the India A team.
So we've yet to add to our overnight score. It's been 1.1 overs.
Yes,
1.1 overs this morning. They're expecting 97 more overs, because we have lost a significant amount of time due to the rain yesterday, and there was a couple of interruptions, James. Frustratingly, I think when we had a conversation with the third umpire, Harris, he was just concerned that both teams have been guilty of delaying the game.
They have, well, I say they have. I mean, there were a number of unplanned stoppages yesterday, apart from the rain delay, and on the day 2, only averaging 12.3 overs an hour.
Driven, but straight to the man.
Linda
Sani having a bit of word there.
Yeah, Linda yet to get off the mark. And there have been some verbals between George Linda and a couple of the India players, but nice to see yesterday evening, as they were going off, George Linda and Sarfraz Khan enjoying a joke and just chatting to each other. The spirit's been really good between these two teams.
Yeah, there was a couple of spicy moments, as Tsepo put it, but good to see, like you said, the camaraderie between the players.
Oh,
goodness me. He's bowled a full toss, and almost decapitated wicketkeeper Ishan Kishan. Goodness me, that was that was something.
It was. So he's signalling the no ball, and didn't come off the bat clearly. So the extra run, which would be not accredited to the batter.
Twofer there. It was a no ball and by. The scorer sitting next to me, Elias Dipulu, pointing that out to me. But there's probably going to be some treatment here on Ishan Kishan. You can just see him right at the bottom of your screen here. Just see all the men converging around him.
Yes,
see him there.
Khan Padikal and Iyaswaran in attendance there. Looks like Krishna Gautam also on the field. Captain Priyank Panchal once again not on the field this morning. Physio's out there looking at Ishan Kishan's hand, and that was his left hand that he put out to the, sorry, it is Hanuma Vihari and not Gautam who I was talking about, but Devdutt Padikal on the field for Captain Panchal. And an audience there of the Indian teammates just checking to see if Ishan Kishan is okay. That hit him on the soft part of the hand, David, on the left hand, just where the thumb is. Looks like that's going to be bruised.
Yeah, if you just watch that, we're just watching that again, James. It was one that I don't know, maybe a little bit too much moisturizer on his hand this morning.
Could have been
slipped out the hand, or perhaps too much sunblock. I'm not sure. It wasn't intentional, but Upendra Yadav, who I'm sure will be unpacking his equipment quickly to see if he might need a call up as the replacement wicketkeeper again.
Some strapping going
from the other direction. That one, goodness me,
Sorry.
It flew through and dipped on him. did that delivery. Just watch that again, James. Really not intentional, but flying past the chest without a bounce of George Linder.
And that left hand going out took the brunt of the delivery, didn't it, on there? So
Yeah. Not enjoyable at all. He'll be getting a bit of magic spray. You can see the physio there on the park. But the drinks came out as well. There hasn't really been much to do in the first 10 minutes of the day's play, but some players taking an opportunity to remain hydrated. Good to see Kishan putting his gloves back on. We really wanted him to continue.
some strapping's gone on there, as you say, some of the magic spray, putting on his inners at the moment, and he's going to be feeling that.
Bit of camaraderie there.
Yeah.
Good to see him. He plays, that's Devdit Parikal,
It is
who's
Parikal, yes.
assisting him there, putting his gloves on. I don't think they go on the head.
No, but
quite.
Hopefully, we're looking at cap size and glove size, unlikely to be the same.
Yeah, it's a lovely day. You can just see on the screen there, it's a really good day for cricket. And James, you spoke about it in the short build-up this morning that it looks like there's not going to be much rain, but a couple of wisps here and there of clouds overhead.
Some very high cirrus cloud, as we see above us.
Well, left by Dezorzi. It's a probing line from Saini. So just those are the first two runs as well this morning. The no ball and by combination.
Yes.
Very rare that you see a no ball and by combination.
It is. It's quite rare. But that one, with it being above waist height and exceptionally fast from Saini, who's been the fastest of the bowlers for the India A team, did fairly thud into Kishan's glove.
Lovely action he has. Really good stuff to see. We've been keeping an eye on some of the replays after hours just to have a look at the techniques, and it's really good to see. So your slips, you'll see on screen at the moment, 3 of them. A gully as well, it's just come into frame. There's a man just outside of frame at point, and there he is now. There's a man, you can see that mid-off for Dezorzi, and then mid-on and square leg, as well as fine leg down at the bottom right hand corner of the screen. Sani in once again. Just leaves that one. That
well
one
left.
took off.
Yeah.
Took off. Wow, that was taken at the shoulders of Sani and just hit a patch.
It did, came up really beautifully off a length, and what Dezorzi did well there was got everything out of the way as that one flew through to wicketkeeper Kishan. And those 3 slips, Sarfaraz Khan, Yaswaran and Parajit, the man in the gully is Hanuma Vihari, and they are just waiting for the edge, which has come quite often in this match so far.
The frustrating thing, I think, for both teams, James, is that there have been edges, but they haven't always resulted in success. Sani, 2 balls to come. There's a quick run there. There's
That's a good one.
early call there from the Western Province duo, and they get through for 1. 1-1-9 now for 5.
So 3 added to the overnight score. 1-1-6 for 5. SAA finishing on yesterday. That could have been so much better though for the South African team, as they stuttered after the loss of Peter Malan. So 98 for 2 it was when Malan was run out, unfortunately run out, hitting the ball and
At his
taking
partner.
off for the run and bouncing off Reynard van Tonder to the waiting Kumar.
That's
well
just tucked
played.
away off the pads, but Fine Leg's going to collect it. There's just the 1 on offer there, but definitely well played.
Airborne
And,
for quite a while there.
But safe in the end. End of the 12th Sani over. We've had 33 overs here at the Mangong Oval in this South African second innings, the 3rd innings of the game.
And
119 for 5.
and you'll see there in the bottom right of your screen, overs left for the day.
120 rather, sorry.
97, 96 now as it ticks over. 96 overs left in the day, an extra half an hour that's been put on to the day's play for those overs lost yesterday. and we'll be getting those extra minutes at the end of the day's play, which means we could be set for a potential 6 p.m. finish should this match go all the way.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, particularly that last hour or so of play, that maybe 4:30 onwards. The weather is not likely to play a massive impact, but if it does creep up on us, as well as the prospect of a draw, the captains might decide just to shake hands. Round the wicket comes Portal, wide of the crease, into the pads of the left-handed George Linde. Just gets a stride in there and dots it away.
Not often in this match that we've seen two left-handers at the crease together. There was one good partnership between two left-handers in the South African A first innings between Jansen and Linde of 54. Those two certainly being able to get South Africa to that decent total. Marco Jansen getting that 70 not out. A lot of similarities between the two scorecards, and we mentioned that yesterday quite a bit. Jansen 70 not out and Khan 71 not out. The lower order taking them to those totals.
It wasn't only the 70 and 71, but it was also a number of starts. Players, I mean, even in this innings, we've seen Arvia, Malan, Van Tonder all getting starts, and then Hamza and Qashile being dismissed without scoring. So it seems, I know we've banged on about it quite a bit, but you're not in until you're in, and then you're still not in.
That's right. It has been a feature, and nobody going on, as you say, apart from Khan and Jansen, who both of them mixed aggression with defence well. Both of whom got beaten a number of times outside the off stump, and perhaps, as we know in the case of Khan, fortunate to be there after two dropped catches.
Oh, just a little bit shorter that time to George Linde, but he's able to fend it off.
We've not quite seen the lines yet. In the last over, Porel very good to Dezorzi, and then changing around to bowl, I say, literally changing around, bowling around the wicket, which I thought was an interesting move. I was impressed with him bowling over the wicket.
Yes,
Felt that
with the straightening delivery.
That's right. Felt
Sure.
he could have maybe then taken the ball away from Dezorzi.
Specifically with the three slips
Yeah.
in place, you would have thought that that would have been the plan of action, but perhaps just trying to work these two out. He's going to come over now to Linde. 3 men on the onside. Oh, that's trapped in front, and they're not quite sure about that. It's probably the pitching outside of leg stump. He's come right on over to a left-handed batsman.
I would just, to the naked eye, first up there, looked like it was pitching outside leg, Dave. 100% what I thought it was doing as well.
Yeah, just have a look at this replay here. We can have a second look at it. He comes over the wicket, or probably pitching outside leg.
Yeah.
Umpire Kuma unmoved. He's had a really good game, has Umpire Kuma.
He has. He's called the ones that did need to be called and got those right, in our opinion. And the ones that he has turned down, where there was elements of doubt, which
must go to the batsman.
Absolutely must go to the batsman.
120 for 5. Again, a similar type delivery, but this time Linde gets a bit of better on that one. Long conversation here between Sani and Porel. Obviously, advice from the fellow paceman.
Yeah, not quite as full. He's going to come around again now for the last delivery of this over to George Linde, changing up the line. I think that's good in some ways. The only thing for me is that he's working to a plan, and then, well, unless this is part of the plan, of course, working to a plan over the wicket and round the wicket now.
Again into the pad, so it's a similar line, James, from over and round. That ends his 10th. He's got 2 for 17. He's really bowled well. He bowled well in the first innings as well, and just continuing that thread of doing well with the ball. He was getting a little bit of treatment we saw at fine leg in the previous over. Hopefully he'll be okay. Just having a look at those figures. Sani, 0 for 46 and 12. Nagwaswala, 0 for 20 and 5. Borel, 2 for 17 and 10. Kumar, 1 for 34 and 6. And Aparajit just used for those 2 overs, picking up a wicket. And involved in the run-out as well, James. But so easy to pick up a wicket once there has been a wicket.
Yes.
One always begets another one.
Yeah, that's right. And Milan and Fontana were actually looking pretty good after the loss of Erwin early, well, not so early on, but after they put on 69 for the first wicket. And that loss of Milan, quite a blow for the South African team. Great shot. Not quite as good as I perhaps thought it was initially. It's not going to go all the way to the boundary.
Don't be so sure. He's just reeled it in there right at the death. They get through for 3. Good running by these two, but you do certainly get your mileage in. The strip you're seeing now is the closest one to the grandstand. So we're completely at the opposite end of the square itself compared to game number 1.
And that has meant that the boundary out, as you say, Dave, towards the leg side of the left-hander from this end is a very long boundary.
Just defended. We did see a 4 being run in this game.
It did, and that did go out to that long boundary out to the right-hand side of the ground.
Yeah, it's where we've seen over the past couple of days, those fans that we've been seeing that have been making their home under the shelter there of the shade.
And I see
chalet.
Those fans as if they were called by you, Dave. They've
summoned
come into the ground, summoned into the ground. 2 fans on the far right-hand side, heading towards the empty Castle Corner building.
Maybe to find some shade. Sani in again and driven. Oh, that's gone on the bounce to gully. So nearly could have been a dismissal for George Linder. Well bowled there by Sani. He's really just been plugging away from the Loch Logan end. You spoke about fans. If there are fans in Bloemfontein and you want to come hang out with us, please do. 50 Rand and proof of vaccination is what will get you into this glorious ground. There are many lush grass embankments, James, that really are well maintained and manicured here.
And lots of trees for you to be able to come in and spend time in the shade.
Yes.
So please do think about that.
Oh, there's the edge, and he's caught him at second slip. The first one dropping short of gully. That one catching the edge, and a fairly simple catch down low to the second slip's left hand. Wasn't going to miss out. Great catch.
No, it wasn't. Very good catch. And that's the end of George Linder. And he is gone with the score on 1.
Just not really in a position to play that shot, James, and a simple catch there in the end. A regulation slip catch. Just
a big wicket for India. We'll see that again.
He's wide of the crease and angling it across the left-hander. That's what you've been calling for, James, and it proves fruitful. George Linder, he's gone for 1. 16 balls he faced. That's the 6th South African wicket. 1, 2, 3, 6.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3 for 6 in the 36th over. Najib Saini has been on the spot this morning from early on, and cannot say that he doesn't deserve that wicket with the way that he has been bowling throughout the match.
Plugging away.
He has been plugging away. 3 in the first innings.
In the heat.
As has Ishan Poral. The 2 of them have been the pick of the Indian bowlers, and he has picked up yet another wicket, his first of the second innings.
And here comes the superstar of the first innings for South Africa, Marco Jansen, top scoring with 70 not out. 1 run shy of the highest score in this game. And proving valuable with the ball as well, James.
Oh, he had a fantastic innings in the first innings, and then followed that up with great bowling in the Indian innings when he took 3 for 44 in his 15 overs. He was miserly, he was accurate, and he got the Indian batters in all kinds of trouble.
5 maidens, James.
Yeah, he'll be looking to add to his 70 not out that he scored in the first innings. And although he is a left armer when he bowls, he's a right-hander when he bats. So the left-hand, right-hand combination could potentially assist in upsetting the rhythm of the Indian bowlers. But such has been their dominance since South Africa went to 98 for 2. I find it hard to think that South Africa is going to get out of this particular mess. And if they are going to, this is the man who's going to help them, together with his partner, batting partner, Tony Dezorzi.
You might think he has to do it quite speedily.
If South Africa A are going to force any kind of positive result for themselves, they're going to need to get the runs on the board
Quickly.
But looking at it, now 144 the lead, 200 could be enough on this pitch.
Oh, just
good
defending
delivery
early
first
on.
up.
Just outside of your shot. Ah, there he is. The man under the lid.
Yeah.
Safraz Khan has been
Indeed.
brought in. Still the slips persist, James.
Yeah, 3 slips. I like to see that. Yesterday, I felt that South Africa and also that they missed a trick. Also, when they had the Indian team under pressure, 5 down on the second day, they missed a trick in not having a third slip in place. So, attack is probably the best form of defense in this situation.
Yeah, we lamented, and I think it was particularly you on comms that that desperately lamented the fact that there was not a third slip and 2 shots going through that vacant region. But
Yeah.
that's the end of Sani's over. 36 overs gone.
A successful
1, 2,
one.
3 for 6.
Yeah, for India. South Africa stutter along in this second innings. It's been a feature. You mentioned it earlier on, David. 3 scores at the top of 41, 31 and 33, and then the lower middle order who did it looked like they had done well, and they did well, so should I say, in the first innings. Aishile and Linda doing well, but Hamza, Linda and Aishile all getting out for very low scores.
We're all with the 3 slips there. Third slip now donning a helmet.
That is sensible. Safraz Khan keeping that on from his stint at short leg.
Oh,
it's a good
wonderful,
delivery.
wonderful.
Oh, like that as a fast bowler. A good technique from Dezorzi, just swaying away from that one rather than committing, keeping the hands low, dropping them out of harm's way. As
Lovely image there of umpire Kuma next to Marco Janssen, a day of opposites really. It reminds me of Themba Bavuma and Morne Moko batting together. But cricket is a wonderful game for all types.
yes, God bless them all, the long and the short and the tall.
Absolutely. That's the long and the short of it. Poral, over the wicket. 3 slips and a gully. Oh, just gets on top of that one and immediately declines the run. Not interested is Dezorzi.
So you're talking about those 3 slips and a gully. There's a 6-3 offside leg side field, and 4 of those offside fielders behind the wicket. So the 3 slips, a gully. There's a man at point, a man at mid-off. That's Arzan Nagwaswala, and then a man at mid-on, man at square leg. Quite deep at square leg, so they're giving the run on the leg side to Dezorzi, one feels, unless it goes directly to the man.
Or perhaps a
Then
mistimed
fine
pull
leg.
that
Could be.
pops up, particularly with the inconsistent bounce. Oh, lovely.
Well bowled again.
Just clipping top of off. It's exactly what the coach would have asked from you.
So our
From you, all of you.
our online poll yesterday that went out there on hashtag SS Cricket. So please tweet us on hashtag SS Cricket. But our online poll yesterday indicating that the majority of votes for a call-up to the India squad from this team would be for Ishan Paral, and one can understand why. He's been outstanding. I think Navdeep Saini putting his hand up as well here.
Round the wicket. Into the pads of the left-handed Dezorzi.
Tony Dezorzi has a big role to play here, Dave. He's got to stay there. Got to keep his end going, keep the strike rotating with Marco Jansen for as long as Jansen and himself are batting together, and he needs to stay there in this innings right until the end.
Absolutely. Just some updates from cricket going on around the grounds in India as well as elsewhere. India won the toss and they've opted to bat versus New Zealand in the second test, and give you the next update, just a sec. Not necessarily that single that you were looking for, James, on the leg side.
Pretty sure in quickly from that position at square leg.
So the other news from the Windies-Lanka game, the West Indies at lunch were 65 for 2 in their second innings and need 232 runs to beat Sri Lanka. A bridge too far, James? 232 runs on day 5. At lunch, you 65 for 2, looking for that draw.
Definitely a bridge too far for them. Outstanding innings there from Dhananjaya De Silva.
155, I believe it was.
Was not out, I think that was overnight. I'm not sure, we need to just check on that, but a good 150 from Dhananjaya De Silva. And from Mumbai, the news that after 29 overs, India are 80 for 1, having just lost Shubman Gill for a well-played 44. In fact, that wicket falling at 80 in the 28th over. As the end of the over comes here, 37 gone. South Africa A 123 for 6, having lost George Linder in the previous over. That was a maiden bowled by Ishan Paral to the left-handed Tony Dezorzi. With him at the crease, Marco Jansen, hero of South Africa's first innings.
155 not out for Dhananjaya De Silva in that test match. 262 deliveries, 11 fours and 2 sixes. So really a titanic innings for him. Wow. The only other score of serious note in that batting card is Pathum Nisanka, 66 from 154. Oh, there's a shot here, but I don't think he's gotten anything.
No,
more of a hopeful shot, really.
It did seem the bowler wasn't that interested, Dave, on that one. Behind the stumps, they seemed very interested. A lot of animation from Ishan Kishan. I'm sure he wants to get off the field as soon as possible.
Yeah, he's not been enjoying life there this morning. No. His fast bowler from the same end. You just see Khan chatting to Jansen. Yeah, just awkwardly fended at by Marco Jansen.
It's one of those really terrible ones, isn't it? That you want to get bat on ball because you know you should be getting runs off it, but you risk getting that small feather through, either off the top of the bat or off the glove down the leg side.
Sunny in again. Oh, that's impressive.
Big bouncer, yeah.
He's
impressive.
Actually bounced out Marco Jansen. Now that takes some skill. Effort delivery. I wonder if his back's okay. But you can see as these two garden, Sarfraz Khan again being a little bit of a nuisance there, having a meander over to where they are.
Yeah, what's he saying to him, Dave? Short enough for you, Marco?
Yeah, you can see the man just in that left of screen now. No doubt. Men under helmets close in always have something to say.
I think they're chosen for their ability in that regard.
Oh, wow. That's just gone between bat and ball. Umpire Jacobs not interested in all, but they were all sold, were the Indian A players. That was a lovely delivery. Just beating him on the inside edge. Maybe taking a bit of a tickle on the hip.
No, it seemed to me I had the glasses on that one, Dave. Let's have a look at it again. Was past the shoulder of the bat.
Lovely delivery though to follow up with the bouncer, just nipping in, and late decision there from Marco Janssen. He looks at his elbow immediately, perhaps an indication that it took a feather off of that. Must have hurt though.
It must have hurt if it was off the elbow, but it was.
Watch, he
very
immediately
close.
looks at his right arm there, as if it was something that caught a bit of a nip.
Umpire Jakob's not interested at all.
Again, there's a bit of a barrage here from Saini. 2 to come.
Been outstanding bowling from Navdeep Saini this morning. He has bowled really incisively both to the left-handers and now in this over to the right-handed Marco Janssen. The India A bowlers and team management have been doing their work clearly on Janssen. I'm guessing that he's going to hang one outside the off stump for him pretty soon.
To have a bit of a flash.
Yeah, two balls to go. Most of this delivery has been coming in at the body. Let's see if he's going to get that one to go away. Only 2 slips waiting for it here. No.
Happy to just duck under that. There's a bit of a side glance, side eyes, if you imagine that emoji of the 2 eyes looking towards umpire Kulma at square leg, just to see if there may have been something. Again, we see Safraz having a lovely chat with Janssen. He wants the ball.
An interesting fielding position as well here, down at that short sort of backward point. There's Prithvi Shaw is not back point at square leg position. Prithvi Shaw in there for the one that's going to come off the shoulder of the bat, just fly to him there. So he's been taken out of taken out of the slip cordon. So the line of attack
leg gully.
is clearly, it is like a leg gully, isn't it? At the body.
Just some news from Mumbai. Ajaz Patel getting his 2nd wicket, that of Cheteshwar Pujara. He's gone for a duck from 5 deliveries. So Captain Virat Kohli is now joined Mayank Agarwal at the crease.
80 for 2 there, Dave, after the opening partnership of 80. And if you are a New Zealand supporter, then you'll be happy with that double breakthrough.
Definitely. And so I really would want to get another one here, the big wicket of Virat Kohli. He hasn't been able to be as prolific with the bat as he has in times past. Change of bowling from the Willows in. Arzan Nagwaswala is going to be bowling.
Left arm over as South Africa A have only added the 7 runs to the overnight score with the loss of George Linder. The lead only 144 with those 4 wickets remaining in the innings. Nagwaswala, if he can retain the control that was brought into place by Porel and has been continued with Saini from the Loch Logan end, he will do well in this innings.
Oh, he's hit him on the pad.
Got to be close.
Oh, maybe going over the top of leg peg. Leg peg. Perhaps. Oh, that's definitely umpire. So umpire Kulma is so good. He's unmoved. He's not going to give you anything there. It was the angle of the left-hander to the left-hander, but Nagwaswala's come wide of the crease, James, and what that does is it naturally just drags it back into the pads of the left-hander, almost doing too much.
Going
see
down
that
the
one
left
again.
side.
What do you think? What do you think, James? Would you have given that out? Let's have a look. It's pitched in line. Ooh, I don't know.
I think only doubt perhaps could have been going down the leg side. It's in again from this end, the Willows end.
Similar delivery that time, but
similar.
Aussie getting on top of it. And
perhaps a little bit fuller that time. The one before, a little bit higher. I think umpire Uma probably thinking, okay, it's going to be maybe be going down the leg side. Remember, he's also been umpiring to the right arm over, or also right arm around of Perel, so maybe taking a bit of time to also adjust. But a man with his experienced at an umpiring level, has seen it all over
And-
the years.
And 3 overs more. Full and driven hard, but straight to Sani at mid-on.
Absolutely, Dave. He's
Experienced
got it nailed-
campaigner.
nailed it.
Absolutely is. Let's
Bang on.
quickly see if we can bring up umpire Lubabalo Kuma's umpiring record. Like we said, 100 first-class games. He's also umpired a couple of women's ODIs.
Mhm.
He was born in Durban, 45 years of age, but so 9 women's ODI games, 7 World T20 internationals, women's T20, right?
Women's
Women's
T20s.
But 104 first-class games, 104
That's a
list
lot.
A, and 93 T20s. Again, a similar delivery. This time he just
Extend the gap.
closes the face of the blade on that one, and they're able just to exchange ends.
Good work from Sani from his position at mid-on, preventing the 2. He's been live wire with the ball. He's now a live wire in the field. And today, I think that's because he's not got his doesn't have his jersey on. Maybe. I mean,
Yes,
you find
Sani's
that,
been consistent with that jersey.
He
Today
has.
is the cooler of the previous 2 days. It was 31 and I believe 30 yesterday, and again today. It looks like it could be quite a warm day, but it's currently 22 degrees here in Bloemfontein.
maximum temperature expected this afternoon of 27, so a little bit cooler than the previous days. Nice light breeze at the moment, a light zephyr coming in from the north.
To quote Ian Smith in the World Cup in 2019, the barest of margins in temperature, only 3 degrees, but they've removed the third slip, and they've played a bit of musical chairs with the slips. He's in again. Oh, that so
what a-
nearly could have caught the edge. I thought I heard a faint
Yeah, so did
faint
I.
feather, a bit of something. Maybe it's Janssen's elbows clicking, or I think
Could
it was
have been.
Virat Kohli who said his bat was clicking.
Could be, and maybe it was his elbow after that one that he got on in the previous
Oh,
over.
possibly,
Yes,
possibly,
yes, that's
possibly.
the one that was thought to come off the shoulder of the bat, indicating it wasn't the shoulder, it was the elbow. So bat and body potentially involved there. So this, 2 slips, a gully, a man at point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, and mid-wicket and fine leg, classic ring field.
Short, but it didn't really
Oh, he
climb
fell.
on Janssen. But like you said, falling in the follow through. Not happy with the
No,
foot
those
marks again.
foot marks haven't been a problem though from the Willows end. We've seen a problem from the Loch Logan end, particularly for the left arm over bowlers. Bjorn Hendricks having some trouble with those foot marks at the Loch Logan end, and this time from Nagwaswala, his first over after being brought on to replace Ishan Purell, and a good over from him. Just the single off it to Dezorzi, who takes strike now against an impressive Navdeep Saini. I mean, he has been really good this morning. A well-deserved wicket, that of George Linder, gone for 1 earlier on in the piece.
Continues again.
oh,
Driven well.
that's
He just
beautiful.
holds the shape
Oh.
there in the shot. A la
Wow.
Brian Charles Lara. Just plays the shot and it just holds it there to
Oh.
show them the maker's name there in the cover region.
Prithvi
What
Shaw
a-
standing almost like as a statue watching it go past him. It was a beautiful shot, appreciated by the opening batter of India.
Yeah, let's look at this one. He's overpitched it first up here in this over. We were just singing his praises, and
Yeah.
like a true commentator, we've cursed him, but not really needed the footwork there from Dezorzi. He just crunches that to the cover boundary.
Takes Dezorzi to 18. He has got a start which he didn't get in the first innings.
Just a better line and length there from Sani. But,
Loud call from Dezorzi. Loud call as it goes out to Shaw in the extra cover position.
Good to see from a youngster's perspective that there wasn't a field change for the poor delivery. I think that's sometimes a pitfall for young captains is that a bad ball gets put away to the boundary and immediately they want to change their field.
You want to encourage Dezorzi to be driving outside that off stump with this ball. Oh, that's the one that comes in. He's been bowling the 1-2 for this over so far. First two deliveries going away from the left-hander. This one coming into the left-hander. So bowling to a plan. Navdeep Saini, 2 slips in the gully, still in position. And it's been that type of wicket, Dave, where you want to keep 2 slips in. You want to have that gully in. The edges have been coming, and they've been coming consistently throughout the 4 days so far.
Opportunities aplenty. Looks like Dwan Jansen back again to support brother Marku. What a shot!
Beautiful.
To quote the late great Richie Beno, marvelous. Just absolutely marvelous. Just spanked that on the top of the bounce, did Dezorzi.
And short though and wide, going across the left-hander, and
just sat up for him. Really a tennis ball bounce almost.
But he had to put that away, didn't he? And it's been a feature of the match in every innings we've seen so far. You just cannot bowl short on this pitch.
You really have to bend your back if you do. I mean, the bouncer to Marku Jansen, seriously a good effort from Sani, but the moment you bowl slightly back of a length, it just sits up and...
Thank you very much. Like that, you mean?
Yes. Precisely like that. Dezorzi just tucking his head away like a tortoise in his shell.
And... yeah, it's the right way to deal with those type of deliveries. A feature for Dezorzi. We've seen him a couple of times swaying out of the way of those short ones or handling them well, dropping the hands. Once again, a good thing for youngsters to look at as he takes his guard again. What's he taking there, Dave? Off stump?
Yeah, off stump. A lot of cricketers these days are taking that off stump line. If they don't particularly have a trigger, they might just consider going with that off stump line to just make sure if they're bat particularly straight, upright, vertically in their stance.
That's Navdeep Saini coming around the wicket to him now. Well done. Good delivery again, making the batsman play outside the off stump. That has been really a good feature.
Yeah. Our scorer Elliot has just reminded me that the Jansens have been at that shade spot under the chalet all day long, yesterday and the previous day, and suggesting, as you see Dwan Jansen, they're just setting out a stall that could be known as Jansen's Corner.
Could indeed be
the Jansen Pavilion.
From this end, batting at the Willows end, Marco Jansen has played a number of glorious drives through to that area in his innings of 70 not out in the first knock. He is yet to get off the mark in the second knock, as those 2 fours have propelled South Africa A to a lead of over 150, Dave, and the next target 200 for them.
Definitely. We see spare wicketkeeper Upendra Yadav making his way on the park. He's there at mid-wicket, somebody getting a bit of time off.
So we have 3 replacement fielders on the field again for India. We'll go through that now for you.
Nagwaswala, left arm over to the right-handed Jansen, who just shoulders arms to that one.
So we have Krishna Bhagautam at mid-on. To the right-hander we have, as you say, Upendra Yadav in at mid-wicket, and at second slip we have who has been the ever-present Devdutt Padikkal.
He must feel hard done by, surely. Surely he must feel hard done by, because he spent time in the field and doesn't even get a bat.
But he has...
Cruel nature of cricket. He has taken a catch.
He has played his part, an outstanding catch in the first innings to get rid of Eshile. or was it Sipamla? I wanted to have a look at that. Caught by the sub in the first innings, or was it second innings? No, that's the second innings that we're looking at. So in the first innings, took an outstanding catch to get rid of Luto Sipamla when he was fielding at third slip and diving to his right, just plucked the ball out of the air. It was outstanding fielding. So we've seen some great fielding, some great catching. We've seen some equally average catching as well.
Yeah, 2 chances in the South African A innings that went to begging and really put the South Africans behind the 8 ball, particularly with Safra's ending up with a really good score.
It did cost South Africa dearly, those catches, particularly one, both happening on in the evening on day 2, as Nagwaswala is going to change his line to the right-handed Marco Jansen and Dezorzi just meeting in the middle to have a bit of a chat, and a delay between balls which seem to be interminably long once again. We've had such a lot of breaks in play that seem unnecessary.
Another trend that we've seen in this game, at least, is that the bowlers, when they come around the wicket, James, instead of coming just in line with the crease, when they come around, they come from behind the umpire. It was something that I believe Kieran Pollard used to do quite a bit, was to arrive from behind the umpire, just suddenly pop up.
Do you think that has an impact on the batter? I mean, he's not seeing the bowler necessarily until almost when he's in his delivery stride?
Not particularly the case. I imagine with Marco Jansen, he just gets on top of it and it dots it down. That's going to race away to the third man boundary, and Jansen's corner can celebrate as Marco gets off the mark with the 4.
Played that exceptionally well, David. That was a good delivery into the body. He got on top of the bounce, and tall man, he got on top of the bounce and just guided it into the gap. No risk in that one. Look how well he plays this.
Yeah, it's not exactly steepling bounce, is it? But he just gets up, and soft hands, James, as well, allowing that one to be guided on the bounce between the slip corner and the gully. But to come back to your question around the fact that the umpire is shielding possibly the bowler, I think particularly in this case, no, because umpire Tulma is
not that tall.
No, but Marco Jansen is also quite a lengthy cricketer. That's a shot.
A lovely shot. He played a few of those in his innings of 70. He was off the mark with that boundary down to third man. As we are going to see a bowling change, I thought, as Tsepo would have told you, man's not hot. Pravdeep Saini.
Yeah, Navdeep Saini, yes.
Navdeep Saini, has put on his sleeveless jersey. He now is going, I think, off the field, or is he coming down to...
He might be coming down here to fine leg position, but
we'll
just keep an eye as we see a couple of helmets coming on. He's definitely going off to have a bit of a rest. So the bowling change from the Loch Logan end.
It's going to be Baba Parajit coming in with his off spinners. No doubt trying to get some purchase outside the left-hander's off stump. And there is a mark there on the pitch, and maybe we can show you a little bit of that between overs here after the off spinner's finished his over. Just looking at it now, there, just in front of, virtually exactly where Ishan Kishan's standing now, to the right of where he's standing. There's a bit of a mark there, which is not quite on a length. It's
slightly fuller
than a length, but it gives something for the batter to think about. And Kishan just getting his gloves sorted out, just to some wear outside that off stump of the left-hander, and Parajit looking to exploit that as he's into Dezorzi now.
Oh, and Dezorzi defending that on the back foot. Faith in the bounce, but as you can see, under the nostrils of Tony De Zorzi, probably able to smell what the man under the helmet had for breakfast, possibly. Right arm round the wicket. Oh, that so nearly could have gone to the man there, but they'll be able to get away for just one.
So the field for the left-handed Zorzi was has two men in close catching. We'll see what Aparaj is going to do now for the lanky Janssen as he faces up to him for the first time.
Looks like Panchal is one of the men off the field. Hanuma Vihari, you can see waving his hands there and deputizing as captain. And for Marco Janssen, there's a man under the helmet. It's Abhimanyu Iyaswaran at a leg slip, but quite a close leg slip. He's much closer than the slip on the offside. In again. Just defends, does Janssen.
So balance here for Hanuma Vihari on the field as captain on the field of whether you attack or defend against Janssen with the off spinner bowling to him, the ball will be coming into him.
He is still batting low enough, and that one's whipped away off the pads, but comfortably collected in the deep there. But James, the Indian A's really making use of everyone on their bench.
They are. They're almost certainly giving everybody some time out on the field.
Very kind of them.
It is. The man at that deep backward square, Krishna Pagalta.
Again, De Zorzi on the back foot there. Looked unconvincing. James wincing here.
Yeah, visibly. Yeah.
Still one man now under the helmet in front of him. So
that was a lot fuller, that delivery from Paradit, but still De Zorzi not going forward convincingly to that at all, almost stuck in his crease when he played that one. So we have about 3 minutes to go to the top of the hour,
and
when will be potentially the first drinks break.
Yes, and don't go very far. You'll be with us after the drinks break as well, and right the way through today's play. So these two having quite a serious conversation. Wondering what the delay is. Ishan Porel making his way back on the park. I can't say exactly why there is a delay. No,
and one feels this is not working in India A's favour if they want to get a result. The quicker they can get through their overs, the pressure they can put on, the more chance there is that they're going to be able to have the overs to bat and get this target. Currently lead 159, 4 wickets remaining in the South Africa A innings. A breakthrough here, either one of these two that goes out, you feel that the South African tail, although it did wag a little bit in the first innings, they would have probably worked out how they want to get rid of Sipamla, Steerman and Hendricks.
Oh, that beauty! And it's just tailed back in. It's almost like a bit of reverse swing.
No, I'll have a look at that. Keep an eye on the reverse swing for the next deliveries. But yeah, great one. Look at it again.
Goodness me, it just goes away, and then you see Ishan Kishan going to his left ankle.
Yeah.
To take that one, so a little bit of movement.
A bit of dip.
Not so simple. Not so simple betting, James.
No.
You speak about the delays not working for India A. The inverse of that could possibly be because they're looking to force the South African batsman into a mental break, and we saw that with the brief delay earlier in the game that resulted in the wicket of Arvia. That brief rain delay. Defended by Marco Janssen.
It did, yes, and also the delay on, I think it was day one, where Porel went down and in the footholes, and then the following delivery changed his angle to Reinhard van Tonne. I think it was that he
and he mistimed a leading edge out to cover.
Yeah,
and that was the end of van Tonne. So there's been a couple of those in this game.
So perhaps the breaks in play, just breaking up concentration, certainly has had an impact overall. Oh my goodness, that is, yeah, nothing.
Stifled appeal, but
yeah,
I think we also heard a faint something,
yeah.
creaking bones again of Marco Janssen. But don't forget that if you would like to just watch this one again, he's beaten the bat so many times as Nagwaswala. Marco Janssen, yes, no, maybe in the shot selection there. But don't forget, if you want to let us know your thoughts, is it going to be a draw? Is it going to be an India A win, South Africa A win? Go to Twitter, go find at TTHAELA, Tsepo Tyler, at T Tyler. Go vote on his poll so that you can let us know what result we're likely to have. And Indian guys just looking to give the ball to umpire Kluma. Maybe they're not happy about something. Dezorzi also getting involved. Long conversation between Ishan Porel and umpire Kluma, perhaps around the time he's been off and his ability to bowl soon.
Could be.
Wide again, trying to go across, and Janssen played that really well. It's something that I think youngsters should also be aware of. Janssen's played a wonderful shot there, a glorious shot, in fact. Deserved more, but it didn't materialize in the runs department. And so youngsters often see a good shot and think it's automatically, you know,
why didn't they get a boundary?
Yeah, why didn't they get a boundary for that? Or it's a great shot, I deserved something. And that's something that they learn very quickly coming into semi-pro and pro structures, that you can hit a smashing shot, but if you don't direct the line. Oh, that's a great shot. A great stop as well. Good work from Nagwaswala to get down.
That had 4 written all over it, and had it got past him, one feels it would have sped down to the boundary in front of us here at the Willows End. And that's another very good example of that, Dave.
Good bit of fielding off of his own bowling. Again, deserved 4.
Yeah.
No reward for him there. Just getting quickly down to his left-hand side, Nagwaswala. He's got to be careful about that. It is his left hand. Maybe a missed chance there. But still a difficult stop, and he's made it in the end there. Probably the last over here, James, before
before
drinks
the break.
One ball to come.
We shall see one. We're not 100% sure whether the both of the two which sessions are going to be extended here. We'll try and find that out as we look to get 8 additional overs in the day. But yes, gentlemen, that is drinks. So you'll see out there at the moment good pictures coming in from our cameraman and producer Doug, who is showing you the groundsman stamping there what looks like a railway track that they have here at the Free State Cricket Union, where the ground staff have done an outstanding job over the last few days to ensure that we've had as much play as we have been able to have, trying to just make sure those bowlers' footholds are flattened out to prevent any issue or any injury. We did see earlier on Tsepo Arzan Nagwaswala falling over after his delivery.
That's been a constant issue throughout the game. It's been very difficult with the footholds at the crease for many of the bowlers, and that was constantly being managed. Gotta love the effort that the ground staff have been putting in.
They have indeed been putting in tremendous effort to make this ground look as outstanding as it is. A beautiful, picturesque Mangaung Oval. Lovely, little slightly cloudy skies today, but we're expecting play all the way through. Lovely panorama you can see there of the ground there on the left, the main grandstand, and up into the sky. This is where the rain came from yesterday, but it was all set fair for a day today that should be pretty much a full day, as Baba Parajit is going to continue from the Loch Logan end. It's a good shot from Dezorzi, just easing it out into the offside. That's going to be Perel out there at the deepish cover to just pick it up and throw it in. You've been so impressed with Ishan Perel, Tsepo.
He's been an exceptional bowler, an exceptional display of discipline and consistency that has been troubling most of the South African A batsmen. For any up-and-coming bowlers, that is exactly what you need to watch. And even more impressive is the fact that he's come from India with so much discipline.
Yeah.
We had a tweet.
Yeah. Beautifully played by Marco Jansen, and he's really struck that very nicely out to there to the boundary, and that is yet another 4 for the youngster plying his trade at the moment down in Kabeja. He played a lot of those in his first innings. Let's have a look at that shot again, as just to the pitch of the ball and arms through that very nicely. Nice high elbow action, Tsepo.
A cracking shot from Marco Jansen there. Middled the ball and also found the gap on the offside.
So feature as with Ishan Perel, and we were talking about him fielding earlier on, but he's just been the pick of the Indian bowlers for me. Between him and Navdeep Saini, really impressive. Oh, it looks. I think I was going to come down all the way to the boundary. Yeah, it's not going to be cut off by Prithvi Shaw, who's chased that one down from a wideish square leg. Just getting his lines wrong a bit here. Aparajit, too much leg slide. So it's Safras Khan. I apologise, you picked that one up in front of us.
Very well played shot here from Marco Jansen. Picking up that the line is too much on his pads and clipping it just around the corner as it runs away to the boundary. Vacant third, fine leg region. So very well played shots. Very well placed shots again from the left-hander, from the right-hander.
Let's brought a change in the field. It's going to be Vihari coming into a leg slip position. So we have leg slip, short leg, shortish mid-wicket, man deep, backward square, man mid-on, wideish mid-off, extra cover, and a deep backward point. 6-3 leg side offside field. Man, a deep mid wicket that I missed there. Sorry, Ishan Perel, deep mid wicket. Oh. He's attacking the pads of Marco Jansen. So the end of the over, 147 for 6 South Africa. This partnership, 24, lead of 168, and looking once again Marco Jansen to enable him to make some runs, get South Africa close to 200, the first target now for him and Dzozi. Dzozi looking comfortable now on 24. I've just obviously he's going to go out now. This over. Having said that,
this jinx business that you and Dave talk about, I'm not buying into it.
That's very good, Tsepo.
I feel that it's all the bowlers, all the batsmen, the batters rather. It's all their skill, their chance, their luck, and also none of my responsibility. I could say what I want that way. If someone's looking good, they're looking good. I'm allowed to say it.
Absolutely, you absolutely are allowed to say it. As Nagwaswala is going to continue the attack from the Willows end, the left armour having had some work done to that front landing area. Nice consistent line and length from him. He's also been impressive, just been able to keep it tight today. And he's bowled so far 8 overs, 8.1 overs now, 0 for 25. The other figures for the bowlers are Saini 1 for 57 in 15, Purell 2 for 17 in 11, Kumar 1 for 34 in 6, and Parajit 1 for 12 in his 4 overs. That wicket yesterday of Zubair Hamza being quite a crucial one. We, watch Nagwaswala again. And that is the end of Dzozi, and that line outside the off stump once again causing difficulty for the South African batters, and he has gone, caught in the gully by Vihari.
Played hard at that one, did Dzozi, really pumped at it and got a very, very thick outside edge. The man at gully, a very easy catch to take, and we'll see here, as you're saying, James, just that outside off stump line. He thought that he was probably going to get a few runs for that, but all he found was a fielder.
Yeah, not across to that one at all, and if we get a chance to look at it again, the foot movement not at all in place for Tony Dzozi, as he just went at it quite hard, wide outside to the off stump, and good catch from the stand-in captain, on-field captain should I say, Panchal off the field at the moment, and he will be very upset with himself.
He clearly is there, as he's walking off, only getting the 24 runs. So yet another start that failed to convert, as we see Lutho Sepamla.
It is indeed Lutho Sepamla coming out to the crease, or is it? It is. Clinton Stearman on the back of his very good 20-odd in the first innings has been promoted up the order to see if he can partner Marco Jansen. Tony Dzozi 24 off 52 deliveries with 4 fours, therefore just 14 minutes shy of 2 hours. You still don't believe in the commentator's curse, Tepo?
I don't see how that was commentator's curse at all. I believe we weren't really talking about Dzozi being in or anything, or going somewhere or anything. It was a decent line, a fantastic line and length from Nagwaswala, and he has been troubling as the left-handed pace man.
Yes.
But it's good to see Glenton Stearman getting a promotion up the order. You'd really feel that he deserved that promotion. The strokes that he was playing yesterday or the day before, last time he was in, making it very difficult for India, and also a very frustrating 10th wicket partnership for him and Marco Jansen.
So as Stearman takes his guard at the Logan end, the match situation is that India A are looking for 3 additional wickets to bowl South Africa A out, with the lead only 168, 147 for 7.
Don't forget to tweet us. Just use the hashtag SSCricket. We have a regular tweeter here, Gavin Hoffman. Gavin, great to see you today. He says that he feels that SAA can eke out a lead of 250, and if they do, George Linder will come into play and be instrumental for the South African A team to get a wicket.
Well, thanks very much for that tweet, Gavin, and thanks for tweeting throughout this match. It's been interesting to see your comments coming through. It's that delivery. Troubling Steerman outside the off stump. 3 slips and a gully are waiting for the edge. And he is there, Glenton Steerman, because we have just seen the end of Tony De Zorzi, his previous delivery, and a lot of chirping is going on there from the Indians. They are on top of their game. We have Padikal now in at that shortish third slip position, expectantly waiting for a catch. That's nicely played by Steerman. Bit fuller from his number sake. Don't call them a namesake, but it's his number sake. Arzan Nagwaswala, 51 to 51. Not sure if there's any significance in that, but it's quite interesting. And as we see, Navdeep Saini, who had an outstanding spell earlier on in the day, just doing some stretching as he's come back onto the field. Janssen and Steerman put together that very good partnership of over 40 in the first innings for the 10th wicket. Oh, that one, I think maybe was that off the inside edge, potentially past a diving Kishan. It's gone for 4. Certainly something on that one, inside edge, and Steerman off the mark in fortunate fashion. It's a good delivery again from Nagwaswala.
It definitely did look like it came from the inside edge here, but we'll just get a better look from the replay. But
oh yes,
yeah, a thick inside edge. You could see Ishan Kishan was positioned for that outside edge, just a bit more on the offside, a little bit squarer of the wicket here.
Big inside edge from the South African number 9. Promoted in the order to try and see what he can do with the bat once again. Well played in that situation. You saw there perhaps at the end of that over the last ball, the slips tempo would probably come up about 2 steps. So interesting that they've identified possibly even Nagwaswala not quite bowling as fast, looking for line and length, trying to entice Steerman into playing at the ball outside the off stump. He did get him to do that. Previous delivery, the inside edge just beating the keeper.
Well, it looks like we're going to see some spin here as Kumar gives his hat to a fielder on the side there. Going to introduce some spin from the Loch Logan end, and yeah, that was a fantastic way to end the previous over. Nagwaswala, as we've been saying, has been troublesome to the South African A lineup, but the pace quartet, the pace trio rather, have been troublesome. Decent lines, decent lengths, and you can hear in the field that the chatter is up. The Indians' tails are up at the moment. I'm feeling that they could close this innings out with a lead of 172, catchable total, no doubt.
It is, but it's also so I think also in the region of being difficult to get, and the left arm spinner on now, which is 2 right-handers at the crease. Well played by Janssen. That's going to go all the way. A despairing dive there from the fielder in the deep. That is a Parajit, but a great shot again from Marco Janssen, and the touching of the bats, which you did not see in picture from the 2 fast bowlers who have been instrumental, in fact, in getting South Africa this lead. Just watch it again.
A cracking shot, a cracking drive, in fact, from Marco Janssen, and he's been driving them fantastically all day, actually. So nice to see one ending up with a boundary. The man at mid-off now, going to a long off.
The man at long off there, Parajit, not far away from the Janssen's watching family members, including his family member, his brother, sitting there as he has done for most of the match so far. That may be... Oh, it's over the head of the man at mid-on, and it's gone for 4 down to the deep long-on area under the scoreboard. Ishan Parel not tall enough to get that one.
Gutsy batting here from Marco Janssen. Sees the fielder move to the long off boundary, and now, as you can see, coming down the pitch and just sending it over the head of mid-on there. So being aware of his field positions, or the fielders for him in front of him.
Yeah, much talk carrying on here. The man at short leg, I think that's Easwaran, Abhimanyu Easwaran, who's talking to Marco Janssen. He's saying to him that he won't be able to do that if he's elected to the test squad, for sure. Plays that one.
Quality chirp that's a good one.
Yeah, so he is continuing to have something to say. The just moved the fielder from that short leg position into a catching mid-off position. Much stronger now offside field for that ball that's going away from the right-hander. All defence watchfully. 2 boundaries already in the over. The lead going to 180, Tsepo. Marco Janssen showing why he's doing so well from an all-rounder point of view, already into the 20s. Good fielding out in the square leg area by Parikal, the substitute fielder. The end of the over, 159 for 7 after 46. And you've got the glasses on there, Tsepo, keeping an eye on what's happening out on the field. A lot of chirp from the Indian players. Scoreboard there reflecting the situation. Starts from the South Africans once again. As we can see on the scoreboard there, not able to go on.
Multiple starts. Arvia, unfortunately, 9 away from a 50. And Peter Malan, you'll feel for him the most.
Yeah.
His wicket coming. I wouldn't say at no fault of his own. He did look a little bit too keen to take that single that got him run out. When it hit Reinhard van Tonder, went down the pitch or raced down the pitch a little bit too early before his partner was really comfortable running. I would have put Reinhard van Tonder in trouble if
would certainly have done, as Nagoswala in again to Steerman. So Steerman just defending back to Navdeep Saini, who has his trademark short sleeveless sweater on again. He took that off this morning for his bowling spell.
Wasn't expecting that. Seems to enjoy bowling.
Constant talk and chatter between the bowler and the batters. Safraz Khan is rubbing his hands, rubbing the ball. He's getting the shiny, maybe the nominated shiner for this particular innings. 3 slips in the gully, 3 slips very close there.
It's an important job being the shiner.
It is. Well played there by Steerman. He managed to keep that one down. The surprise ball from Nagoswala, and Glenn Steerman handled that particularly well. No doubt having a degree of confidence from his innings in the first knock, where he helped Marco Janssen to put on a valuable 44, I think it was, for the final wicket. South Africa A's lead now 181.
He did well to get over Glenton. Looked like it could have rushed him, especially with that straight line. That was going to be a hard body ball, but did well to get over it, and not just that, but to get his partner on strike.
Shots, but the field is spread as Janssen plays a beautiful shot off the back foot into that man at deep point. That is Prithvi Shaw out there on the boundary, and it has been a feature of the fact that India A do want Marco Janssen to take the single. They want Glenton Steerman on strike, and Nagoswala is going to change his line to Glenton Steerman. Steerman handling those deliveries into the body quite well at the moment, and he's changing his line to around the wicket. We want to have Steerman playing at that one, these ones outside the off stump, or potentially looking for the one to thud into the pads. 3 slips waiting eagerly. Oh my word, that is a shot in anger, but didn't hit the ball.
Looking for a release shot there was Steerman. Didn't get any of the ball at all, and lucky for him he didn't get any of it, as we're seeing Nagwaswala in the replay here. Not really a ball that needed to be played at necessarily, but Lenton Steedman was keen to get a drive going there.
A feature, as Dave was talking about earlier on, Seppo, with him coming around the wicket. He's bowling from very wide of the crease, getting that angle into the right hand and trying to get it to then move away. Yeah, it's a good single from Steerman to get him off the strike, but there's only one ball left in the over, and one would expect that India A do not allow Janssen now to have the single. Indeed, we see the cover field changing as a result. Padikal coming out of the slip cordon and Prithvi Shaw in at point. So they don't want Janssen to get a run. They don't want him to keep the strike. And it's going to be interesting to see how Agoswala bowls this one. Might expect a short one. And we are also expecting potentially that the South Africans will be looking at just dropping it down into the ground and trying to take a quick run. In fact, good line outside the off stump and left alone sensibly by Janssen. The end of the over, 162 for 7.
Janssen's looking good out there in terms of how he plays his shots, middling the ball, as we're just seeing some scenes of the South African coaching staff. They've been walking around the park, just walking around, having discussions around the park each day, in fact, especially when the South Africans were into bat.
They're having a very interesting discussion there. It looks as if we may be getting another bowling change. So only one over of spin from Saurabh Kumar, perhaps, and it's back to their strike bowling option of Navdeep Saini, who's going to be coming in for then his second spell of the morning. He's taken 1 for 57 of his 15 overs so far, and he's looked particularly impressive throughout the match, Stephen.
Throughout the series, been bowling with discipline, bowling with pace, power, and really been harassing the batsmen here. Don't forget that you can tweet us just using the hashtag SSCricket here. Just got the result from the Sri Lanka West Indies game. Sri Lanka beat the West Indies comprehensively, winning by 164 runs.
Wow, that must have been a massive collapse. We'll try and have a look at that score and give that to you, as we see that T India are 111 for 3. We'll also have a look at that as we go through the course of the play going forward. It's going to be Saini from the Loch Logan end. Well played by Steerman, shortish and wide outside the off stump, picked up by Padikal in the covers.
Yeah, just looking at the Sri Lanka West Indies game, interesting to see that 2 Sri Lankan bowlers got fifers there.
Wow.
Ramesh Mendes got figures of 5 for 66, and Lasith Mboldenia, he got 5 for 35. So very, very economical and very threatening for the West Indian batsmen.
Did very well there with the Lasith Mboldenia pronunciation. Tepa. Oh, Steerman is not going to hang around, is he? He's going to go big or go home.
I don't think he's here to hang around. As we said last day of the match, you definitely want to be swinging at as many balls as possible, finding the boundary when you can. But we're seeing Glenton playing at balls that are just quite wide.
Yeah,
unnecessarily here.
Probably I don't necessarily think it's a tactic from the Indians. It could be. I think that's why Saini is been brought back into the attack. expect the one that's going to come in at some stage to the right-hander. And that's the one that does come into the right-hander. There is a man at fine leg, Stearman wanting to come back for 2, and that is some good running from the South African tail enders. He wants the strike. It was also noticeable in that partnership in the first innings that he wasn't shying away from taking the strike. That those 2 take him up to 8. The total 164 for 7. Partnership is now 17 between these 2.
Once again, big applause from the sideline for that.
And Navdeep Saini brought back into the attack to take this wicket. What do you think's happening here? Seb will chat about it after this delivery. Another good run for the South Africans, and the applause coming through from the dressing room. They're applauding every run at the moment.
Yeah, indeed, trying to accelerate to that 200-run lead. Probably why Glenton Steedman was promoted up the order. Don't want to waste time with the other batsmen, Luto Sapamla and Buren Hendricks. Didn't look like they were playing their strokes or trying to play any strokes in the first innings, and Steedman was definitely the pick of the last 3 batsmen.
So the partnership now 18 between these 2 batters, as Jansen, the tall Marco Jansen, takes up strike against Navdeep Saini. Had a full go at that one, did Marco Jansen, and not getting anything on it. It was short enough to cut, but perhaps a little bit too close to him on that occasion.
Not there to just sit around, are the 2 South African batsmen keen to get to that lead of 200, probably push on even further, as predicted earlier. It would be ideal, you'd feel, for the South Africans to get 250. They need not only to bat not necessarily as long as they can, but they need to make this match unwinnable for the Indian A team, and to do that you need to get runs on the board, number 1, and don't give the Indians too long a time to bat.
He's not going to be able to get anything on that, Marco Jansen. It is so far over his head, it has actually been called a wide. And that means it must be an incredibly short ball.
Yeah. I can only imagine how the layman, the normal man, would be under that ball. Probably 2 heads and shoulders above.
Let's see how far into his own half he had to pitch this to get it high enough. Yeah, that is incredibly short. My goodness. So a delivery he's not going to be able to get his bat onto. Ouch, into the hands of Jansen. He wants some treatment. That one hurt on that right hand of his. Not his bowling hand. His bowling hand is his left hand. Looks like it was his right hand. Seppo, you've got the gloves on him, and we're having a look at it now just to see a bit closer what might have happened.
It was his right hand that he was shaking around. Didn't look comfortable with that at all. At least it's not his bowling hand. Saini even checking on him, checking on his opponent there.
It looks as if the Indian physio is coming out to have a look at that.
We saw a magnanimous. We're just going to look at
the bouncer again. And it's really, really high over his head. I think it's not even hardly in the shot. It's so high. Well over the head of Marco Jansen. And remember, giving a wide, it has to be higher than the batsman's head in his normal stance. So it cannot be just that it's very high. It has to be way higher than the head for the umpire to be able to call that as a wide, and to Marco Jansen that has to be very high.
Oh no, true that. And the very next delivery getting wrapped on the hands by Navdeep Saini, and just saw a very magnanimous move from him just to check on the his batter or the person he's bowling to, just to make sure that he is okay, and that's what we like to see.
Yeah, there's been a very good spirit between these 2 teams. I know we've been talking a bit about the verbals that have been going on, but it has been very good to see that both teams have had a lot of chances and openly on the field have been chatting to each other, been having that conversation, a couple of arms around the shoulders with the players. So it's really been interesting.
It's clear that if you can't find shade here at the Mangaung Oval, you make a plan. A pretty pink umbrella carried by the security guard here. Don't forget that if you want to join us here at the Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein, all you need is 50 Rand and proof of vaccination, and you're in. 50 Randellas and you're in.
A beautiful picture of the oval here, provided by our producer Doug, and just to remind you
that this broadcast was brought to you by the City of Cape Town. Come host your event in Cape Town, the world's leading festival and event destination 2020.
So the security guard under the umbrella out in the region of extra cover. If you're a right-hander playing to that long boundary on the far side, the guards who have been posted there, or the marshals, have had a good game of cricket to watch, Tsepo. This game evenly poised at this stage. All three results are still possible.
Ebbing and flowing was how we described the game. One moment the Indians were on top, the next the South Africans, but never really anyone getting a very strong foothold in this game. And that's what we love to see, the competition.
And we're seeing a shot of the Janssen family. They have certainly expanded there.
The Janssen entourage.
Yes, and watching the young Marco Janssen, his twin brother, Duane Janssen, who plays for the Northwest Dragons, one of the Division 1 teams here in South Africa, coming from the Northwest Province, based in the city of Potchefstroom, as it's Nagwaswala away from us again. Nice from Steerman, just into the ground, and they take the single. He gets him off strike, which is not what the Indian A team would have wanted. Steerman certainly looking the most likely of the two batters here to get out, potentially flashing outside the off stump, trying to play hard at the delivery. That was intelligent cricket from the South African fast bowler.
Or at least not necessarily that, but maybe the least likely to hurt them. Because we've been seeing that Janssen's been middling a lot of deliveries today, and not just today, even in the first innings. He's quite the stroke player, the young Janssen.
Oh, he is indeed. He has played the ball all over the ground, that he's been able to bring out those strokes, as it's going to be Nagwaswala into him again. Oh, it's softly played through the slip cord, and it's gone down to the boundary for yet another one. 4 runs down to the Twizzer sign under the scoreboard, and that is an excellent shot from Janssen again. He plays it very softly, soft hands on that ball as it's retrieved down there. Either way, let's look at that one again.
As you can see, a deft touch there, guiding that in the gap in the slip cordon, and just allowing it to run to a vacant third man region. That's the class that we're talking about. That was a very intentional shot. He knew what he was doing with that. The soft hands took it straight to the ground, so it wasn't even a catch, not an opportunity at all, but finding the gap, which has proved quite difficult to do for the top order batsman, but Janssen's making it look a little bit easy.
Change of line from Nagwaswala round the wicket to the right-hander. Good delivery, well played by Janssen. And so tweet in here from Gavin Hoffman, what do the fixtures look like for the rest of the SAA versus India A series? There is only one more match after this in this series, only a 3-4-day match series, 3 unofficial tests. We are on the final day of the second unofficial test, and delicately poised. The ebb and flow, as you so beautifully described, Seppo, uh, should see any one of three results. Too full on the pads and very nicely whipped off those pads by Marco Jansen into the deep, and Parajit picks that one up from square leg and throws it in to Jansen.
Did very well to bisect the two fielders here, the mid on and the man sweeping on the leg side. Both of them chasing, and both of them could have got it, and that's how you bisect the two fielders. You find the gap in between there, and he's been doing very well to find the gap. And don't forget, who do you think, or rather, what do you think the result of this game is going to be? Feel free to tell us. You can check out the poll that I put up earlier at Tita. It's with the SS Cricket hashtag. Is SAA winning, India A winning, or is this ending in a draw?
Ooh. Oh my goodness, once again, but reaching for this is Marco Jansen, not balanced in the shot at all on that occasion. That is something he probably not feel happy about, that line really working for the bowler Nagwaswala in this instance. Not the best shot from Marco Jansen. We just outside that off stump that he's trying to fish for that one and play it forcibly through the offside, going for those runs. As we see it now, he's well away from the body, not getting that left front foot close to the ball at all.
Leaned over a little bit too much there, did Jansen.
Oh, another absolute beauty. That one pitching and straightening on Jansen. It's a peach. There is no doubt about that. It's the end of the over, and just to recap on where we are so far. 173 for 7 is the score, and at the end of the over, we just watching that one again, just see the art here from a fast bowler's point of view, getting this one to pitch and straighten on the right-hander. That is a beauty. Just unlucky in that over not to get the edge, and Nagwaswala going for 7, but one feels it could have been a wicket in the over as well. The lead now 194. This game very interestingly poised.
Indeed it is. Looked like Marco Jansen was playing some very good strokes, and that could have seen the end of him. Survives to face another ball, to live another day. Survives to die another day.
Well, these two having put together a partnership in the first innings, there's a definite bond between them.
Well done.
Oh, what a beauty! Oh, wow.
Saini looking to break that bond immediately. 2 Jaffas in a row.
Sure.
We're treated to some pace bowling masterclass here.
That
to a
is
pace bowling masterclass.
Beautiful. Just look at that, just straightening on the right hand, and he just cannot get anything on it. That's all too good for him. And a lot of chirp there for Glenton Steerman. We remember the dismissal in the first innings. Maybe they're saying to him, Glenton, you can't hold the bat even. You can't put it down when you need to. Oh, another good delivery. That's hit Glenton Steerman on the hand. He's ringing that right hand. Of course, that is his bowling hand, the right hand. Marco Jansen in the previous over, in fact, the last ball of the previous over, getting a nasty one from Navdeep Saini.
Just getting a little bit of an earful. Taking the opportunity is a Parajit to just talk to him. And we'll just see it just got big on him there, and wrapped him right there on the bottom hand. Not pleasant at all, especially if that's your bowling hand, James.
Yeah, it is definitely not pleasant for the fast bowler, but he might be thinking, okay, I can get these done. And if you're looking at it, oops. So you can just get that, looking at that side view as we did in that previous interview, which interview is to be replay. was just a bit cut short by the delivery, but it's very good delivery we've seen. So Steerman just getting some advice, words from his batting partner Marco Jansen. 2 slips, a gully, point, waiting for the ball to be snicked to them. That's played very nicely by Steerman, not getting hold of it as much as he would have wanted to, just jabbed it into the ground. Easy fielding for the man at mid-off, keeping that man in there under the helmet at short at short leg and having another chat. Yeah, let's look at this one again, the one that just jagged into him, hurting him on the hand. Some really good work here from the production team, giving us a view of that. Hit him on the bottom that bottom hand. Nasty one. Well played this time by Steerman. He looked very competent at bat here. Tsepo, first innings looked good, only out with that bizarre dismissal at the end of the innings, which I'm sure he's being reminded about frequently out there at the moment.
Well, competent is a great word to describe what was the tail end in the last game here. He's driving the balls, sometimes middling them, sometimes not, but most importantly getting valuable runs for the lead, which is now 194.
Wow, well played again by Steerman, and good fielding by Iaswaran in the short in that my brain's gone now,
Short leg.
short leg position, yeah. So well fielded by Iaswaran here. He's been sort of varying between being in the slips and being at that short leg position, and that's a very interesting shot that we're seeing here of the one of the security or marshals.
Is that a shower cap?
It
I'm
looks like
struggling
it, yeah.
to see. Is that a shower cap?
It does look like it, yeah.
What
it
will
does
do
indeed.
to avoid the African heat, eh? Shoo! When the sun beats, it beats hard here in Africa.
It's a shout out there to somebody that might be able to assist that person, as we have a change of bowling from the Willows end. It's going to be by far the pick of the Indian bowlers. Ishan Parel coming on right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Marco Jansen. Good delivery first up from Parel. His figures to date, 2 overs, listen to me, 11.1 overs now, 2 for 17 as we head closer to the luncheon interval at on day 4 of this match between SAA and India A. It's been a really good contest this morning between bat and ball. One felt when George Linder was out early on in the piece this morning, Tsepo, that there was a potential for India to rattle through these last wickets, but some good batting initially. Tony Dezorzi just staying there not too long, but Marco Jansen and Glenn Steerman putting on 26 for this wicket, and I think that is the end of Jansen outside the off stump, slashing at that one, and he will fall 10 minutes before the luncheon interval. Big wicket for India A.
Not the best way to go. Jansen will be very, very disappointed with that. As you can see here, Ishan Parel, who's been doing very well, just leaves this one on the offside, and Jansen baited into cutting that one, but not getting all of it, hitting it straight to the man at gully.
So it was a very good innings, once again a good innings from Jansen. 28 that he scored, and caught he was caught behind there off the edge by Ishan Kishan, and we're going to just see him walking back now to the pavilion very disconsolately, falling 2 runs short of getting 100 runs in this match. 70 not out in the first innings and 28 in the second. and a bit of a drink and a bit of work being done on Glenton Steerman's hand there, as you can see. That right arm magic spray coming out just to deaden the pain that might be there at the moment. See if he can continue batting for a length of time here to get the lead higher than the 194 that it currently sits at. South African batting this morning has been not perhaps the number of runs has not been too bad, Seppo, in terms of going from 116 for 5 to 173 for 8. Got the lead close now to that 200 mark. If we look at Marco Janssen's numbers, 28 runs off 46 balls with 6 fours. Another good innings from him.
Valuable contribution once again to that lead. 28 runs. Unfortunately, another start without a finish. But we'll be disappointed in the manner at which he got out. But the time that he spent in the middle there, he looked quite good. Was middling the ball quite nicely. So the Indian team would be glad to see his back as it goes to changing room.
I think if we look at the state of the match at the moment, 10 minutes before the luncheon interval, opportunity perhaps if one more wicket falls before lunch, they will definitely try and take the additional half an hour.
Just getting some shots of the cameraman. You don't often see cameramen on camera. Flipping the script over here. We're doing it at the Mangaung Oval. Have some great pictures on Gallo Images. Go have a look at them.
And so it's going to be the new man, Luto Sipamla, who was well caught in the first innings by Parikal, the substitute fielder, at third slip. And he will be at the third slip position for Luto Sipamla, as there's 3 slips in a gully, a man at point, and they will be the ones that are in play potentially. And none of them are going to be in play except that point, who's going to be fetching that one from the deep point boundary. A great shot from Luto Sipamla.
A terrible ball that got absolutely spanked like a bad child. Luto Sipamla coming out the gates, first ball, sending it to the offside boundary. That was absolutely sliced.
Short and wide. Let's have a look at it now. It's going to be, this is a lovely ball to get first up.
Why didn't you do your homework? Pa! Go to your room. Fantastic shots.
So, yeah, this is Perel again. Much better line at this time from bowler who has taken his 3rd wicket in that over. Far better from him, and that's where he's going to be worrying Luto Sipamla, getting that ball to come in, and then to take the one away from him. Just get that line working. Sipamla falling for that in the first innings.
Interesting to see Glenton Steerman racing down the wicket, and when Sipamla wasn't interested in the single, he wasn't really too pleased about that. Not exactly throwing his toys out the cot, but definitely wants to get some singles.
Oh, it's hello. He's saying hello there, Luto. A few verbals going on there between the two. He says, saying to him, "Yep, I know. You were a bit naughty earlier on in the inning, earlier on in the over, but just don't want you to. Just want to try and keep you honest. Don't think you're going to hit that one through the covers."
Demanding respect there. Ishan Perel missing his lines with the delivery that Sipamla sent to the offside boundary there, but it looks like they're adopting a shorter length here to the South African bowler. Maybe notice that he doesn't look comfortable. Not saying that is the case, maybe that is what they noticed.
Well played, gets behind the ball. Those 3 slips not in play for Luto Sipamla in this over. They were in play though, the man behind the wicket for Marco Jansen, as in that over the outstanding Ishan Perel took his 3rd wicket of the innings to go with his 3 in the first innings. 3 for 21 now of his 12 overs. I've been mightily impressed by Porel Tsepo. We know that our online poll, Twitter poll yesterday, said that he should be the one most likely to be called up, and we're asking you to contribute again today.
Now he's been doing very, very well, has Ishan Porel, getting his call up in this second unofficial test. Surprised we didn't see him in the first one.
Yeah, it's has been an outstanding performance from him. A slight misfield in the covers, but they don't take the run. Steerman not looking for that, having decided no, don't take the run to the misfield. He must have heard his coaches way back in time telling him that, and that remains the same. Whether you're at this level or whether you're at a schoolboy level, just be careful not to take a run on a misfield.
Yeah, just looking at just the stats for Ishan Porel, 22 first-class games, and in there averaging 25, which isn't bad, but the economy rates is what looks pretty good, just 2.8.
Fantastic economy rate for Ishan Porel. He's in the action again here. Would not perhaps have seen that off camera, but he picked up that attempted pull from Glenton Steerman, who seems to have broken his bat with that ball, with that shot, and Porel picking that up and keeping Luto Sipamla honest at the non-striker's end, firing it in and smashing it into the stumps with the return.
Glenton Steedman just off your screen, neandering to get his new bat from the man in the bib.
That's Michael Pretorius running onto the hallowed turf of the Mangong Oval, where he is known to ply his trade well here. So, yes, beautiful day here at the Mangong Oval. Set fair for an interesting afternoon's cricket. Dabbed into the offside by Steerman, and there is no run on that occasion. Glenton Steerman now the senior partner in this partnership of 4 so far, with Luto Sipamla 198 the lead. Seppo, anything over 200? Sorry.
No problem at all. Decent lead here for the South African A team. It would be good for them to go into lunch with that 200 run lead. I'm expecting them to probably take it to 250 if they can get it to 300 before And welcome back to the Mangaung Oval here in Bloemfontein. A match that is evenly poised at the moment. South Africa sitting on 178 for 8 after their 52 overs. Steerman and Sipamla in on 11 and 4 respectively. The lead is 199, and your commentators, myself, Tepotela, and James King. James, how are you doing?
Good, thank you, Tepo. We just come back from a delicious lunch provided once again by the Western Province, listen to me, by the Free State Cricket Union, and thank you very much to the Free State Cricket Union for their hospitality over the last few days.
And with that slip up, we can actually mention our sponsor, brought to you by the City of Cape Town, this broadcast here. If you want to host an event, make sure that you host an event in the best place to host an event, 2020.
Going to be Ishan Porel to continue. He has been the pick of the bowlers for India A. Tepo, outstanding stuff from this young man, called into the starting 11 from the squad.
Nah, he's been quite the pick here for the Indian A team. It wasn't in the first 4-day game, here in the second one.
Weather is looking like it might be a little bit threatening earlier than we thought.
And Porel
what?
gets us
My
underway
word.
with a Jaffa.
Jeez, that is not a loosener at all. No looseners. No, that is just on the spot from the word go, and he's getting the applause and praise from his fellow fast bowling mates there, Arzan Nagoswala.
This is a replay I want to see. Squared him up. How did that not hit the stumps or the bat?
No idea. That didn't have Glenton Steerman back on his way into the pavilion.
Great way to start this second session here. The lead's still just 199 for the South Africans, and Porel is charging in here. Tail up.
Oh, that one too much down the leg side, and showing as he's had a very good lunch is Sarfaraz Khan at first slip, appealing vociferously for that one that wouldn't have hit the second set of stumps down the leg side.
Nah, there was a lot of movement in that last delivery. That was nowhere near the stumps, and that's why the slip fielder was the only one appealing. You could see the keeper wasn't interested, but you know, once you start, there's no need to stop.
No, I mean, great that he's getting excited, backing up his fast bowler. The spirit of this India A team has been outstanding, working for one another and praising each other when there is a wicket, celebrating the successes that they have been achieving.
A very competitive and aggressive brand of cricket here from the Indian A team. You can see it in the bowling here. 3 slips, and those 3 slips have been a common feature in both innings of the game here. 3 slips and a gully, and the same can be said for their batting. Early strike rates of the opening batsman in the first innings was 70.
Yeah, they were
70 for both of them, both Panchal and Shaw.
That's right. They are very aggressive in their approach. The batting lineup taking toll of anything that is able to be hit. Nice defensive stroke from Luto Sipamla. Very important as we see that stroke from Sipamla, that as a tail ender you work on your batting tip. The teams these days, you don't expect to have too many rabbits, as you might call them, at 9, 10 and 11, where you'd just be what they used to call in the old days a walking bonus point. So it's very much a feature that people, players like Luto Sipamla, Glenton Steerman, can do more than just hold up an end. Like that shot, for example.
A very, very, very fabulous shot there from the tail ender. Luto Sipamla gets himself 4 runs, gets the lead to just over 200, 203 now. with that fabulous stroke. Just having a look at it now. Yes, got above the ball. It was just pitched in a little bit too short from Porel, and Sapamna got over it and just
wide enough for him to be able to throw his arms at it, which I think we haven't seen too many deliveries that you've been able to do that to. And with the movement that's been on offer and the bounce, it's been difficult as well to know if you were playing the right shot. Yeah, well left.
opting to leave that one this time around.
Navdeep Saini is going to continue the attack from the Logan end, and he has backed up the great work done by Ishan Porel. He has got 1 for 62. Porel 3 for 25 in 13 overs. What an outstanding return for this young man. After the break, it's Glenton Steelman just taking his guard again.
Seeing some clouds here.
Yeah.
Not quite as ominous and as fluffy as we saw yesterday, just covering the blue sky there. They're not that dark. We are expecting rain, aren't we, James? But not quite yet.
No, we're expecting rain, you're right, Seppo, only at about 4 p.m., maybe 4:30 p.m. We do have an elongated second session today, so expecting tea will be half an hour later than was originally intended, because we're getting in an additional eight overs or half an hour today. So hopefully we'll be able to get all that time in. A couple of wickets now. India A in batting before the drinks interval. Maybe South Africa making some inroads could make it an interesting finish to the match.
Lovely drive.
Yeah,
just
nicely played.
The sound of that off the bat, that was crisp.
It's what you want to hear, isn't it, as a batter? So under the helmet there at short leg, have the quite combative Sarfraz Khan, always talking to the batter, always having a chat. I think he's saw yesterday George Linder actually put his arm around him at the end of the day's play.
Oh.
Well played, Glenton Steelman, short and wide, and it gets the treatment over the man at gully and goes down to the third man boundary. 4-4.
Way too much width and bounce on that delivery. It was very easy for Glenton Steelman to dispatch that behind square to a 45-degree angle there.
That takes Steelman up to 15.
Just having a look at that shot again. Gets under it quite nicely and just guides it behind the man at gully. The sweeper on the offside did not stand a chance, and that was a very, very well placed delivery shot there. Now the conversation between Steelman and whoever's under the lid there, because it seems to be changing.
Sarfraz Khan.
Sarfraz now, yes.
Yeah, that's right. Oh my goodness, another bottom edge from Steelman into the ground. Great wicket keeping from Ishan Kishan, and that is really appreciated by his two slips, Iaswaran and Parajit, just giving him the low 5 for that. Great wicket keeping. Let's have a look at this again.
Steelman is throwing his bats at anything that has a lot of width here. Keen to cash in on runs and put pedal to the metal here. There's no point in waiting around trying to preserve your wicket bats out the day. Keen to get value for their strokes here. Keen to really get the scoreboard ticking and accelerating. Don't forget you can tweet us using the hashtag SSCricket. Don't forget that, and also the hashtag SAAVINDA. We'll be following those tweets here.
And news from elsewhere, the latest that we had on the India New Zealand Test match. India 160 for 4, now 173 for 4.
Oh,
Very
Lovely
nicely
glance.
played down to the man at fine leg, and that means that Steerman is trying, as the senior partner in this partnership, to take the strike. He gets a single off the fifth ball of the over, and it'll be Sapamla to face one ball from Navdeep Saini as Sarfaraz Khan continues his discussion with Luto Sapamla about what else they can do within the biosecure environment this evening for dinner.
Just an update on the India-New Zealand game, as James was saying, 173 for 4. Mayank Agarwal, thank you. And Saar in at the moment. Agarwal. Oh, a big appeal here. And he's given him.
Oh, my word. Luto Sapamla is standing, looking at Arno Jacobs, not happy at all with that decision. Not happy at all with the decision.
We're just going to have another look at it here from a better angle. And it looks like there's a little bit of late movement after it past Sapamla. They're moving away from the batsman. A very big appeal, and the umpire believes that that was out.
So seeing it from the front on, difficult to tell, but Sapamla very unhappy with the decision. Clearly unhappy with the decision.
Unfortunate for the South Africans, unfortunate for Sapamla. He goes off 8. Goes for 8 rather.
188 for 9 now. The end is in sight for this innings.
The end is nigh indeed.
It is indeed. And so the Clinton Steerman is still at the crease. He is joined by Björn Hendricks. Hendricks with a first-class batting average of just under 10. So it would appear he's no mug with the bat, as they say in the classics. He does have the opportunity to score runs. 209 the lead. This match still got all 3 results as a possibility. Even going into the second session on day 4 of this second unofficial test between India A and South Africa A, Ishan Parel will be looking to wrap it up in this over one fields. He must think that he's got Glenton Steerman's number. Let's see.
If there's anyone that can do it, it's Ishan Parel at the moment. Sitting on 3 for 25 after 13 overs. Has not been doing too badly at all, and has been the pick of the Indian bowlers without a doubt this match.
From the Willows end. And Steerman clearly now is going to be playing shots at everything he possibly can.
As if he wasn't doing that already, James.
He was, indeed. He's going to be going big or going home. And he's not going to be going home, though, because there's another match in this series. The unofficial series between South Africa A and India A. You can join us again next week for the 3rd match. That's well played. And they're giving Glenton Steerman the single to expose Björn Hendricks, the new batter, to Ishan Parel.
Yeah, I'd rather be bowling to Björn Hendricks to take the last wicket.
Yeah, Hendricks taking guard, the left-hander. And he'll be facing Parel, who's bowling from the Willows end, has been operating from this end for the majority of his spells in this second innings, if not all of his spells in the second innings. Been bowling so much from this end, Seppo, that he's actually made his footmarks known on the turf. Those marks most certainly are the run-up that belongs to him.
Just getting a shot of it now. You could see usually coming from over the wicket, but now around to the left-hander.
And just in at the body, and they'll take that single any day. Glenton Steedman making sure that he is backing up well, but not too well. First innings, comical run out. Unfortunate for Glenton Steedman, one that no doubt will make the outtakes real.
No,
or funniest dismissals reel. What is that?
YouTube compilation, probably.
There, sorry, there we go. I couldn't get the words out, Seppo. Yeah, it must be a generational thing.
Oh, no.
Yes, the YouTube compilation of funniest dismissals should well include that Glenton Steedman one in the first innings. Oh, he's gone for that. That's a really big one. It's bouncing short of the man at fine leg, and gets a single. Gave Porel the charge there, didn't he? Dancing down the wicket, slicing it into the air.
Throwing everything at it. Did Glenton Steedman in this delivery here. As you said, charging down the wickets and doing it at the point of delivery and just getting a big top edge. But fortunately for him, landing safely between the slip cordon, or rather the keeper, and the fine leg.
So I thought I heard that metallic sound as the kitchen sink hit that ball. Yeah, he gave that one full go. It's going to be Hendricks to face. There's 2 balls left in the Porel over. Oh, that could so easily have popped up to the man in at short leg, Sarfraz Khan. Not getting hold of it the way that he would have wanted to, Bjorn Hendricks. But that takes South Africa A to 192 for 9. Lead 213. Overhead conditions quite cloudy. Should South Africa lose? Muggy, yes, muggy, a good word for it. It's feeling a lot more humid than it was earlier on, and good conditions for fast bowling. South Africa A bowlers will have the chance to exploit these conditions, one feels, reasonably soon. That was very interesting.
No, that's been given as a wide. Glenton Steedman trying to play at that, but even after jumping, couldn't reach that. Tried to jump to play that shot quickly, but correctly given as a wide.
Yeah, I think there's a few insects there who may now be maybe orphaned by that shot. A couple of the parents perhaps being swatted out of the sky by Glenton Steedman.
Goodness gracious, James, you're uncontrollable today.
I am indeed. Glenton Steedman is certainly not being controlled either by the Indian attack, as he slaps that one through the offside for another boundary.
Beautiful cut shot that. Middled it as well, sent it to the offside boundary, and the sweeper didn't really, or rather gave up the chase. Knew that one was a certain boundary, and that takes the lead up to 218. Very, very valuable runs. South Africa creep closer to that 200 score, 197 for 9.
Pretty sure the man out in the deep there for India. Some of you in the poll yesterday indicating that he would be a man that you would be wanting to see in the Indian team for the series against South Africa, which is those test matches starting on the 17th of December in Johannesburg at the Imperial Wanderers Stadium. The 197 for 9, 4 away from the 200, the lead, as Seppo was saying, 218. Bjorn Hendricks, left-handed batter, got 3 slips, a gully, point, and an extra cover on the offside. But that one is too straight. It's tucked into the leg side. It's got a long chase for Porel.
They're taking 3, scampering through here.
That's going to get easily get through for the 3. Well done by the batters there. Good running. Glenton Steerman, you may well have seen in shot there, just applauding his fellow fast bowler for his dedication to the running between the wickets, and that does bring up the South African 200.
Yeah, those 3 runs brings up the 200, coming off 55 overs, 335 balls.
And just about 6 hours at the crease. And that does make complete sense, as the innings started after the lunch interval. Actually, didn't start earlier than that, but started yesterday. Oh, good delivery from Saini.
And well kept out there. Very nice drive from Glenton Steedman. Although it went right back to the bowler, he'll take encouragement from middling that.
Yeah, so South Africa A, 221 ahead. Who's in the driving seat here, if anybody, Tsepo?
Who's in the driving seat? That's a tough question to answer, and that's been a tough question to answer all game. You could say that the South Africans would be happy with getting over that 200 run mark, as Glenton Steedman just rubs his rear end. Looks like
Oof.
he got one connected there on the rump.
Yeah, he did indeed, and it was certainly probably no, I'm not going to go there. So yeah, that hurt him. I think he's rubbing it quite a bit. Just took all the pace off the ball as well, so no chance of a run. I think Hendricks quite happy. Yeah.
Safraz Khan just having a little bit of a joke there. They've been having fat chats, have Safraz Khan and Glenton Steedman, when he was under the lid. Yorker.
Another one into the pads, yeah.
Yorker delivery, as you said, into the pads.
Safraz Khan looking like a really great jovial character, chatting to the guys all the time, just loving his cricket out there. Great innings from him as well to keep the India A total ticking along, getting it close to that South African A total in the first innings of 297. That 71 that he scored not out in the first innings, making sure that India A kept in touch with the South African score. How many sixes in that? 2 sixes in that innings. Yeah.
The one was George Linder. He swept that one, sent it to the car corner boundary, and the other one was Luto Sepamla ball. That was just very short and got the treatment. Bang, to the same region,
Did look
just on the back foot.
Incredibly impressive from the youngster. Another single for Hendricks, and South African dressing room really appreciating that from him.
Hendricks doing well to rotate the strike here. Hasn't really been spending too much time on the one end, keeping trying to give Steelman as much of the strike as possible. Right now 5 off 4.
So with rain expected on the forecast at close to 4:30, potentially 5 p.m. Not a lot of rain expected, short period of time potentially as well. Let's hope that it doesn't impact the result of this game. We're set for a cracker of an afternoon. Well, that's way well. That is some great wicket keeping from Ishan Kishan. That one certainly slipped out of the hand, and very unfortunate for the keeper for that one to be given as byes, because it was he really could not have done any more than he did.
No, diving very far to his left was Ishan Kishan there.
Great technique. Noticed in the previous one where he had to change direction on his toes, as you see a panorama of the ground, giving you an idea of just how cloudy it is here at the Mangaung Oval. Hoping we won't have any time off the field for the weather. So look at that again. Just look at that take, that stop down the leg side. really great work. Ishan Kishan on his toes, which is important for a wicket keeper. Just making sure you can change direction or you can get in a position to be able to pull in the dive. As we see that wide angle shot, just giving you an idea of how cloudy it is getting. Clouds are not rolling in necessarily, it just seem to be hanging here in the sky. Change of bowling from the Willow's End.
Nagwaswala returns, the left-handed paceman. Has been doing relatively well. One of the pick of the bowlers, or part of the pace bowling trio here that have been giving the South African batsmen a bit of trouble. Oof.
Yeah, it's very wide. Stearman angry with himself. He wanted to and did actually have a go at it, but perhaps didn't throw everything at it at the moment.
Yeah, I couldn't quite cash in on that.
Taking strike again, or taking guard again. Glenton Stearman just checking where that off stump is, asking umpire Uma to say, please tell me if I'm in the right area here. Oh, he plays that one very nicely up in there. Is he going to? Oh, just evades the man at mid-off, running around. Glenton Stearman getting a leading edge, in fact, to one that he was trying to hit over mid-on. Probably just straightening on him slightly. But went up in the air.
Yeah, it did, and the man here at maybe we'll say it's mid-off.
Yeah,
looked like
deep.
he could have. It's a little deeper than mid-off. Looked
Yeah.
like he could have been in business here with a potential catch, but just falling on the other side of him. It would have taken some tremendous fielding, as we see Glenton Stearman just tying his shoelace now.
Yeah, just, I lost the flight of that ball, expecting it to be going over the head of is it Krishnappa Gautam, who's the substitute fielder on here at mid-on, but ended up with Saini chasing it down from mid-off. Played that one quite well again down the leg side, just too much down the leg side this time from the bowler Nagwaswala and Stearman. Again, always practicing every single shot after he's played it.
You like to see that. He looks keen to offer something with the bat.
Well, you can understand why they promoted him up the order from 11 to 9. I mean, having got a good 20 odd in the first innings, he's on 25 not out in the second innings, and that is amongst the better batting contributions for SAA in this innings. Well played by Hendricks, just dabbing it down, taking the run. And a great fielding, great work in the field there by Vihari, coming in, hitting the stumps, practicing throwing the ball at the stumps because the batter was well in, but managing to hit the stumps at the bowler's end.
We've had quite a few direct hits from the Indian field throughout this match, which is good to see. The one run out though for Peter Malan, that was quite far away, and Kishan had to do a lot of work to get that back in, and he did the work, got the wickets, didn't miss the opportunity. They would have been disappointed if they did. Barajit shying at the stumps off his own bowling.
Oh. And of course, in the first innings, Tsepa, that was that brilliant directed off the boot from Ishan Porel to get rid of Glenton Stearman.
That one looks like Stearman just left his bat out to dry there, and a little bit of nip, a little bit of movement. Yeah, perfect in slow motion now. Hopefully we can see. Oh yes, as you can see, it just shapes away a little bit from the right-hander. Tempted into playing that shot, and then second guessed halfway through the stroke, and then you could just see at that point that he just left his bat out there in no man's land.
Lovely bowling. This one a bit closer to him, and able to just dab it down. Can't take the run. Hendricks will be facing the first delivery of the next over, and it looks like it's going to continue to be Natupsani from the Loch Logan end. But Tsepo looking at this Indian bowling attack as this innings potentially comes, this bowling innings for them potentially comes to an end. Who have you been most impressed with over the last 4 days?
The person whose name we've been saying over and over and over again, Ishan Poral. Not only has he been taking the most wickets here, currently having 3, while Saini has 2, he's also been quite economical. The most economical of all the bowlers, an economy of just 2.35. And just how he went about it was with pure great line, great length, extracting movement from the surface, from the ball. So the man's got the package. He's definitely knocking on the door in terms of Indian pacemen at the moment. And with the injuries that we saw, he could get a call-up sooner than he thinks.
It's into the covers, and they've decided to take the run, and Bjorn Hendricks would have been out, one feels, by a mile had that actually hit.
Gutsy. Gutsy. Keen to get himself off strike and challenge the fielder, knowing that the fielder wouldn't be set when he threw that, so maybe a risk worth taking.
Was knocked on by Gautam. I think it was Gautam, was it? Or is that it is Gautam? Yes, the substitute fielder. Took a bit of a blow on the knee. Hendricks taking a run to the misfield, and he would have been well short of his ground had that actually gone onto the stumps. Tsepo definitely, Ishan Porel, one feels, is going to stay in South Africa at the end of this series, potentially to join the Indian team.
Solid punch forward from Clinton Steedman to the enjoyment of the rest of the SAA team in the dugout, taking the score to 209, the lead to 230.
And the field just changing over for the left-handed Hendricks. Took that risky run off his 2 balls ago, trying to get Stearman on strike. But Hendricks has moved to 7. Partnership 21 invaluable runs for SAA. Good fielding in that extra cover region by Gautam, diving to his right to stop that one. Ground fielding has been outstanding from the Indians.
Oh, that it has, and Saini will probably be buying Gautam a drink, owes him a favor, because it was a full toss that he delivered there, and Bjorn Hendricks did middle it, but straight to the fielder, or maybe not quite straight, a little bit to the side. Brought out some good fielding from Gautam, and Saini will probably be appreciating that tremendously.
This one wide and full and guided to backward point. Prithvi Shaw doing the fielding there. Yeah, for a fast bowler, you're running in hard, as these guys have been doing for both innings, getting the ball in the right slot, taking the wickets. You really appreciate it when your fielders are giving you that support, throwing their bodies all over the place to stop the ball, chasing every ball down to the boundary. The spirit in this Indian team and the support for their bowling attack has been outstanding over the past 4 days. Just striving to make the breakthrough here. They've come across a stubborn last wicket partnership once again. SAA putting on 21 for this last wicket so far, taking the total over 200, which has been maybe a bit of a psychological edge now for SAA as they take the lead to 230. If they could get that lead, you were talking about it, and Gavin Hoffman in the tweets was tweeting through about it, 250 looks like it's a bit of a magical number. Guided more than anything else down to Nagwaswala at fine leg. Through for another single. And there is the end of the over, 210 for the loss of 9.
There's a tweet here from Ryan Johnson saying that Steerman looks very competent with the bat, and I couldn't agree more. The strokes that he's playing, the confidence to take on the bowlers, not being afraid to come down the pitch and send it over or through the gaps in the field. It looks pretty good. Definitely worthy of the promotion in the order, with a very solid contribution both innings. This innings contribution 26, and it could have been more if it weren't for a comical run out, if you think about it.
In that last innings, I mean, him and Marco Janssen looking very well set on his 70 not out, and just that moment of what looked like complete brain fade, where bat was in, perhaps wasn't following the line of the ball, and unfortunately for Glenton Steerman, getting run out at the bowler's end. Score from Mumbai, Tsepo?
Oh yes, the score from Mumbai. India sitting on 198 for 4. Agarwal scoring his century there, 102 of 206 deliveries. A solid forward defensive shot here from Bjorn Hendrick straight to the man at mid-on, and Agarwal is probably feeling really good about that 100 against New Zealand, doing very well there. Watching all his partners fall, and that is his third 100 in his career in 15 tests.
So, very good there for India, with most of the top order, with the exception of Agarwal, not being able to contribute massively, is helping India to what could be a decent total in that test match. As here we have the test match hopefuls of the India A team attempting to dislodge the last wicket of South Africa A, and we have Nagwaswala, the left arm paceman, who is bowling from the Willow's End. He's alternated quite a bit, where it seems like Saini and Perella have been given the opportunity to say which end they want to bowl from. Nagwaswala not having taken as many wickets, perhaps not being given that opportunity. Bjorn Hendricks just playing solidly behind the, getting behind the line or into line, playing well down to this, I think is a Parajit here at mid-off to the left-hander. The conditions overhead are quite cloudy, quite muggy here, a bit of humidity. One would expect with a new ball, quite a bit of swing potentially around.
I was thinking of just that, and I'm sure I'm not the only one thinking about that. No. These two batsmen, the South African A batsmen, are probably thinking exactly that.
The short surprise ball to Hendricks. It's in the air, but it's going to evade the man at square leg. They take two good running from the South African pair, and once again Glenton Steerman, you would have seen him in the bottom left of your screen, just applauding his fellow fast bowler for the running between the wickets. Into double figures now, Bjorn Hendricks. That's going to push his average up by about a 0.02. Lots of chatter, lots of clapping. And that looks like it. He has given him. So umpire Uma has given Bjorn Hendricks caught behind for that one. Hendricks, as with Sipamla before him, stands and looks at the umpire before he walks off quite disconsolately. Glenton Steerman, helmet off, ends unbeaten in this innings, but it's all been wrapped up.
wrapped up here, and you could see that the energy was starting to increase from the Indian team. They felt that something was in the air. They felt a wicket was coming soon. In the very next ball, Bjorn Hendricks slicing at one. That maybe he shouldn't have sliced that. But hey, at this point in time, looking to score runs off everything. But finally, the target is set here for the Indian A team, needing to get 234 runs. Just getting the figures for Hendricks here. 10 runs or 15 balls. Oh, we're seeing the replay. Not sure. It looks like there's a little bit of movement towards the right-hand side, but it doesn't look like there's a sharp edge there. Just rocking and rolling that. From here, I'm not convinced.
Maybe, yeah. Hendricks completely convinced that he didn't touch it. Possibly came off the arm rather than off the glove. But that is wrapped up the South African innings, 212 all out, and we will be back with you after the interval in about 10 minutes.
And don't forget, folks, that this broadcast was brought to you by the City of Cape Town. If you want to host an event, why not host it in the best place, the world's leading festival and event destination 2020?
Welcome back to the Mangaung Oval. After a brief intermission for change of innings, it has been an interesting period of play. India A need 234 runs to win, and alongside me in commentary for the next little bit is our producer Douglas McLeod Elliott, or Elliott McLeod?
McLeod Elliott, yeah.
McLeod Elliott, so nailed it. Welcome, and good to have you beside me for the next passage of play.
Yeah, thanks very much, David. I must say we set up for quite an enticing finish to the match. I mean, with 234 to chase, I think that both teams actually have a very, very good chance at grabbing a W for the game.
Yeah, it would be nice for either one of these teams to collect a win. There was a stalemate in the first game, in which numerous runs were scored, but as you see Steerman there chatting to his skipper, Peter Marlan, he would love to pick up a wicket here very early.
So what do you reckon the plan is? From let's talk from a South African perspective first up. Yeah, what do you think the plan is? Obviously early sticks, make sure that so what I understand is that with the longer format games, most teams play into a position where they can't lose before they go for the win.
Right.
So what do you think the plan is over there from a South African point of view?
I'd love to see Peter Malan attacking. He's got 234 runs to play with in, well, not 3/4 of a day, but just shy. I mean, it's 1:30 now. We're still plenty of time to be played. This session is a long one, Doug, so I'd love to see attacking. We're seeing that with 3 slips and a gully in place. I'd love to just see maybe one more attacking fielder, man under the helmet there.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think that it is still a relatively attacking field. I don't think that, they're playing quite conservative. But we do still see a man out at the deep point boundary, which is a very, very strange field positioning for, first ball of the innings.
Yeah, Steerman to begin the new over. Down the leg side, and the man at fine leg, Luto Sipamla, does the cleaning up. Yeah, it's become somewhat of a common theme in 4-day cricket recently, and it's a no ball to begin. Steerman continuing with his troubles with that crease of his. He's not really had the best time of it, Doug. He's really just overstepped one too many times.
But I mean, that's been a very common trend throughout the match. In terms of no balls, I think there's been quite a bit of ill discipline in that sense, from both sides actually. I don't know. Is it maybe is the pitch a little bit shorter than the other one from the previous game?
I would hope not. Steerman in again and just fended away, and diving attempt there from George Linder keeps it down to just a dot. 6 from Glenton Steerman in the first India A innings. Really just difficult stuff here. We're seeing Captain Malan chatting to umpire Lubabalo Tuma. Obviously there's something that is concerning umpire Tuma.
I must say the umpires have had their work cut out for them this match, whether it's slow over rates or umpire decisions, calls. Steerman running in.
Oh, that
brilliant
is a
delivery.
wow.
Wow.
Just jagged back into the right-handed Priyank Panchal. And he'd really love more of that, wouldn't Glenton Steerman?
That's a fantastic delivery. Honestly, you want to get these batsmen probing as we watch the replay. He's drawn him in. I think there was 2 mines there from the Indian batsman. Wasn't 100% sure, forward, backwards, and that's that length that you want to be delivering at.
Corridor of uncertainty. Oh, just catches the edge again.
Yeah, he's probing.
Is that a no ball again? There is umpire Lubabalo Tuma saying no ball. Glenton Steerman, you joke about a slightly shorter pitch, but these umpires would have checked it. I don't know. I mean, we've seen Glenton Steerman bowl from both ends in, different strips. No balls are plenty, both sides.
Yeah, look, obviously we don't want to start any conspiracy theories as Steerman's in again.
Well, that's down the leg side. Good take by Kheshile
At least it's legal. At least it's a legal delivery.
for red ball cricket.
Correct, yeah. So obviously we've spoken now about the South African plan. Indians, you think they're also just out here to get their eye in, or do you think they're looking to go a bit more aggressive just to get into a position where they can win?
70 overs, or just one over short of 70.
Yeah.
Still a long time in this game. He just defends that, and Linda does the fielding. There's still a long time in this game. It may not seem like that because we're on day 4 and the other side of lunch. I just think there is still a possibility here, but it's going to require some quite prodigious scoring. There's got to be an element of courage, positivity to take on, and the South Africans will be sniffing any mistakes.
Steerman into bowl again, shoulders armed, and yeah, I must say it's been a lengthy first over, obviously with the multiple no balls.
Because it feels like he's already bowled 6 now anyway, so this is, a bonus, if you will. The Janssen corner doing well there.
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome to see. You would think that once you become a professional cricketer, you don't feel that obligation, or you don't feel that list to go and watch games and stuff. But it's awesome to see that Janssen is in.
Oh, lovely delivery again, beating the bat of Panchal. That's the end of the first 3 on the board, and they need 231 to win.
Yeah, look, when he's bowled a good ball, it's been a Jaffa. It's been it's been
When
a bit
he's
all over
bowled
the
a good
place.
ball.
Yeah, correct.
There's a replay of that. Just a kitten's whisker there
Again,
between bat and ball.
lots of hands, very little foot movement, it's very little stride for the hands extending. There's very few batsmen in the world that are really good enough to execute that type of
With just
technique.
hands, yeah.
Correct, yeah.
I think one of the more common ones is I think of specifically in the South African context is Herschel Gibbs and Abby de Villiers. Marco Janssen, we spoke about the Janssen twin, Dwan Janssen, but Marco is now going to bowl from the Loch Logan end.
Actually taking the new nut this time. If I remember correctly, he was first change bowler with Sapamla. So yeah, I'm very curious to see. I've personally been very impressed by Marco. I thought he's been particularly impressive with a new ball as he runs in.
Left arm over the wicket. Oh, lovely defense. Do we wonder if he drives a polo? Marco's polo? No? Speculation. That's a conspiracy theory I would be happy to spread.
Can I ask? Do we have like a pun counter? Because I get the feeling over the last few days we've run up our tab.
It's an open bar.
Yeah, there we go. No, I must say Janssen has been very impressive in this match with bats and ball, and I'm very excited to see what he can do.
Still young, still a long career ahead of him. Just squares up Prithvi Shawn. You see the teammates in the slip corner giving him a round of applause. 3 slips in place. Arvia Hamza, who forgot his name. You'll see just at the bottom right hand corner of your screen. He doesn't actually have his name on his shirt. He had it on earlier in this game, but this maybe is the spare shirt that he doesn't have. But Hendricks, you can see Bjorn Hendricks at 3rd there, a little bit closer, like the Indian team. Marco in again. Oh, that's wayward. They've celebrated how the South Africans guaranteed.
Lots of excitement.
Not interested. Umpire Arno Jacobs.
It did look like it was very far away from the body, so if there was a sound, it definitely is most likely a bat, but yeah, it's very far away from the body.
Yeah, I didn't it was a wayward delivery. It didn't really deserve anything, but more of a hopeful one to try and snuff out the opportunity of a wide, perhaps, Doug, the one that goes over the top of the batsman. These two quite diminutive. Janssen in again, that's popped up high. and it's going to fall safely at a vacant third man region. 4 runs, sir.
Yeah, very, very interesting start to this over. I must say, we were speaking about the slip cordon as we watched the replay over here.
Short, and he's completely mistimed
Just
it.
mistimed it. I
Yeah,
mean,
he's
it wasn't. The shot
no
was
sight
on.
of it, yeah.
Shot was definitely on. That just a bit of mistiming over there. We were speaking about the slip cordon. We've had quite a few drop catches as well in this game, and it seems to be that we are trying
I think
to find
one
the ball.
of the fans is trying to get the ball. There's just a small delay here.
Yeah, but I mean we are in the biosecure bubble, and fans aren't actually able to touch the ball. So the fielders need to do all the running and the jumping over the advertising boards and stuff. Yeah.
And Arvia retrieving the ball finally. I'm sure that the ball will receive a disinfectant, maybe a disinfectant wipe at some point. But Captain Peter Malan just having a conversation with his speedster. The right idea here, he's got to look to be aggressive with his bowling, and what better asset for Marco Jansen than the short-pitched option.
Marco Jansen in.
Oh,
he's had a
it's
bit of a
coming.
slash at it.
The wicket is coming. If you're a South African A fan, you can smell it. Or Prithvi Shaw's going to be proficient here enough that he's going to get runs, because that man that you spoke about at deep point is precisely there for this shot. You'll see the short one again, short and wide, but he's hoping that he wafts at it, and either there's a top edge or something that carries all the way to that man in the deep.
Jansen in again.
He's overpitched.
It's a brilliant stroke through the covers. Very vacant cover region as the ball trickles over the boundary rope. Fantastic shot, just leant into it. And I mean, very elegant shots over there.
Yeah, first boundary in control, you might say, Doug.
Let's phrase it like that.
Definitely control there, but Marco Jansen just erring on his length, and too easy for Prithvi Shaw, a batsman of his quality.
I mean, Prithvi Shaw is one of those batsmen that when he comes off, he really can be such a destructive batsman. And I think that, with this batting partnership, they balance each other so well.
Yes.
Because Shaw is very aggressive by nature. I mean,
Yes.
just by his IPL career and everything, we've seen, what he can do.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that we spoke about the intent. And I think that from an Indian perspective, you'd want to see Prithvi Shaw going in and playing his shots.
Right.
Because he really can take the game away if he comes off.
But it comes at a risk. I think that's the balance you want, and because you have a guy like Priyank Panchal at the other end, it's more, I wouldn't say neutered, that's probably not the right word. We're just seeing Koshile have some challenges with his gloves. It's more of a measured approach to that. So obviously at the end of that Jansen over, he went down to fine leg. I wonder if his brother's giving him a bit of a church there for
You
a
would
couple of
think
wayward
so.
deliveries. Just
Maybe-
twin brother, which is even worse.
Exactly.
It's like,
yeah.
I could do better. Well, I mean, you look the same, but I don't know if that's the case.
Maybe even just a few words of advice. Getting his
Pitch
inputs.
it up. Don't pitch it up. Short or wide. Don't bowl half volleys is probably the standard things. Just some fun between brothers.
Steerman into bowl again.
Oh, he's got
He's
him!
got him!
Yes!
Fantastic
wicket.
delivery.
First wicket, he's been just avoiding that outside edge with the narrowest of margins, but really good stuff from him. He catches the edge, it goes straight through to Kleshile, and South Africa have their breakthrough with just 11 on the board, and it looks like a little bit of a Nelson.
Again, it looks like a bit of indecision over there. I think that he's bowling it at that very probing length where you're asking a lot of questions of the batsman, and fantastic delivery to snick him off over there. And
the comparison has been made between him and Werner Philander fair or unfair, but Vernon Philander would like conditions like these. Overhead, bit of cloud cover, new ball, nipping away. Tell me that's not Vernon Philander.
I find it quite a stretch to make that comparison as Panchal leaves the.
Is it the no balls, Doug? Is that's what puts you? Has that one just left a sour taste in your mouth?
No, look, Steerman has been bowling very, very well, and I felt that with that probing length that he was bowling at, it really. I don't know. If I'm not mistaken, he's also a bit faster than
Yes. Yes.
Steerman very strong in stature and very strong action through the crease. So, yeah, fantastic. He did earn that delivery, and it's the breakthrough that South Africa would have wanted nice and early in the innings.
Yeah, long conversation. You just seen Peter Malan in your shot there. There's a long conversation around field. They're going to persist with the man George Linder. It looks like out there at the deep point region. So you've got Arvia, Hamza, Hendricks at 1, 2, and 3, and Reinhard van Tonder is in the gully region.
Yeah,
he's already had 2 and 2 in this game, Doug. What are the chances of lightning striking twice?
I mean, hopefully no lightning today, because we actually want to see out the day's play.
Touche.
But no, definitely, obviously, always a first-class hat-trick is something that you're always striving for. But, 2 and 2.
Yes, Warren, also on a pair here. Victim to Steerman. That's why I brought up the 2 and 2.
Oh, there we go.
He got Panchal as well in the first innings. He's got Panchal again. He's taking his time is Abhimanyu Iyaswaran.
Maybe trying to throw Steerman off a bit,
Collect his thoughts here. What's the money on the ball coming back into the pads of? There you go.
Oh,
just
he's
too
bold.
much. Just too much.
I mean, we've also seen quite a few wickets in not just in this game, but in the previous game, straying down leg side, just sneaking off on a glance. So I mean, it has been a wicket-taking delivery, but yeah, I don't think he deserved one for that.
Yeah, you just saw that bit of motion from him. He just slaps his thigh. He knows he should have done a lot better. He could so nearly have had Yaswaran for 2 golden ducks. We were asking that question earlier in the game. I think it's Tom Curran who's been victim to that most recently. At least in Test.
Again. Fantastic delivery.
Was there bananas there for lunch in that break? That ball just hooped like a boomerang.
No, definitely. I see a lot in the pitch here for the bowlers. Proper day 4 pitch. And just as we see the replay, just a little bit of nip off the pitch, teasing him. No, fantastic delivery. It's a great start to the spell here from Glenton Steerman.
I think you might have seen my action there from the commentary box up here about the fishing. More of it, please, Glenton. That's why I wanted the man under the helmet. That's exactly the shot that I was hoping for.
I mean,
come on, Tony.
Tony's a fan. He's always under the helmet there. Does he put his hand up, or do you think he's just the assigned?
I think he just waits for Captain Malan to just call for the pot lid.
Yeah, good start here from the South Africans. Lots of pressure, especially from Steerman's end.
More of this stuff if you're a South African fan. This is on its way to a wicket made. And Steerman in again. He just leaves that alone.
Yeah, well left.
Yeah, now you see the slips having a bit of a word there, Doug.
Yeah, we've spoken about it a few times. The camaraderie and stuff between the teams within themselves have great camaraderie, but also it's been competitive banter, if we can put it that way.
Never malicious.
No. I think the games have been played in good spirit, but the odd chirp here and there just to spice things up.
A little bit of salt bear action. Definitely. Steerman, last ball of his second. And it's a wicket maiden.
Oh,
wonderful
brilliant
stuff.
Brilliant
Great over there from Glenton Steerman. He can take a well-deserved rest at fine leg.
Surely he doesn't need a rest after 2 overs, David.
No, but that was a glorious over.
No, definitely.
Enjoy a bit of a break. Stretching out, maybe feeling a little bit of a
I mean,
Bit
if
of a
those were
strain.
his looseners, then I'm quite curious to see what he
He's
can
just
do.
Slightly disappointed with himself. He saw him slap his thigh there again.
Yeah.
Knows he could have done so much better, particularly with the Yaswaran first ball.
India 11 for 1 after the first 3 overs of the innings. It's been very entertaining. I think quite evenly matched, and yeah, obviously the wicket now has put a bit of pressure on India A as Jansen runs in.
Lovely shot, lovely shot. He just gets up on his toes there and just guides that out to Dazorzi at the deep point boundary. Dazorzi now coming in, and likely George Linder's going to have to keep his eye on some things, making sure that there's patrolling on that leg side. He's obviously out for the Steerman over, but now in at that mid-wicket region. 12 for 1. Game poised. Oh, that was a bit of a, I wouldn't say a rip snorter, but it was certainly a steepling bounce there from that delivery. It really just got Yaswaran up and to try and keep that out.
I must say, I find that's the sort of the easiest comparison with regards to that steepling bounce would be to someone like Morne Morkel.
But it has to be the height.
Has to be, yeah, definitely. As he runs in for his second
Again,
delivery.
it's a similar type thing.
Third delivery though.
Yeah, granted, as the target is Nelson, 2-2-2 to win. You see at the bottom of our scorecard that says 234, but obviously the target to remain is double Nelson. But the longer he probes with that line in it, the more uncomfortable Yaswaran gets. He's either got to get out the way, and that's when Jansen will hope to pounce.
Jansen in again. Oh, he's almost played it on. Backward defensive stroke, just dropping. Very, very good bowling from Marco Jansen.
If he can't get out the way, he's got to learn to defend it and be patient. But the risk there, as you just saw, is that if he gets up onto his toes to fend it off, really, he runs a risk of chopping it on.
Look, I mean, the cover region is very vacant at the moment, and you would think that his best bet of getting off of this duck that he's sitting on would be just to push it out into covers, but comes at a risk, as you say. Oh, he's jumped out the way there. Jansen dropping it nice and short. Oh, there's nothing better than a fast bowler, tail up, bowling it in nice and short, just getting the batsman to, veer out the way.
Yeah, definitely. You think of Jacques Callis and the way he used to be dramatic with his ducking out the way of bouncers. I believe the term is oscipulation. to try and get it out the way dramatically, but not the case here for Yaswaran.
Jansen in again. Oh, he's done it again.
Lovely.
Jeez, you'd swear his spine is made of rubber the way he's bending out the way there. Very, very good. Look, good batting on his behalf as well. Just getting out the way. As you said, he needs to get out the way. As the fourth over finishes, we're 12 for 1. Going at 3 and over at the beginning of the innings, and it's been entertaining both ways. From a batting perspective, there's been a few expansive shots, but Steerman and Jansen coming in with a head of steam.
Yeah, that last over from Marco Jansen was pure, just nasty, vitriolic, you could say. Wonderful work from him, but that's the problem, is that you've got Steerman hanging it out there. Driven hard. Malan has to chase this down, but it might run away from the South African captain. He's going to come right to the boundary here to keep it in, and he does. Fantastic work by the skipper. They're going to get 3 for it, but he certainly saved 1. Steerman hands on his face there because he knows that there is always an opportunity for a dismissal as long as there are drives happening. great stuff from Captain Milan to save a certain boundary. And I think with the game where it is, Doug, that every run could be crucial.
Definitely, yeah. Look, I maintain. I mean, 219 runs with the amount of play that we have still in the day it's chaseable. It really is. So I think at this point, whatever we can put on the board as an Indian A batsman is very valuable as Steedman comes in. Backward defense straight through to that Point Gully region.
Short of a length there. So again, really dealing with the barrage here, Yaswaran. He was being bombed from the other end by Marco Janssen, and South African A team obviously seeing perhaps a gap in his skill.
Captain Peter Malan has that cloth tucking out of his pants. What do you reckon that's for? It's clearly not for shining the ball. Steedman coming in again.
Yeah, it's into the body of Yaswaran. He's not enjoying things at the moment. A leering look at Yaswaran there. I wonder if it has anything to do with sweaty hands. Perhaps he gets sweaty hands. Maybe there's a bit of moisture on the ball from it going over the boundary. Maybe there's a moist patch somewhere. I'm not quite sure.
If he was a bowler, I would understand. I mean, he doesn't.
Maybe he's a skipper, rather have it and not need it. I don't know. He's a good leader. Steedman in again, and this is Yaswaran's first run as he's able to jab that away to the offside for one.
This Indian A batting lineup is quite stacked with lots of talent. We've mentioned the stats over the course of the game, and the first class averages of these top order batsmen is highly impressive. And I mean, Yaswaran wouldn't have been too happy, not coming off in 2 innings consecutively. So I do think he'll want to stick around at the crease, grab himself some runs.
Wall there, I'm sure he's got something. No,
sounded like something, but no, clearly not.
Yeah, great delivery again there from Clinton Steedman. You spoke about the averages of this Indian A squad, many of them in the 40s. I think Prithvi Shaw ahead of this series was in the 50s. But is it an indication for selection? Averaging 40 plus in India, particularly because there are generally spin-friendly conditions, and if you're able to master spin, you're able to control spin as a batsman. You might be on your way. Oh, that one just died.
Did it stay a little bit low, that one?
Yeah, I wonder if it's just because conditions are slightly more batting friendly. If you're able to become competent in spin.
I must say, definitely, I do think that plays a massive role in the high averages and stuff. But I do also believe that there's so much depth within the Indian squads.
Sure.
When you look at you could probably make a second team out of India and they'll be a top 5 side.
Sure.
And I do feel that there really is just an abundance of talent that's coming through the ranks, and someone like Panchal, who is a seasoned veteran within the first class
structures.
scene,
He's 100 first class games.
And we haven't. He hasn't really. I mean, has he ever played for the Indian first team?
Yeah, we'll definitely have to have a look for that. But he's
Steedman coming in.
Get a man out of the helmet. Come on, get a man out of the helmet.
Yeah, no, I must say, I mean, he hasn't even got a shout in the Indian first lineup, and I mean, having played so many first class games, you would have thought he would have got that call up, but there's just no space in the team and it's purely because of the depth within the Indian setup.
Yeah, a guy that's averaging mid-40s, you would like him to be able to get a look in. It's just not going his way.
Janssen coming into ball. He's pushed it out into that vacant cover region.
Yeah, it's actually exactly what you called for.
Yeah.
But maybe Iaswaran wasn't too comfortable trying to play that, but Shaw was able to get off strike. 216 runs now to win. But if we just look at the last couple of games for Priyank Panchal, obviously that 96 in the first game here, he came off a duck in Delhi for Gujarat, and then versus Railways, 43 not out. The game before that versus Pradesh, 79, a duck, 66, 2, 134, 2, 28. So
it really is all or
hot
nothing.
and cold. Yeah, pretty much the epitome of hot and cold.
Janssen coming in. I must say, Janssen has looked, relatively tame, other than those really short deliveries. It seems like the Indian batsmen are quite comfortable with the fuller lengths when Janssen is bowling. So, maybe a bit of a shorter pitch strategy from Janssen to grab a stick here.
Yeah, and how they would love to have that second wicket. Just 5 overs gone in this South African attempt to snuff the Indian A team out. I think if Indian A feel pressure, just defended that one and looks for a run, but Shaw loudly shouting to say no, stay there. I feel as though if India A 4, 5, 6 down, that's when they're going to shut up shop. I think they'll shut up shop and then bat for the remainder of the day. I think if then South Africa A will have to toil for their wickets, but if India A get within 150 here, I think they're going to go by T. If they can get within 150, or even maybe not T, not 150, but maybe 100 or less, short ball again.
Yeah, always looking a bit threatening from that shorter delivery, but I mean, Indian batsmen are negating the attack quite well from Marco Janssen's end. Yeah, I think India are in a position where they can chase, but I've mentioned it before, where I think we probably want to get to a position where we can't lose before we go on and try and win the game. So if they can get to T without losing a wicket, then definitely think that there's room for a more aggressive approach after T, as Janssen comes in again.
He is bowling absolute gas. I don't know what he ate for lunch, and then again in the change of innings, but he is bowling so quick. It must be his brother. He's chirping him down there at fine leg. Say, are you done bowling garden backyard cricket balls here? What's going on?
It's always interesting for me with brothers that play cricket together, because you can always tell which brother bowled to which brother when growing up and stuff. I mean, when you look at, we spoke about Morne Morkel earlier, you know that Morne was probably bowling to Albie most of the time.
Yeah. I wonder about batting brothers, though. If I think of like Steve and Mark Waugh, do you think Mark had to bowl to Steve more often, or the inverse, or perhaps the Flower brothers from Zimbabwe?
Steve coming in, grab the edge, the outside of the bat, straight over the slip cordon, and I mean, I don't think South Africa will be too unhappy with that, because you've got him slashing out at a wide one, which you probably should be leaving. We've got the replay going over here.
Yeah, no real footwork. He just stands there and has a bit of a waft.
Couple waft at it, yeah. So no, we were saying, I mean, he's very, very much hands as opposed to the big stride in, like most of your purists will say, in terms of technique, your purists will want that big
ball.
stride.
Yeah, get your foot to the ball. But I think with modern bats, Doug, we've seen that even a simple defensive shot can end up going to the boundary, same as sometimes in those smaller grounds. Oh, he's castled him, bowled him.
Absolute Jaffa of a delivery. Unbelievably bowled. That was brilliant. That's a fast bowler's dream, just having the off stump tumbling out of the ground. What a delivery.
Yeah, it was something similar that we saw during Bjorn Hendricks' short stay at the crease in the first innings, and here he is. It's just one that nips in and squares Shaw up. He's beat him all ends up. I know it's a commentating cliche, but he's absolutely clean him up there. 18 runs for 15 deliveries. Just the 3-4s for sure. India a 2-2 for 2. Double Nelson type. Pseudo double Nelson.
Bit of a stretch, but we got it. We got it.
Superstition must come into play. You've got to use everything that you have. But this Indian A team have lost both of their openers now.
Yeah, Prithvi Shaw, he did look relatively comfortable, and I mean, we've seen that even in the previous innings, he exhibits a type of confidence in his stroke play, and yeah, I think it was just a peach of a delivery to get rid of him.
Yeah, but it was a lot of setup, Doug. I think the away, and then catching that edge earlier in the over. He knew he had him, did Steerman, but he's just got to make sure that he persists. Good to see for young bowlers. They need to know that you have to have a plan. You have to make sure that you are persistent with that plan and back your skills that you've worked on in the nets. Just
Hanuma Vihari, the new man to the crease, and he's got quite a task ahead of him now with those 2 early wickets. You would feel that in the back of his mind will be, do not lose your wicket, and on repeat his coach is telling him, do not lose your wicket, because another wicket could be disastrous for this Indian A side.
Got to be careful with that you don't get too negative. Next thing you say, don't lose your wicket, then your mind thinks, okay, lose your wicket.
No, definitely. And look, these guys, I mean, Vihari's also got a lot of experience, and he's also, even at an international level, he's shown that he's more than capable, and also quite a gritty player, very, very solid in his technique. I must say, personally, I find he's, quite pure in his technique, and Steerman really bowling well at the moment, so it's going to be a good contest.
See Steerman coming very wide of the crease, angling it into the pads of Hanuma Vihari. He was somewhat of a surprise omission, rather, from that squad that is playing against New Zealand, rather being selected for the India A team. Zahir Khan, former India legend, saying that he shouldn't get frustrated, he shouldn't get upset, he should just worry about scoring runs at A level. 12 tests to his name. He's got a high score he's got a test 100 and 4 50s. I mean, averaging 32.8, but still not able to maintain a place.
Steerman coming into bowl, worked off the pads into a sort of a vacant square leg position. Just trickling through for that, trotting through for that single. Look, I think rotational strike for these batsmen is quite important at this point, because it keeps the scoreboard ticking, but it also, instills that little bit of confidence for these Indian A batsmen.
Eases pressure on them. The moment you allow a bowler to bowl at you 4 or 5 deliveries in the over, and that's when things go sideways. If I look at Vihari's last couple of scores in first class cricket, I think we mentioned it, he really hasn't had a good time during the county season for Warwickshire. Oh, that's
nice
so
and
nearly
full, pushed off his pads, and I think this is trickling away to the boundary. Big chase here for Luto Supamla, and Red has won the race. Very good timing on that. I mean, it wasn't an incredibly flashy stroke as we watch the replay. Just worked it off his pads.
Too much on the length.
And you mentioned it with the willows, the bats that they use these days. It's you really don't have to hit it very hard to send it. I was watching the warm-ups yesterday when Sipamla was hitting a few practice shots, and even your pace bowlers have top quality bats these days, right down to number 11, and it's such a pure crack that comes off of the bats these days, and not necessarily even the middle of the bats. It's one long
even
plank.
the edge can go for 6.
Exactly.
You would imagine that gone are the days where the only two shots you could play with the pull and cut. If you tried to drive, it didn't really go anywhere. But bats these days really have good spring in their step, so to speak. But Marco Janssen coming
It's
around
coming
the
around,
wicket.
yeah. Changing that
I'm
angle
wondering
up.
where that man under the lid is.
Janssen coming in. Oh, he's beaten him all ends up. How that has missed everything is beyond me. That's gone straight through between bat and pad over the top of off stump. Oh, that's just, we speak about Jaffers, and that was brilliant.
Glory me. Look
Janssen
at this,
coming
round
in.
the wicket in that angle. Just going into the right hander, cleft him in twain, cut him in half. And good take by Klashile as well, Doug. He really had to move to the left-hand side to get his hands around that delivery.
Yeah, getting a better angle now from the reverse camera. Just check it. Oh, brilliant.
me.
Over middle stump even. Beaten all ends up.
Completely bamboozled him.
Look, Vihari will be counting his blessings after that one. He's still there. Janssen coming in again. Oh, as ball pops up into the fine leg region. Yeah, tails up over here. Maybe even somebody mentioned a leg slip yesterday. Maybe
As
even
a possible opportunity. Yeah.
a leg slip as an option. But yeah, Janssen getting in at the new
There's
man
the
at
call
the
for
crease.
the dome.
There
There's
we
the
go.
call for the dome. You see Tony DeZorzi just walking across your screen. Please bring the helmet, and it's about. I mean, didn't I call it? I feel like
Of course,
I
of course.
called it. I mean,
No, you requested it more than called it.
okay, please.
Yeah,
You're gonna ball left arm around the wicket to a right-hander. You've got to have somebody under the noggin.
and
And there's a bit of a chat here now between Vihari and Sipamla there at the mid-on region. It's getting
umpires
unnecessarily out of hand.
converging
You
on
just
the
see umpire Toma
situation.
there in your screen, but Sipamla having a bit of a word with Vihari.
Was it malicious? Did it look malicious? I don't
know.
know.
I just think it was a bit of a conversation. Lovely stuff.
It provoked a reaction from the umpires though, so I can't imagine it was how you doing.
Yeah, your bat looks really lovely, and I hope you had a delicious lunch. Yeah, not at all, but Zorzi handing over his goggles to George Linder. Man under the helmet now. He's going to be a little bit further back than you would traditionally expect. You just saw him evade your shot there on the left hand side. It's going to go behind square instead of in front of.
Which makes sense, yeah. Well, you were calling for quite an attacking field from Captain Peter Malan. Janssen coming in. Oh, he's dropped it in short.
Thunderbolts.
Exciting times, yeah, for the South Africans. Yeswaran just ducking out the way there.
And
not for the first time either.
And immediately looked at umpire Kuma and he just said, "Everybody calm down. There's a bit of spice to this game.
A bit of
piri piri maybe. some spicy chicken that we've grown to love here, local brand." Bit of fire here. Wide of the crease and in. Oh, lovely line. A little bit straight outside the off stump, and Swan doesn't want to get involved. George Linder coming to chat to Tony DeZorzi, probably about Swaran, while he walks away to reset, to turn off. You can just see that on your screen now. Linder having a lekker kuier with DeZorzi. Bit of a chat there.
Throwing in a bit of colloquial language over there.
Absolutely. Got to educate our friends from around the globe.
Janssen coming in again. He's put it nice and full this time, and comfortable stride forward by Yeswaran, pushing it into that cover region, fielded by Peter Malan, who still has that cloth tucked into his pants, and I have absolutely no idea what that would be for. But yeah, score now 28 for 2 at the moment. What do you make of the start of this innings?
Not at all what I expected. I think we're not over this barrage. You could just see the effort from Marco Janssen really bending his back here with that short delivery. And
I'm a big fan of him with the new ball. It's
hope
been
we
quite
aren't
exciting.
going off here. I think we might well be. Or if not, a drink. It's a drink.
It's
Phew.
a drink. Okay.
I was concerned. I just saw the clouds and I saw umpire Arno Jacobs just signaling something. So he's not going to be that way. Just Hamza just getting in the last touch of the ball. So we'll be back after the drinks break. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, we're back after a short drinks break. Looking forward to the rest of the session, an extended afternoon session because we lost about an hour's play yesterday due to the rain. Joining me in commentary, James. Welcome back,
Doug. Thanks very much. It's great to be here. Pleasure to be at the Mangaung Oval, and on the final afternoon of this 4-day match between SAA and India A. Please tweet us #SS Cricket or #SAAVINDA. We really appreciate the comments that have been coming through on the Twitter feed, as it's Glenton Stearman away from us now. Another
Steedman.
one, yeah.
A little bit
Bad
straight, a little bit
Mm.
straight there. Just quite easily worked into the leg side for a single. Yeah, it's been a very interesting opening spell with Steerman and Janssen coming in. Very different bowlers in what they offer, but I feel that it's a combination that actually works very well together.
Yeah, interesting that South Africa A decided in this innings that they're going to open with Janssen and Steerman instead of opening with Hendricks and Steerman.
Yeah.
We know that Sipamla comes in first change and would expect to see him probably coming on from the Loch Logan end. It depends, they may switch it around. It's going to be interesting to see, but Steerman probably got 2 overs max in this spell.
Steerman not looking happy with batsman pulling out.
Yeah, not sure what's. I think there that Iaswaran something in his eye maybe.
Oh, the bugs, the
Just
local
asking.
bugs coming
Those
in
local-
again.
Those local bugs could be that he is just playing for a bit of time here. My view, Doug, India A don't look like they're going to get these runs.
Steerman coming in. Worked into the leg side.
It's gonna
Timed
go
it
all the
very
way.
well. Trickling to the boundary. Marco Janssen cutting it off just before it reaches the rope. Great fielding in the deep there. Oh, India A considering a fourth run over
yes,
there.
Warren wanting the fourth, I think he would have been struggling. Great arm there from that Dazorzi that was chasing all the way with Janssen out to the boundary. Was that? Trying to see who that was. Looks like Dazorzi.
Yeah.
And great throw in from Dazorzi, but incredible work from Janssen in the deep.
Definitely. I mean, he's just bowled 4 overs now.
Yeah.
And look, these Proteas or the South African players are relatively fit. So Steerman coming in, worked down to the man that we've been speaking about, Marco Janssen. I think in general the fitness levels of the players it is at quite a high level because cricket has become such a sort of demanding game physically, especially for the longer formats.
Well, the fielding, if one compares it to what you would have seen in a first-class match, probably even 30 years ago, certainly before the advent of one-day cricket, is a massive improvement as to what it was.
Steerman coming in, straight down leg side. Oh, you'd have to wonder.
We need to see what the signal is going to be from umpire Uma. I think he's looking at soft signals, leg
There we
buys.
go,
Yes,
leg buy.
it is indeed leg buys. And Janssen, some more work for Janssen. So the attack has been very much into the batters this over so far. Expecting perhaps that the last 2 may be going away from the batter.
Yeah, like you say, very very straight line of attack into the batsman. As we have a look at that one, just going down leg, it's very difficult to tell whether there was any bat, but I think it's a good call by umpire Tulma. Steerman coming in.
That one was the one that went away and picked up by Linda in the covers. As we see Bjorn Hendricks doing a bit of warming up. Luto Sipamla, I haven't seen him warming up yet, Doug. He's in front of us here at mid-on, to the right-hander. He's doing the warming
as
up
you
now.
say that, as you say that, he decides to go and have a bit of a lie down. No, obviously we 8 overs in now, and you would look at your other bowling options as the India A batsmen do look a little more comfortable against Steerman.
Another one coming into the right-hander. So he only bowled one that over. That actually went away from the right-handers, and he will come back down to his position. Fine leg here. So how many results on the table here do you think, Doug, at the moment? I mean, we've got 45 minutes to tea, and then it will be another elongated session potentially until a close at 6 o'clock. We're not going to get anywhere near the 60 overs in that are indicated on the scoreboard.
So I mean, how many results on the table? Look, I think we're set up so. I mean, it's such a tense setup at the moment. I think the most realistic one at this point would probably be a draw.
Yeah.
Because India A will, probably bat out the rest of the day if they can. Janssen comes in, a bit of a missed time there from Swaran catching the inside half of the blade. Yeah, I think that, as I mentioned earlier to David, that, you're playing to get into a position where you can't lose.
Yeah.
And I think the most likely situation is that Yaswaran and Vihari are going to try and stick it out for as long as they can and reassess where they are at tee.
Yeah.
So the most realistic would probably be a draw, but as we watch Janssen come in, also very, very direct in at the batsman, solid defense. Where I think if you had to bet on a team, you would probably leaning towards the South Africans, just because of those two early sticks that they've taken.
So on the win probability meter that we've got here, South Africa showing maybe 42%. There's a 50% chance of a draw.
Oh yeah!
Oh wow!
As Janssen comes in with a short ball, you giving India about 8% chance of winning there. That's
Is that generous?
oh jeez, I wouldn't say that.
I haven't quite thought that one through properly. So probably just look at
Janssen
this one
coming
and,
in. The replay. He's bowled in quite a few of these short ones, and the flexibility of the batsman being tested out.
Excellent technique though there from the batter. If you are a youngster watching this, keep your eye on the ball. Never turn your head away from the ball. Oh, played down into the gully. Great fielding by Buren Hendricks there. Yes, probably probably 25% SAA, maybe a 60% chance of a draw, and then the further 15% maybe to India A. It does depend, as you said, Doug, on what is the situation at T. What are they going to be sitting on? Have they lost any more wickets? What's the runs per over situation in terms of going for the target? Rain is in the air, possibly going to be a potential disruptions in the final session.
Janssen coming in again.
Shot.
Pushed out into that vacant cover region that I've mentioned a few times. Brilliant timing on that, and just trickles away to the boundary. Excellent shot there from Swaran. I was saying that the technique of these two batsmen is very pure, very sound. As we watch the replay, just so solid in his technique over there. Great form. So as you mentioned, so that was the next point I was going to bring up, is the overhead conditions. We would have to consider the fact that there is a lot of cloud cover, so the possibility of bad light affecting play is, as we watch another
look at him
replay.
Leaning into that.
Brilliant
Beautiful,
shot.
isn't he? Just let the ball come onto him. Plenty of pace from Marco Janssen.
Janssen coming in again.
Oh, another big
Solid, very solid in defence. Yeah, so I was saying we would have to consider the overhead conditions, not just from a rain perspective, but just from a bad light perspective as well.
So you can see that there, Doug, just looking over towards the main grandstand, and as we're showing you now on the visuals, those of you that are watching this broadcast from the Mangong Oval, it's quite cloudy, muggy, humidity, not the same kind of cumulonimbus thunderclouds we had yesterday, but
Correct,
chance of rain maybe as the clouds compact later in the afternoon.
Look, I must say, where yesterday we had we'll call it a 45-minute shower. If rain does come in today, I do believe that it will probably stay. It does look very glum and gloomy. It almost feels like we're playing in England.
Yeah, it does, but the heat it is humid. So
very, very humid, yeah. Steerman coming in.
Excellent delivery. This probably be the last over of this spell from Glenton Steerman. He's bowled 5 already, 2 for 22. Outstanding performance from him. He's just flexing that leg a little bit as he comes through. Looking like he needs a bit of a break now.
Yeah, so Steerman does tend to bowl sort of five over spells, 5-6 over spells. If I remember correctly, in the first innings, he'd bowled 6 overs, but then he'd taken 2 wickets at the end of his over. So, you've got to have a hat-trick ball. You've got to keep your head of steam. Steerman coming in for defence.
100% right. Gave him that extra over to see if he couldn't pick up that wicket off the first ball of his 7th over, and then after that came out of the attack at that time. We're expecting to see Luto Sipamla, and perhaps we will see Sipamla from this end, from the Willows end. So it's going to be interesting how they put the changes in. I don't see them stopping with the pace attack with the overhead conditions. George Linder unlikely to get a bowl until much later in the play.
Oh, he's pushed out at it. Just call it a 5th stump line. Brilliant bowling from Glenton Steerman.
Beauty. Another absolute jaffa in that corridor uncertainty outside the off stump, making him play.
That line is just brilliant. Superb from Steerman. If we have a look at it, look, the pitch isn't doing much necessarily, but just grabs a little bit of a... It just moves that very little to beat the outside edge. And yeah, I mean, he's come in with a head of steam. Apart from the no balls that he bowled early on in his spell, he's been, brilliant.
Very good, tight delivery from the South African A paceman. Yeah, he bowled a no ball off his first delivery today in the second innings.
As we see Captain Pieter Malan speaking to umpire Duma.
Maybe about the verbals that are going on. I'm sure there's a lot of chirping out there. We saw a bit earlier on.
Do you think it's maybe the state of play, how tense things are at the moment? That
I think so. I mean, you want to try and get under the skin of somebody as much as you can. Get those batters thinking, oh no, what's going on? Trying desperately for the leg before wicket, and good fielding from Dzorzi at mid-wicket.
Yeah, so I mean, it's not the first time that the umpires have been called into action to just sort of cool the tempers, and I do think, I mean, spending 4 days with anybody is can get on your nerves. So I mean, maybe the 2 teams are starting to get sick of each other and getting a bit tense.
South Africa A pushing to get that victory, which would be very sweet after the draw in the first match. Another great delivery, and just squeezed down. It is going to go, I think, all the way it does, just past Bjorn Hendricks' right hand down to the boundary at third man for 4, takes India to 40 for 2 after 10.
44 for 2, if I can just correct you there.
Thank you very much.
As we watch the replay here, just catching the outside half of the blade. Look, it was relatively, it wasn't really in the air, but yeah, we're gonna get a better view from the front here, as soft hands, just keeping it down enough to avoid getting caught.
Good technique, as we see. That looks like some of the staff that are here from the Free State Cricket Union having ground staff.
Sorry, the ground staff. I think probably just on standby. Obviously, with the overhead conditions, you never know. I mean, the weather down here in Free State is very strange compared to the high felt that I'm used to, and. You mentioned the first game where we had a draw. As we see a change in bowling, surprisingly, Sipamla into the attack before Bjorn Hendricks.
I think Bjorn Hendricks probably will be coming in from the Willows end. It's from the Loch Logan end, Luto Sipamla, and it was a good first delivery from him, and. As we may expect from Luto Sipamla, He has been outstanding all the way through this match so far. As we just say goodbye to Doug for a few moments, and been great to have him here on commentary with us. Doug, part of the production team, in fact our producer for this particular production. Another good delivery from Sipamla, good lines and lengths, and to batsman Swaran as Tsepol joins me in the commentary seat.
Hello, Baloo. Howdy do, James. Good to be here. I'm not going to lie. I'm sad that I didn't get to get my chance with Doug. We've been singing Doug's Buddies all 4 days now, and we're just seeing a replay of that delivery. Luto Sapamla just squaring up Swaran just a little bit.
Good one. It's, the next one going to be away from the right-hander. Just bouncing in front of Dezorzi as it's pummeled into the point area. Good fielding by the Western Province man. Knocking it on slightly, but it's completely understandable. That one hit with a huge amount of power.
Yeah, no, very good shot there from Swaran. And very well fielded from Dezorzi. It just bounced out of his palms there, but it came with power, came with force. And these guys can really send the ball to the boundary.
So, try and just see if Glenn Stearman is off the field now as well. Just taking a bit of a break, perhaps. Another good delivery from Sipamla. What was noticeable in the first innings was that we had a Sipamla who bowled very well to the right-handers and kept it incredibly tight line, which was good to see, and he got the reward for that. So the field for Sipamla, bowling to Vihari is 2 slips a gully, a point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. After that short interlude, good to welcome Doug back here into the commentary box with us. You haven't missed anything, Doug, except for the change of bowling. Luto Sipamla in from the Loch Logan end.
I think all the missing came from your side. Eh?
We missed you. Yeah. So it's going to be Sipamla again from the Loch Logan end. Oh, he has a waft at that one. Vihari outside the off stump. And it's the end of the over. Good first over from Sipamla. Only the 1 run off it and keeping it really tight.
So we watched the replay over there, just dropping it in nice and short. I must say the shorter deliveries have looked quite threatening from the SAA paceman at the start of this innings, and looks like Stearman's actually going to get another over.
He is going to get another over, so 7 in the spell. That it's going to be interesting that they're giving him the extra over. He did show towards the end of the previous over that he was really still on the money, getting that ball working with the batter in terms of getting the ball to maybe come in a little bit and then getting the one to go away.
Stearman coming in again, pushed out into that cover region. Brilliant stroke.
And he leans into the ball so beautifully, Swaran. After that duck in the first innings, he is making the most of his opportunity at the crease at the moment. And that takes the India A team to 49 for 2 in the 13th over. So the scoring rate is good at the moment. And should they bat out the 57 overs that are remaining, should we get them in, then they are actually set fair to potentially win this match.
Definitely, yeah. As we got visuals over here, Jason Smith on the field.
Oh, okay. Oh, I think that was off the hip. We'll see now from umpire Tluma. As a diving stop from Luto Sipamla down the leg side. No soft signal as yet. And no, that one off the bat. So on the bounce to Eshile, I said Sipamla, on the bounce to Eshile.
And that run brings up the 50 run total for India A, coming off 12.2 overs, 76 balls in total with 7 fours, most of them punches through the cover region. Speaking of punches,
yes, that's beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful.
Glorious stroke there from who's it?
Vihari.
Vihari.
Yeah, classic straight drive, just over pitching into the pads, and a player of that quality is definitely not going to miss out on something like that. As we look at it again.
Yeah, I was mentioning that the pure technique that comes with these two batsmen, and that's just point and case.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who needs to make an argument when you can just watch a shot like that?
You're right. I mean, you were talking about that earlier on comms, Doug, just around the experience level, the amount of really good batters that India does have in their stable.
Steerman coming in again. Glanced off the hip.
Down for another boundary, I think. Janssen won't get there, and he just manages to pick it up as it bobbles up into his hand from the boundary rope. So Steerman maybe a bridge too far.
Correct. Yeah, I was going to say. I mean, that 7th over, tiring out a little bit, just straying down leg side here, which he has done a few times. And this one just executes it perfectly there from Vihari to send it down to the fine leg boundary. As we see Sarel Arvius standing, drinking a Powerade, getting a bit of a refresher. Jason Smith, obviously the fielder to come on in his place. Steerman coming in.
Another one that is on the legs, and it's going to be another boundary. That's the third boundary of the over. And so this has been a very expensive over for Steerman and for South Africa A. Run rate climbing to nearly 5 and over now.
If I'm not mistaken, there was also a no ball called. So a bit of a tough over here for Glenton Steerman. As you say, probably 1 over too many. And we're having a look here. Clear daylight there between Boots and Line over there. Yeah.
Second no ball, last ball of the over. And
just left it over there, yeah.
Undoubtedly the last ball. Is it the last ball of his over? No, it's not one to come for the no ball. And so this will, I'm sure, unless he takes a wicket off it, will be the last ball of his spell.
Quite possibly, yes.
Just gone for far too many. Bjorn Hendricks probably coming on from the Willow's end. Luto Sipamla will be expected to keep it tight from the Loch Logan end.
Yeah, so just looking at the game situation there, this over alone has taken such a chunk out of the chase. Steerman coming in for his final delivery on the money there.
Yeah.
And India A, 63 for 2 at the end of the 13th over. Looks like Sarel Arvia coming back onto the field.
And
probably Steerman going off for a bit of a rest after that long spell.
I would think so. Glenton Steerman just maybe given too many overs based on his performance so far with the ball. 7 overs, 2 for 43. That last over really playing havoc with his figures from an economy point of view, as it's going to be Luto Sipamla to continue the attack from the Loch Logan end, as Jason Smith does take up his place at fine leg in place of Glenton Steerman.
Sipamla coming in.
Good delivery again.
Just forcing the batsman into shots, and I must say I haven't seen many wide deliveries. It definitely has been a very channeled bowling attack in that it's been very much on the stumps, 4th stump, 5th stump line.
Yeah.
And even your bounces are very well directed, also very much stump line to get the batsman engaged. And I mean, what more as a captain could you ask from your bowling attack?
Now the captain just needs to put a third slip in.
Well, we've got Björn Hendricks there at a gullyish region. I mean, maybe he can cover that whole ground. You never know.
Maybe he can. You never know. You never know. Maybe he just sticks out a long arm. But that one would have been pummeled through the extra cover area had they had a third slip in place. The length there from Sipamla, not quite what he would be looking for. Just short of length outside that off stump, tempting the batter to play. Let's see if he's able to get the shape coming in and then maybe the shape going out against Iaswaran.
Just left that one. So, yeah, James, tell me your thoughts now going forward, because we've obviously progressed a little bit in the session now, and India A seem to have stabilized a bit. Obviously, Björn Hendricks hasn't had an over yet. He's warming up, getting ready to bowl. I mean, I do believe that India will be quite satisfied with the rebuild, because Yaswaran and Vihari have done a stellar job of sort of anchoring the ship a little bit here.
Oh, another one. Good delivery from Sipamla. Yes, I think that 22 for 2. They would have been feeling as that if another wicket had fallen at that particular point in time, that they would have been in serious trouble. Perhaps the middle to lower middle order being exposed again, although they do have some batters in there that can take the attack to the South African A team. The situation may have changed now with the run rate up higher. You've got some natural stroke players in Kishan and Khan coming in potentially lower down the order.
Sipamla coming in, driven out to the point region, probably not connecting it as well as he would have liked. But yeah, they've plugged that cover region now that I was talking about, and I mean it's all good and well. Obviously, with the new ball, there's movement, and you want to lure the batsman into those strokes. But now I think there are a few too many runs leaking through that region, so just one of our slips coming out into the cover region.
Keep it tight. It's a 41-run partnership. Both batters on 20. Is this level of stability coming back in, and it's been done at a fast rate. 56 overs left in the day. Seriously unlikely we're going to get all of those in.
Sipamla coming in again.
Oh, another good delivery.
Bit of a trademark sweatband that he's got around his forearm.
That is
very Makaya-like. Makaya Ntini, obviously the South African legend that is, as David, our other commentator points out for us. And
he's so from the same one from the Eastern Cape, which is where Makaya Ntini is from, as we see the entire Janssen family now, I think.
Janssen Corner, as we've dubbed it.
And it is going to be, as expected, Björn Hendricks to be coming in from the Willow's End, where we have been stationed for this entire match and the previous match as well. And just a reminder, please tweet us on hashtag SSCricket and hashtag SAAVINDA. Also, please have a look on Twitter under those that hashtag SSCricket for our poll today on who is going to win this particular match. All three results still possible.
Hendricks coming in. He's had quite a few issues with his run up, but it was from the far end, and didn't look too comfortable first ball running in over there. Having a look at the landing, the popping crease over there.
That's right, and maybe we can get a bit more of a close up of that area, which we can show you at soon. But there was you can see there next to the umpire in front on the popping crease there for Björn Hendricks. We'll see where he lands, then we'll talk a bit more about how the ground staff try and fix that.
Hendricks coming in again. It's been worked down to the fine leg boundary to Janssen Corner. and obviously Marco Jansen fielding the ball over there.
So, yes, so it will be the entire Jansen family. I think if we just looking at that down there. Sorry.
Yeah, look, we've been speaking about the pitch now, the last few deliveries. Completely different track to the first game, which was, what would you call it, the proverbial highway.
Yeah, it was. It was a highway, a non-potholed highway.
I don't know, the N1 took a little bit of a detour and ran through the ground onto the pitch.
I think so.
No, this pitch has been a lot more, call it competitive, between bat and ball, and I think that was probably called for after the first game. Hendricks now coming around the wicket.
Yeah, it's much better from Björn Hendricks. Nice line length outside the off stump. That's where he wants to be looking, particularly when you're bowling to a 6-3 offside leg side field. Yes, I think I was missing the point a bit earlier on about the Jansen family, as Marco is talking to the family there around what they'd like on the braaivleis later on today.
For our international viewers, the braaivleis, as James mentions, is oh goodness.
Oh, good one.
I must say, I got quite distracted. I saw a bird fly across the pitch, and I thought that Hendricks had released it as a bit of a comical mishap, but clearly my eyes have deceived me.
It was delivering that one out to the deep point boundary.
Oh no! So braaivleis is the term for our meat that is cooked on the braai, which our international viewers might know as a barbecue or a barbie.
There we go. Yeah, that is the type of line that Hendricks wants to be bowling. Good, sharp fielding from Reynard van Tonder in the gully region there. So, we have two slips, the gully, a man at point, extra cover, mid-off, a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at fine leg. That is Marco Jansen, supported by, 5 members of his family at Jansen corner.
Björn Hendricks coming in again from round the wicket, trying to cramp him up for space. Succeeds to a certain extent, but still very solid defence from Yeswaran.
Far better from Björn Hendricks when he came around the wicket to the right-handed Yeswaran, and the short short of stature Yeswaran, getting on top of that one very nicely.
I found that your shorter players are generally better players of short pitch deliveries, because as a fast bowler you always want to give the short batsman a bit of stick, drop it in shorts, make it a little bit challenging for them. But having faced that their whole careers, your shorter batsmen are much better players of the shorter delivery.
Yeah, they can be very good on the pull and the hook, and they very often, as you say, if they're in the top 4, you're going to get punished by them. That's lovely cricket all round there, just maybe slightly over pitch from Sipamla, driven beautifully by Vihari. That's that sound again of the bats.
Beautiful. And Vihari hasn't really given many chances to the South African A players, and very much doing what he's come out to do. He's come out to steady the ship, and he's always been a solid player, and in terms of, we've mentioned technique and just general Pamela coming in, just general awareness of match awareness, and it's been impressive so far.
No, he has. He's a very competent batsman, a number of test caps under his belt. He certainly in the frame. I know that some of you in the polls, some of you have even been tweeting us on hashtag SS Cricket, just around the fact that you feel that he should be a selection for the India team.
Sapamla coming in again.
So that's 3 deliveries from Sipamla so far that have come into the batter. So one might be expecting him to straighten one outside the off stump now to the right-handed Vihari.
As we see Marco Jansen having a bit of a chat to the non-striker Yeswaran. Hopefully nothing too... it looks very cricket related.
It does, yes, under the watchful ear of umpire Arno Jacobs, standing at the Loch Logan end, who no doubt is aware of on-field banter during his cricketing days.
I'm sure, yes. Sipamla coming in.
Good delivery.
Well, watchful ear? Is it earful? What? A hearful ear? I don't know. Yeah.
Yes, it's not quite the phraseology that one would be used to. We have to sometimes, from time to time, invent stuff in the commentary box. So.
Sapamla has been very economical so far. Has bowled 2.4 overs and just gone for the 1 run.
He did tighten things up quite a lot in the first innings as well. Enabled Glenton Stearman to get the breakthroughs and to just make sure. I mean, one does talk about this quite a bit, and we've been chatting about it. You've been chatting with us about this over the last couple of days, just around how fast bowlers bowl in partnerships. Fast bowlers as a unit, bowlers a unit. The perhaps we can call them the great South African bowling lineup of Steyn, Morkel and Philander.
Sapamla coming in, another dot ball.
Who as a unit were incredible for South Africa when they played together. You had the variation within the attack, even though all 3 of them were in fact right arm over the wicket.
Just having a look now at a few of the, we'll call them spectators. They do look like they probably work around the ground over here, but yeah, I mean, we're all fans of cricket, and you know, it's always good to sit back and just watch a bit of cricket, live cricket especially, having gone through the last 2 years as they have been. And yeah, I must say I'm privileged to have been involved with the professional cricket matches that have gone on, and it's really so nice to be a part of a live production like this, as well as you know, being behind the laptop collecting stats. You know, just being a part of the game. It really is quite special.
So just for some context to those of you who may have tuned in to us a little bit later in this broadcast, I'm here with Doug McLeod-Elliott, who is our producer for this particular production, which is brought to you by CSA. Good delivery from Björn Hendricks, and Doug does a lot of work around the country on the 4-day and domestic cricket in South Africa, and has seen many of these players in action for their what we would call the Division 1 or provincial teams or union teams, and so has much insight into what has been happening on the field of play during the era where there have been no spectators and in fact no people really allowed to get anywhere near the teams.
As we have Björn Hendricks coming in again.
Oh my goodness.
He's had a bit of a drive at that, catching the outside half of the bat and running away to the boundary. And yeah, I mean, that's exactly what the South Africans would have wanted in terms of getting him fishing outside nice and wide.
Yeah.
See a replay.
Just look at that, and he really was reaching for it, wasn't he? Trying to get bat on ball, because the run rate has gone from well over 5 down to about 4 per over. And
I must say, I do see him sort of opening the face of the bat, or is that just on contact?
I think that's on contact, and maybe just as the bat hits the ball, the hands maybe just moving a little bit, not in control of the shot, so not very firm hands because not under his eyes, not able to actually firmly control the shot, not like he would in a drive.
Welcome runs nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. Bjorn Hendricks, this is a good comeback from Bjorn Hendricks in this second innings. His first innings return in his first 4 overs, he went for 23 runs and got the Indian team, helped to get them off to a flyer before they lost that flurry of wickets to go to 76 for 4.
Correct, yes. I must say it has also been a match of swaying momentum. No team has seemed firmly in control for a period longer than 2 sessions.
Right.
And we speak about those bowling partnerships, and I think for the Protea setup, we also trying to find that combination. You mentioned the era of Steyn, Morkel, and Philander, and at the moment it seems like we're still trying to find that combination.
Yeah, so
we're trying to find that combination because we obviously have KG Rabada and Anrich Nokia who are bowling incredibly well these days, and we just don't have that third option.
That's a good. Oh my goodness, that swung in the air away from Ashila as he was diving to his left. But yes, picking up on that, Doug. So Lungi Ngidi is another no ball from South Africa. This time Bjorn Hendricks has bowled one. Glenton Steerman earlier on bowling 2 no balls. But Lungi Ngidi, who would ideally be the third paceman in the sort of the trinity of pacemen that South Africa will be looking at, not necessarily being there. Good delivery. Injuries have been a potential challenge, as well as now more recently has had some illness, but still Lungi Ngidi, one who we would think that South Africans would want to be consistently in there. You look at the no ball again from Hendricks. That's a big one again. Well called.
We got the coaching staff on their laps of honor again, just inspecting the outer areas of the boundary rope. I think with Lungi Ngidi, I mean, obviously very talented cricketer, and he's got a lot to offer the bowling lineup. I just find that, as you mentioned, injuries have really played a big role in holding him back in terms of his international career, and I feel that he's got more than enough to offer.
Yeah.
I just wish that he would play more consistently, and that way I think his game will improve tenfold. But yeah, I do think he's the best third option that we have available in South Africa. But at the same time, we spoke about the Imperial Lions bowling lineup. Just those 4 bowlers in Siboto, Magala, Olafir, Duan Olafir, and Lutho Sapamna.
That's right, the man bowling at the moment.
Correct. Yes, I mean even that quartet could be South Africa's fast bowling lineup.
Well, it's you've got means that the fast bowling stocks from a South African point of view are, the cupboard is not bare by any means. It's very good. If you look at Sipamla coming in now and just the work that he's done clearly on his on making sure he's consistent. Oh, he looks. He is an outstanding young prospect. He's not that old, in his very early 20s, and that you're just learning the fast bowler's art at that age. And he offers something perhaps that, if we look at the South African attack, Ngidi and Nokia both very much. As we look at this one again with the edge into the pad. Yeah, good delivery, just coming into the right-hander. So you feel perhaps that there's a need to have a quicker bowler that is keeping an end quiet?
100% agree with you, and I think Luther Sapamla is just getting better and better as the seasons go on. He's, whereas 2 seasons ago he was probably very loose, and it wasn't as controlled. Obviously, his speedster has always been a speedster. He's had the speed gun in his favor more often than not, and I think that with the as the seasons have progressed, he's learned to control that speed, and he's been very consistent. I mean, he's into his 4th over now, and he's still only conceded 1 run.
Yeah, and this is putting the brakes on any thought perhaps that India A may have had of chasing down the runs with 164 to win off 52 overs. That's beautifully played though through the covers. Fer, I think, is going to cut that off. Reina Fantonda chasing it out to the boundary. Nicely done by the South African fielding duo there of Fantonda and Dazorzi. And as much as you have batting and bowling in partnerships, that was another example of a partnership working for South Africa and fielding very well there in the deep. So
I mean, it's something that's also developed with the game in terms of that fielding out on the boundary rope, the relaying of the ball just to save a few runs. As we speak, the current partnership has just reached its first milestone at 51 runs. It's come off 71 balls as Sapamla comes in and on the money again. And 8 boundaries in this partnership. It really has steadied the ship. As we end the over on 73 for 2. We are getting very close to tea at the moment. An extended session, which should be finishing in the next 4 or 5 minutes, depending on.
So extended session, which saw the end of the South African innings and the India A team coming into bat. Losing both openers reasonably cheaply to a fired-up Glenton Stearman, as India A went to 22 for 2, but these two, Iswaran and Vihari, experienced batter Vihari, who was for long periods of time, in fact for the entire South African second innings, was captain on the field, as Priyank Panchal was injured with that hand injury. They have steadied the ship, as Hendricks is going to try and sink that ship right now.
Oh, beautifully driven down the ground. But Bjorn Hendricks getting a hand on it just to stem the flow over there.
Prevented the boundary, certainly. Peter Milan coming around, the captain coming around to collect the ball. They only take the single. And he'll be bowling this next delivery to Vihari.
Yeah, we spoke about Yaswaran and Vihari's role in this session, and that was just to get through to tea. So these final few deliveries that they face before tea are so vital in continuing their defense of the result. It may only be an SAA versus India A game, but everyone wants to win. You as a sportsman, it's engraved in your training, in your lifestyle, that you just want to win everything. And still a lot on the line, even if it's just pride.
Absolutely. And if you can't win it in the cricket sense on the field, you want to make sure you hold out for a draw. You do not want to lose the match in this and a very competitive game that this one has been. Oh, another very good delivery from Hendricks. In fact, that for me probably one of the pick of what we've seen so far from him outside the off stump. He's just marking his front foot again. He has been worried by the footholes. They were more on when he was bowling over the wicket. Been bowling around the wicket consistently since about halfway through his first over here. But he's been a lot more economical than we have seen him be. His lines and lengths have been very much in the channels he would want.
Agreed, yes. He runs into bowl his ball of the over.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Oh, squares him
Squeezed
up.
away through to the third man region. Yeah, not a pretty looking shot.
No, he squared him up beautifully there. And if there had been just that slight bit more away movement, perhaps, as we look at it again now.
He'll tell you it was intentional, but
No way that was intentional.
Yeah.
From a batter's point of view, great bowling from Björn Hendricks. He's backing up his fellow pacemen here incredibly well for South Africa A, as India now move to 78 for 2, and there will only be 2 more deliveries before the tea interval. Can he make a breakthrough?
Solid in defense.
Yeah.
So as mentioned before, the Indian A batsmen really stepping up over here, doing the job, and probably frustrating the South African bowlers, because they haven't bowled badly at all. It's actually been a very, very good bowling spell, but the defenses of the Indian A batsmen have just been so solid.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much from the India A batters playing loose shots outside the off stump. A lot of leaving, a lot of just trying to get in behind the ball. That's a very good delivery again from Hendricks. Excellent over, and ends a very good spell of 3 overs by the left arm paceman from South Africa A, and that takes us to the tea interval with the score 78 for 2. After 19 overs, the partnership for these two, 50 overs left in the day, which we are definitely not going to get, but still 156 to win. A reassessment at tea, and we're going to enjoy our tea. It's been great having you with me in the commentary box, Doug.
Thanks, James.
And we look forward to chatting to you again over the course of, if not this game, then certainly in the third match next week.
Thanks very much for having me on board here in the comm box. Really have enjoyed the session, and nothing like switching it up a bit just to entertain yourself a little bit. And as we head out to tea, we would like to remind you that the stream is sponsored by the city of Cape Town. Come host your event in Cape Town, world's leading festival and event destination 2020.
Welcome back to the Mangaung Oval here, where we have SAA and India A in the final session of this match. India A need 156 to win with 8 wickets in hand. And I'm sitting here, me being Tepwa Tayala, next to Doug. Doug, it's been an honor to be your buddy, and now it's an honor to be chatting to you.
Yeah, how's it, Seppo? Welcome. Nice rotation through the com box over here.
Oh, you're holding up one end quite
And,
nicely.
taking after these Indian A batsmen who are standing firm in their defence and resolute in their attempt to pull out a draw. I would think at this point probably playing for a draw.
I don't know, 156? Anything's possible if they go into a T20 mode. They have the wickets in hand for that as Sapamla starts us off from the Lach Logan end.
Yeah, I mean, with 156 runs required for victory, I think there's it's going to be a tough chase to score that many runs in in a session as we watch Advia. It was quite comical yesterday, getting his steps in, and now obviously, I mean, I much prefer just sitting in the com box and watching him as opposed to actually doing it.
Sheila didn't seem impressed with that at all.
Supamla coming in after a very impressive opening spell just before tea. He's been extremely economical and very much wicket to wicket bowling. It's been very impressive.
It really has been, and look at that, 4.2 overs, only 4 runs there. And Sadal Advia continuing their jumping jacks, staying active. Kushila just saying, calm down, brother. Take it easy.
Yeah, the slip cordon hasn't been particularly busy this innings. There were one or two that went between the gully region and the two slips, and one that went right over the slip cordon. But yeah, not too much happening on that front as Sipamla comes in and. Is it Vihari on strike? No, Yaswaran pushing it out to the cover region.
Not the most aggressive field here with only 2 slips. One of them being quite active. Even have some visuals here of George Linder. He's also warming up. While what's this crisscross hopscotch?
What's that arcade dance game?
Oh, Dance Revolution.
That's
yes,
the one.
yes, DDR. Yes.
Supamla coming in, flicked off the pads. Bit of a chase here for George Linder. Teasing him to the boundary, and he's reeled it in. Indian A batsman scampering through for a 3rd run.
Oh, a big
Chance of a
appeal.
run out.
Great stuff there from George Linder, turning what looked like it should have been a tough 3 into a very, very tight one. Great throw at the stumps as well.
Yeah, no, excellent fielding out in the deep. Yeah, George Linder. Well, he wanted to warm up, and it looks like he got a few steps in there.
Well, we have some visuals of that. He was comfortably in though, but fantastic throw at the stumps. Making it very easy for Kushila just to catch and stump in a very fluid motion. You love to see that.
Well, James mentioned just before tea how fielding has improved over the last sort of decade of cricket, and there's another perfect example of the commitment and dedication. I mean, every run counts. Cricket has become a game where cutting off that one extra run can make all the difference. As Sipamla comes into his 5th ball of the over.
What do coaches say about fielding? You need to turn 1s into 0s, 2s into 1s, 3s into 2s with some sharp fielding, and George Linder almost turning a comfortable 3 into a wicket.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Vihari and Yaswaran have got their work cut out for them. Going into this final session, we've heard James's view on the state of play. I've also thrown in my 2 cents. Sipamla coming in to bowl his final ball of the over, driven hard. Seems to have caught it on the ankle, very uncomfortable. Ball running away, teasing the fielders, and running away to the boundary. 4 runs.
Unfortunately, that foot out by Sapamla all in vain. Looked like he actually saved some runs there. Hopefully he's not too injured. He was getting up a little gingerly, but he was getting up.
Yeah, he looks alright as he strides out towards the fine leg region. Just watching it as it was driven. Beautiful shot. And yeah, you know what they say, body on the line.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't say I'd want my my fast bowlers trying to stick a leg out at with the ball coming in at them so quickly.
Yeah, no unnecessary risk, one would feel. And we're seeing a bowling change here. George Linder. Wow, tons of marks all over his clothes after that fielding that he did. Or maybe he came here with dirty whites.
Be a man, man.
Be a man.
Yeah, so very interesting bowling change. The quicks were starting to look a little bit flat, but this is final session on a day 4 pitch where you would think that there'd be a bit more purchase for the spinners, and obviously you mentioned the foot marks and just general wear and tear on the pitch as it is now. So very interested to see what Linda can get out of the pitch. Going through the motions, bowling a few warm-up deliveries. Very, I wouldn't say attacking field necessarily, but we do have 3 catches in, one at first slip, one at a sort of extra cover region, but
Short extra
coverish, yeah.
Very close to the strip right next to the one being played on there. We're just seeing Bjorn Hendricks. He's been in a lot of the catching positions here, the left-handed bowler. Expecting his reflexes to be proper.
Well, somebody mentioned early on in the match that it's not often that your fast bowlers find their way into the slip cordon. And George Linder dropping it a little bit short as the ball's been cut out to the deep point region by Yeswaran. And
Leave that Sarel Arvia, I could be wrong. Van Donder, thank you.
yeah, Sarel Arvia, I highly doubt would be out on the fence.
Wait, but he's...
Arvia would be at first slip, is
it's
not?
Hamza. Hamza went with the spinners.
Hamza in at first slip,
Yeah.
okay. Ball cut out into that deep. Is it would deep cover region, or is it in front of square?
I think he seems quite square, so I'd think of it as deep point, and as that one was slashed backwards, just backwards of square. Maybe it is a deep. Nah, it looks like deep point from here.
George Linder coming in to bowl his 4th delivery.
No, not a lot of show of intent here from the Indian team. Doesn't look like they're putting pedal to the metal. Doesn't look like they're going for a winning result here. What do you think, Dougie?
I think that I think this match is very much heading towards a draw at the moment, because I'm sure there would have been intent, as you say, from the Indian A batsman to accelerate. 147 runs to win. They would have to be extremely aggressive to chase that down in this session. And just looking at the overs left in the day, I don't think we'll get through all of them.
49, eh? Shoo.
A lot of overs to get through. Ball being pushed out to that deep point region for the 4th time in the over.
Indians looking happy to just send it to the sweeper on the offside to pick that up there. As you can see, score now 87 for 2. Vihari on 30, Yaswaran on 33. Decent 65-run partnership, but yeah, as you can see, 48 overs left, and as you're saying, Doug, don't think we're going to get through all those overs. Not just because of the expected rain, but the over rate hasn't been very nice, easy on the eye throughout this test match, from both teams, in fact.
100% agree with you there, Tsepo. As we have Luto Sipamla getting ready for another over. 5 overs in. Unfortunately, his last one just a little bit expensive to sort of skyrocket the economy rate that was so good. Oh, catching the inside half of the bat, having a bit of a drive at it, counting his lucky stars there.
A thick inside edge that's going to the man at fine leg at a 45-degree angle, but that's what the bowling team would want to see. They'd be keen for wickets, and they'd be keen to see some drives going forward, show of intent, because that brings the slips into play.
Yeah, as mentioned before, the slip cordon has been relatively inactive, obviously, apart from Sarel Avria's star jumps and dance moves. But in terms of catching, it's been quite an empty innings, as Sipamla bowls it in very straight. As we've seen, the channel of attack has been very straight from the South African quicks in this innings.
Not giving a lot away, the South African bowlers here, quite economical, except for borrowing a few overs, 1 or 2 overs from, I believe it was Glenton Steedman who had that over that was close to 20, maybe even over 20. So we'd be keen to just turn the screws here, put pressure on India, and potentially even get a wicket.
Sipamla coming into bowl. Just dropping it at a very good length. Not much that the Indian batsman can do with that. But at this point, I really don't see the Indians trying to play any expansive shots. I mentioned it once or twice before the tea break. It's getting into a position where you can't lose as opposed to going for the win. And yeah, Indian A batsmen very stoic in their defence. Sipamla coming in, forcing Bihari into a strong forward defensive shot. Still going to town on that ball, trying to get a bit of shine, get whatever. I mean, maybe I was asking David earlier on what that towel is that Captain Peter Malan has stuffed into his pants. I haven't seen him use it for a ball or anything, so.
Usually you do expect that towels would be used to take out the moisture of the ball if it's rained on the surface. You just want to keep the ball as dry as possible so it doesn't get too soft. But not much rain out here. Maybe there was rain yesterday, so maybe the moisture on the field could get on the ball, and they just want to preserve the ball's hardness as long as possible by keeping it dry. But as you said, doesn't look like he's used it, so it doesn't look like the outfield is too wet.
Yeah, overhead conditions suggesting that we will probably play to the end of play today without any weather interruptions. Sipamla coming in, final ball of the over, worked into the leg side, well fielded by George Linder, and that finishes off another very economical over and very well bowled over from Luto Sipamla. 1 run coming from it.
The Indians' intent looks pretty clear here. Doesn't look like they're looking to chase that down in this session. Do you think the South Africans are also just going to put brakes on their wicket chase here? Maybe just settle for the draw. Both teams just say, okay, it's fine.
Do you ever put the brakes on as a bowler? You're always wanting to take wickets, whereas a batsman, there's game situations where you're not forced to, where you actually just don't want to score runs necessarily. Whereas I think bowlers are always looking to take wickets. And so from the South African perspective, they will want to go on the aggressive, because at this point it looks like they're the only ones that can really pull out a win from this current game situation.
8 wickets 1 session as George Linder just pitches that one in straight. 8 wickets there?
Yeah.
Is that a big ask? Ball 22 overs old.
Yeah, we won't be getting any new balls, so we stuck with this one to the end of the match, and that's why you see Captain Peter Malan working so hard to keep the shine on the ball and just get as much purchase as possible.
Yes, Warren looked like he was looking to get forward to George Linder here. We saw Khan really take George Linder to the cleaners yesterday. Maybe Warren trying to do something similar.
Double step forward defense. I'm not too sure that's taking it to the cleaners. Oh, he's gone back and he's trying to cut it, but he's under-edged it down to the third man region. Big scream of no when for the second run.
Hamza did well just to get a hand to that. Could have been a boundary, or could have been more than just the single there. So a very valuable contribution he's made there at the first slip.
Linder coming around the wicket, trying to angle it into the batsman and then get a bit of purchase away from the batsman. Oh, catching the inside half of the bat.
Oh,
definitely asking all the right questions, is he?
A little bit of purchase there, as you were saying. The pitch also in that region looks like it's been roughed up, just on the fourth stump line.
Much more competitive pitch this game than the previous one.
There it is.
Comes down the ground and absolutely bludgeons him over his head. Fantastic shot from Vihari. Sending it over George Linder's head, straight down the ground for 4 runs.
Yes, telling George Linder not to forget his laundry basket here, taking him to the cleaners. Just look at this delivery.
Just coming forward.
Yeah.
Fantastic stroke.
Gets to the pitch of the ball nicely, turns that into a half volley and just punishes it right over the bowler's head.
Captain Peter Milan on retrieval duties, jumping over the advertising boards to get hold of the ball again.
As it should be.
Umpire Kuma having a look at the ball just to check that there's no snags or dents.
A very good looking back foot drive there from Vihari, but finds the man sweeping on the offside. That ends the over. 94 for 2. 47 overs left in the day.
Yeah, the Indian A batsman looking...
95 for 2.
95 for 2, yeah. The Indian A batsman really putting their foot down. This partnership just ever growing, currently on 73 after 2 early wickets in the innings where India would have felt that they were under a bit of pressure, and losing Prithvi Shaw very early on, as well as Panchal. They were 22 for 2 if I remember correctly. But very, very stable partnership at the moment.
Very good looking shot, middle shot there from Vihari, but Dezozi at point picks that up. We have a tweet here from Fake Frenchman, and don't forget you can also tweet us, #SSCricket. Multiple questions in this tweet, so we'll just take them one at a time. The first one being, what are your thoughts of the general health of the SA cricket talent? And as you were saying, Doug, you've been around the block, been covering a few professional games, been covering the domestic scene, and what do you think of the crop of talent on the peripheries of the international setup?
Sapamla coming in. Another solid defensive shot. Yeah, a very interesting question. Thanks very much for the question. Yeah, I mean, I can only go from, my experiences and what I've seen around the country the season, and I don't think there's a shortage of talent. I really believe that, we've got a very good crop of youngsters that are coming through from the age right down, like we've got right from the age of 15 through to 25. That talent pool in that age group is, it's brilliant, and we can see it. Great forward defense in one of our shining stars. Oh, they've grabbed a quick single. Brilliant running.
Cheeky, just catching the South African team on the back foot there, resting on their laurels. No one ready to pick that up there at the pitch, and George Linder looks very disappointed with himself. Feels that there could have been an opportunity there.
How often do you think a single's been taken where the ball hasn't even left the pitch?
Yeah, well, it happens. It happens quite often. Those quick singles and T20s where you just dot it down when you have the outfield spread around. You just dot it down, take a quick single, and bowlers would normally kick the ball to the stumps there. But as I said, South Africans on the back foot. They're not expecting it at all. And yeah, the Indians were sharp, and they've been looking relatively sharp from time to time, or at least on the front foot.
Sapamla coming in.
Shots.
Back of length, and he's cut that through the point region. Splendid shot there from Yeswaran, piercing the gap in the offside there. It's a cracking shot.
Oh, lovely, lovely, lovely. Off the back foot as well. I made it look so easy, just punching it to the offside.
That is the 100 up for the Indian A team. Coming off 146 deliveries with 15 boundaries. Yeah, been a very solid batting performance so far, and very much, we very, all the credit will go to these two batsmen that are in at the moment.
No.
So just going back to the question, we can see that the talent pool is there. And, one of our shining stars in this game, in Marco Jansen, also point in case. I would believe that we've got the talent.
I think it's a no ball. We just
another no ball
from Sapamla. I think that's his first. Correct me if I'm wrong. We'll actually check the score, but he hasn't looked too expensive with the no balls. That's a bit unfortunate. Gonna have to bowl that again. Continue, please, Doug. You're saying.
So. I do believe that we are in a very healthy position in that we have the talent. We just need to make sure that we manage and nurture our talent to get our national side at the levels that we've expected over the last few decades. I do feel that for the last few seasons we've been underperforming, and I don't think it's due to a lack of talent. Our golden age has sort of filtered out, and we're still looking for the replacements to come in and establish themselves in the team and sort of pull South Africa up to that standard that we're so used to. And as I mentioned, I don't believe it's due to a lack of talent. We're just in very much a rebuilding phase at this point.
I definitely have the same feeling about the national setup. The likes of Aiden Markram have been around for a while, have always been earmarked as the future, and only now are we starting to see him actually meet his potential, having a fantastic season as this one pitched in short and sent to the fine leg boundary there. Not a good delivery from Sapamla. He will be very disappointed with that, making it a little bit too easy to get the runs there.
Having a look now as the over finishes 101 for 2, 105 for 2, apologies, and 129 to win. I mean, Tsepo, I don't think that's impossible. I really don't.
Nope, not far from it. The two boundaries in that over taking down the score considerably, and now that will keep the Pieter Malanda, South African A captain, thinking about maybe being a bit more defensive. 45 overs scheduled to be bowled here. Probably won't reach that, but at the same time, still a reachable target.
As you can see, it's 5 minutes to 4 at the Mangaung Oval here in South Africa, and we've still got a lot of play to go. There's about an hour and a half left in the day's play as Vihari punches it down the ground to Captain Pieter Malan for an easy single. So hour and a half's play left.
Anything can happen. Anything can happen. And just continuing the fake Frenchman's tweet, his series of questions, asking furthermore if we're on upward curve or downward curve, considering all the recent CSA drama, and wondering if the grassroots talent pipeline is still healthy. And just as George Linder bowls this ball, blocked out there, a sharp no call from the striker's end. The CSA drama has made things quite complicated, made it very difficult to to? Sorry.
Yeah, look, it's a very difficult question, and I do believe that that's not an answer that we can really give. I do believe that every board, every union, they have their issues, but I think we'll stick to talking about the talent pool, and that's where I was coming from when I said that we have the talent. We're just in a rebuilding phase now, where we need to find the combinations that work. Where we find the the crop of players that are going to turn us into that world-beating team that we know and love. And as the ball's been pushed out to that deep point region, becoming a very common trend here of George Linder's bowling. Yeah, I do think that all teams will go through fluctuations, and from this rebuilding phase, I can definitely see improvements, and I do believe that cricket South Africa in general is very much on an upward curve.
And I was going to say something similar to that after my comment there. Just the fact that you could see with the domestic structure how the whole tournament was restructured, how the franchises were restructured. What Graham Smith said in a press conference leading up to the World Cup was that he wanted to make the pipeline or the streamlined movement for a player, as this played to the man on the offside, the man sweeping there for a single. He wants that to be smooth, so it must be easy for you to go from the South African team to play for South Africa A if you need to catch form, as we have some young players here.
We spoke about our young talent pool.
This is where they start. They see some quality cricket. They believe in themselves and just get themselves into the system. They play for the Colts. Oh, bold all ends up here, unfortunately for the lighty here.
Very, very green pitch out there today.
Yeah, the slope is also looking like it's a bit difficult. The ball rushing him.
I see a change in bowling. We have Björn Hendricks getting ready to bowl from the Willow end.
From the Loch
From
Logan
the
end.
Loch
Logan.
Loch Logan.
Loch Logan.
A bit of a tongue twister there for us.
Like Loch Ness Monster.
Oh, yes. As a Scotsman, you would have thought I would know how to pronounce that. Embarrassing. Yeah, Björn Hendricks coming in, bowling around the wicket. Probably going to try and cramp the batsman for space.
Oh, exactly
fantastic
that.
delivery. Huge appeal.
Oh, that was a big appeal. There was a big
Stands
sound
firm.
there. They're believing that it was an inside edge that Keshile picked up, probably hitting the pad, but we'll maybe have a replay a little bit later, or maybe even thigh pad. Yeah, replay now. Thank you very much. Yeah, thigh pad, definitely hitting the thigh pad. There was a sound there, but a fantastic delivery from Björn Hendricks from the Loch Logan end. He's looked a lot better than the first innings, especially.
Well, I must say, we still, I do feel that there's too many no balls being bowled. It is still that's a basic element of cricket where I feel that our bowlers have gotten into the habit of, in terms of bowling too many no balls, but without those no balls, I do believe that the bowling attack has been quite good. And fantastic delivery again. Hendricks not even looking back in his celebration.
He was convinced. He was very, very convinced. The line was fantastic from the left-handed paceman, but not convinced at all, the umpire.
Few puzzled faces out. Few puzzled faces, but we're having a look over here. It's a good shout. It's a good shout.
If there was DRS here, you'd definitely send that up. I would definitely send it up.
Send it up, yes.
Because I was flush in front of the wickets there, and it didn't seem to strike very high as we look at the replay again. Just want to see if it hits the rolls, where it hits the rolls. It's right next to the roll. He was getting forward, but shoo, a very close call there.
Hendricks coming again.
Oh,
Quick scamper through for a single. Little shy attempt there from Lutu Supamla. Yeah, Björn Hendricks coming in all guns blazing over here, cramping the batsman for space, and yeah, very, very good start here from Hendricks into Yeswaran.
This is a very good over from Björn Hendricks, the best I've seen in this game. Scoring the batsman up first up, 2 LBW appeals. No, sorry, 2 appeals. The first one was an edge appeal, the second an LBW one. Fantastic display.
He's dropped it back of a length there. Vihari getting on top of it. Again, very solid in defence, and I mean, Vihari is very much a seasoned veteran. He's been around and he's played a lot of cricket in his life, and I mean, obviously also has that test experience. He's, I think, played 12 test matches if I'm not mistaken, and yeah, he's been around the block. What are your thoughts on how do you get him out? How do you get him out to the way he's been batting?
That's a very good question. I'll have to think about that for a while. Look at how he got out in the previous innings. It's a bit more difficult now that the ball's 25 overs old.
Another very straight delivery from Björn Hendricks.
You probably just want to rely on what the pace bowlers have been doing. Bowl with a plan. We saw in the last innings the balls that curved in, then the one that curved out. He nicked off to Kashile off the bowling of Janssen.
Spoken like a football fan. Curved in, curved out. We're watching cricket, mate. It's called swing.
Swing. Movements in the air here.
Hendricks in. Final ball of the over.
They're called synonyms, Doug. But there is a bit of late swing there.
So late curve or late swing? I'm not sure.
Why not both?
Björn Hendricks bowling very entertaining over there. India a 110 for 2 after 26 overs. 124 runs still to win. With 43 overs left in the day, it seems highly unlikely. However, it has left us in a very interesting phase of play here, because a few quick wickets from the South African A side could spark a very tense close of play here today.
As we see George Linder, he's at the start of his run-up, and he's actually turning 30 tomorrow. So happy birthday, George, when you watch this tomorrow.
Yeah, happy birthday indeed. Nice round number there, 30.
The big 3-0. Another birthday, Mark Boucher. His birthday's today.
Oh wow!
Saw a lovely replay of a run out that he got where he threw it under his legs against India. I think it was at Centurion. Should go check that out. It's a pretty cool. Is that one blocked out?
Yes, Warren using his feet nicely over here, getting to the pitch of the ball, just giving Linda very little to work with in terms of purchase off the pitch. Rocks back again, sort of back of a length delivery from George Linda. Most of his runs have been out to, or the runs that he's conceded has been out to that deep point region, not giving the batsman anything in terms of leg side deliveries. So very packed offside field.
Now, a clear plan to use his field here, use the protection that he has on the offside, dragging it down, pitching it short and just back of a length, so that batsman can rock back and play those hard shots, but straight to a man, straight to a long man, in fact. Marco Janssen sweeping on. He's not even in his corner. India A sitting on a Nelson at the moment. 111 for 2. after 26 overs.
Surely you don't buy into the superstition.
That's just so fun to say. I mean, we've all said Nelson stuff for a long time.
It's become a part of the game.
Indeed.
It really has. As they get rid of that, I wouldn't call it a monkey on the back, but just getting off that Nelson score. Just checking his spikes is George Linder. Few cases actually of spikes going missing, and just general wear and tear on the spikes.
Interesting stats that you could probably find, that one of our statisticians found before. Follow Chris TB on Twitter, he's quite good. He actually checked how often people actually go out on Nelsons and found out you're more likely to get out in the 160s than you are on a Nelson. As we just see the Ishan Kishan warming up, so he's probably going to come in next to give a little bit of agency there. But we also see Aparajit also has his pads on. Good to have two batsmen padded up. Who do you think is going to come in next, Dougie? Do you believe Kishan with a bit of acceleration? We saw that he had a quick 549 in the first innings. Do you think he'll do it, or Aparajit comes in as said on the scorecard?
I think it very much depends on the Indian A plan. Depends on what they're looking for. If they are looking to accelerate, obviously Ishan Kishan, I mean, his IPL career speaks for itself in terms of what he's capable of. But yeah, I would think that he's probably the favourite to come in next, because if you're India, why not have a bit of a go at it?
As this one clipped through the leg side, just beating the man at mid-wicket. Man at mid-on just fetches that. They take a comfortable 2 to the Indian A team.
Partnership now up to 90. Very, very good partnership here. Steadied the ship. Got rid of those early nerves that would have been brought up through those 2 early wickets in the innings. But since then, they've really given the South Africans very little to work with. The chances that have been created have had to be really good deliveries. So I don't think the South Africans have bowled particularly badly. I just think that these two have really weathered the storm. As there's a drive out to the captain, or the South African A captain.
Now there's a comment here from the production team about Bjorn Hendricks' last over. Just maybe speculating that the South Africans were trying to buy a wicket with their appeals. More often than not, bowlers know what's out, and sometimes they just try to make a really, really convincing appeal to get the umpires going. But not this time. Didn't work for them this time around. The LBW shout looked close.
Hendricks coming in. Very tight line. That fourth stump line, angling the ball back into the batsman. But Vihari staying firm.
You'd hope with close calls that you'd get the benefit of the doubt if you just shout loud enough.
Yeah, a big part of the game these days are things like referrals and reviews, and obviously no referrals in this game. Hendricks coming in.
That was a decent ball. A no ball.
Another no ball. We were talking about the no balls and the problematic nature of them, and it seems to be a trend through South African bowling lineups where no balls are very, very common. Right through from the domestic series as well that I've also been covering. No balls is really it's such a big part of our bowling these days, and I wonder if there is just something fundamental missing there, or if it's really just I don't know, an extra long stride when your tail's up.
A quick single, they scamper through, very well done from Vihari and Swaran there. valuable single that. Now someone needs to explain it to me. Maybe you just missed your run up. You know, you've been running for a while and then you just miscued it a little bit. Why don't just take your run up back? Someone needs to explain to me why not just, you know, move back a little bit, like by one step.
Unfortunately, it's not as easy as that. The coaching manuals will teach you that that's not the way to solve the problem.
Fair enough. Because then you're effectively changing the length of the pitch, I'm assuming, and what could be a good length delivery now because you've taken a step back.
You'll find that you actually end up overstriding.
Interesting.
With when you do move back. Ball's just steered down into towards the third man boundary. Not getting much on it, but just dropping the bat on it and pushing it through that slip and gully region. And if I'm not mistaken, that's half century.
Yes, Warren gets a half century, a very well played half century, converting that.
Very, very well batted from Warren. We've mentioned how solid these two batsmen have been, and well deserved. He's had to work through those early overs where the new ball was hard and zipping around, and they've weathered that storm fantastically as a partnership. And Warren getting a very well earned half ton.
And as you saw there, 50 runs. His 50 runs came off 87 balls. There were 4 boundaries there, going at a strike rate of 58.8. And that ends the 28th over. India A sitting on 118 for 2. Partnership of 96 as well. Another milestone that's not too far away. And 41 overs still scheduled for this day.
Yeah, as you can see, 116 runs to win. Under normal circumstances where overs aren't an issue, it's an easy chase. But there is the element of time pressure and the overhead conditions, as we have mentioned. I can't imagine that light won't be an issue. I do foresee us probably ending the day's play earlier because of light.
Similar to yesterday, as George Linder continues his spell from the Willow's End. This one given a bit of flight, a little bit too full.
Flick through the leg side. Fantastic shot from Vihari. That brings up 100 partnership as well as Vihari's 50.
I think he's on 46. I think he's still 46? On 46, yes.
Oh, apologies from my end. Oh, he was on 42 and then he got the 4. Okay, cool. But 100-run partnership, we've mentioned it many times. Tsepo, how do you break it?
How do you break this partnership? The South Africans seem to have no answer to it. Probably would be relying on the movement of the ball. Then you'd expect, with the overhead conditions, that the pace bowlers would be able to maybe get some sort of purchase. But we haven't seen either Glenton Steedman or Marco Jansen come into the attack of late. And they were probably the most likely to get some wickets today.
Well, by the looks of it, Steedman has come back onto the field now.
He's been on for a while as well, yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, I think running the spin from one end only gives you one fast bowler you can bowl with on the other end. And I think maybe bowling Linda as much as they are is also trying to get through the overs. Trying to get more overs in, more chance of grabbing a stick somewhere.
Rock back did Vihari there, played that straight to the man at mid-on.
George Linder coming in for the 4th delivery of the over. And just pushed out to a backward point region. Yeah, very much offside bowling here from Linder. As soon as he strayed, he was put to the sword and sent to the boundary. But yeah, we've mentioned that stacked offside field. almost a carbon copy there of the previous ball.
Or the previous over as well. Obviously, the tactic being that they want the Indians to play there to the sweeper on the offside. Doesn't look like they're looking for too many wickets here, are the South Africans. 8 wickets in a session. I think they felt that was a feat too big to go for, as this one played very late. Sadal Adver is chasing that. Might just cut it off before it gets to the boundary. Flicks it up to Marco Jansen. Not quite getting that fielding partnership going there. Tag team.
I believe that's the end of the over now, and I believe we're due for a change in commentary at the moment. It's been an honor and a pleasure to join the viewers and the commentary team in the combox. Taking my place will be James, the very knowledgeable and cricket smart commentator. From my side, thanks very much for listening in, and I'm going to tag out. Tsepo.
Awesome. Thank you, Doug. It's been a privilege and an honor, sir. Doug working very hard behind the scenes, and it's about time that the fans heard his voice, a true superstar amongst the team here. We even have a song for him. We always singing Doug's buddies. Always feels good to be one of Doug's buddies. Woo!
Okay, that's quite some action as I sit down in the hot seat here next to you, Tsepo. Björn Hendricks seemed convinced that was an edge, but nobody else seemed very convinced initially.
It looked like Kweshile tried to be convinced with him, and Sadal Adver as well.
Yeah.
Just sort of throwing up in half-hearted appeal. And as mentioned earlier, as someone said here with the team, maybe trying to buy a wicket here, trying to make something happen, trying to generate something. But now it's getting a little bit too obvious, maybe.
Maybe it's 40 overs left potentially in the day. Is how many they're supposed to be bowling? I reckon 25 max. As potential run out there, good fielding in the point region by Tony DeZorzi, and 109 needed off probably, if the weather holds, 25 overs. They will start the last hour at 6 o'clock. I don't think we're going to see more than 10 overs between now and then. We still have a drinks break that we need to have, and one would expect that the South Africans will slow things down. I also don't think we're going to see 15 overs in the last hour, and South Africa will slow it down if they think that India have got a chance of winning this match. And that he'll have to bowl that one again. And put in a huge amount of effort. Björn Hendricks has looked good, hasn't he, Tsepo? Probably one of the better spells he's had in this match. I thought yesterday that he was probably at his best in his second spell.
His performance yesterday left a lot to be desired, giving away way too many runs, as we see a replay of this delivery here. Yeah, I know.
Way over his head.
Way over his head. Didn't even need to try play at that one.
Much better delivery, line and length from Björn Hendricks.
Now, it's not that I feel that Björn Hendricks is a bad bowler and he can't bowl a bad ball, but he hasn't really looked like he's been troubling the batsmen at all, the Indian A batsmen throughout this game. As we see the Indian A batsmen in the dugout, is that I only see one person padded up, and it looks like it's Ishan Kishan. I can't see a Parajit at the bottom, so it seems that Kishan is probably going to be the next one in, which could be a statement of intent if you think about it.
I think it is a statement of intent. The comments that I've seen coming through, talk to you now about that. A couple of comments coming through that I've seen on YouTube indicating perhaps that Ishan Kishan from the Indian subcontinent, indicating that perhaps Kishan should be the next batter in. The conditions overhead looking a little bit threatening. Light rain was forecast for around this time. Hopefully it's not going to happen, because this is set up for what could be an interesting last hour and a half if the weather holds.
Look, we're talking about Ishan Kishan coming in next, but what the South Africans need to do is they need to get a wicket here, and it hasn't looked like it's going to come of anything here. Not really seeing some pressure put on the batsmen here, not seeing control from the bowlers. Bowling some decent lines and lengths from time to time, but not holding it there and not making it difficult to score on a regular basis. And this partnership of 104 doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon. So I'd feel, in my opinion, that India A are currently in the driver's seat.
Well, they are. They're on top, aren't they? Except where, as you say, exactly, they have everything to play for potentially. South Africa A have had those two breakthroughs to get India 22 for 2, but really great rearguard action. I say rearguard action, but almost front foot action from these two, as they did, as they put on over 100. And you see the cloud condition very similar to what it has been for most of the afternoon. Michael Pretorius coming onto the field. We're just looking at the scene in front of us. The clouds becoming a little bit heavier, a little bit of grey, blue sky to the north. But hanging over the ground at the moment is more the grey sky, heavier clouds, and it's going to be Marco Jansen who is going to take over from George Linda at the Willow's End.
Now we're just seeing him warming up here with Michael Pretorius.
Yeah, Pretorius on the field. I'm not sure for whom. Maybe
That's Steedman, Glenton Steedman.
Is it for Steedman? Okay.
Is it?
So yes, I think it is for Steedman.
Because there's Pamela. Yeah, it is Glenton Steedman.
Jansen, who has been the outstanding player for South Africa A in this match. He was really impressive both with bat and with ball. Today in this second innings, no wicket as yet. 5 overs for 16. He's in away from us now from the Willow's End.
Oh, great
fielding. And that is really, really good stuff from tomorrow's birthday boy, George Linda, as he throws himself to his left and gets the applause from his teammates and a slap on the hand as Reynard van Tondreliers, I think, goes across to him.
Yeah, definitely a standout performer for the South African A team. Marco Jansen has been economic, has been pretty convincing and competent with the bats as well.
That's a good delivery outside the off-stump. Still getting some nice bounce there, too.
Definitely. And if there's any bowler that's likely to get a wicket, you'd feel that it would either be Marco Jansen or the bowler that has 2 wickets at the moment, Glenton Steedman. Unfortunately, the latter not on the field at the moment. Yeah,
a little bit worrying from Steedman's point of view. Did look early on in this spell in the second innings to be favouring his side a little bit. Worried perhaps he did stretch a bit, that he might have done some injury there. That's a very good delivery from Jansen. Stays low, but beats the batter outside the off stump. Good work from Eshile behind the stumps to stop that one going through for a boundary.
Now that did stay low, and you'll see in the replay now that it just sneaks under the bat as it goes across to Eshile. Pitched in quite short, but not generating much bounce there, and hopefully the variable bounce could work.
Wicket-keeper not ready, and umpire Uma using all his experience there to stop the bowler from running in. Maybe a little bit hurt his hand a little bit there. Eshile, he looks like he's ready now.
No, that one was a low one. Might have just bounced it, hit his finger.
That's a good delivery outside the line of the off stump. And Janssen has been by far the most economical of the South African bowlers. Even in this particular innings so far, 5.3 overs, only 16 runs. Going at shade under now, 5 and over.
Mashila just
3 and over, sorry.
So Mashila just holding his hand out of the glove, just giving it some time to breathe. It might have been a bit tough there on his hand, but doesn't look too injured. A solid forward defensive shot there from Yaswaran.
Another good delivery from Janssen. He's bowling to a 6-3 offside leg side field. He's got those 2 slips who have been in attendance for the entire South African or India A innings. And Bjorn Hendricks is at gully, George Linder at point, Fantonda at extra cover, Milan mid-off. Mid-on is Michael Pretorius on for Steerman. Mid-wicket, Dezorzi, and down on the boundary at fine leg, Luto Sipamla. Just the final shine of that ball to hopefully get any swing that might be on offer here. Oh, that's a beauty. Oh, yeah.
Really enjoying watching Marco Janssen operate here. An entertaining over as there's a call for drinks from the Indian batsman.
And I think that is going to be drinks, is it? As umpire Uma calls to the dressing room. South African team are getting together. The physio is on the field. The Janssen family still being shown to you there.
In the Janssen corner.
In the Janssen corner, yes. As umpire Steve Harris brings out the refreshments for Uma and Jacobs, as umpire Jacobs taking the light reading.
He's been taking a few light readings throughout the day, and it looks like the players are leaving the field.
I think they're just going
maybe
for
just
the
going for drinks.
Yeah, I think they're going for the drinks. Light doesn't seem to be at this stage as bad as it was yesterday when they went off set.
No, not at all. And we're just seeing Kushile at his mark, just getting some care, some TLC for his hand, probably getting the magic spray.
It's been an interesting session post tea so far. India A have put themselves into a position where they could potentially go for a win should the light and the conditions hold.
Don't forget that this broadcast was brought to you by the City of Cape Town. Come host your event in Cape Town, the world's leading festival and event destination. Björn Hendricks coming in from the Loch Logan end. That ball driven to Marco Jansen to mid on. So James and I, Tepotela, will be taking you through to the end of play right now. India A sitting on 126 for 2. 31 overs have gone. 38 to play in this last session. Unlikely, but we'll see what happens.
Very unlikely. Play will go on until 5, and then will be due for the 15 overs in the last hour, which will be called by the umpires, one would expect, at 5 o'clock. Whether that happens or not is another question, whether we get those overs in.
And don't forget to tweet us, as that one shied in from Tony DeZorzi. Tweet us using the hashtag SAAVINDA or hashtag SSCrickets. We have one here from Arpan, the cricket head, or that's cricket head. Meanwhile, in SA, India A going for the win. Need 108 runs from 38 overs. Hopefully, overs get bowled. Vihari and Eswaran standing tall. What do you think of that? Fair assessment? India going for the win?
They are standing tall. I'm not sure at this stage. They've kept them in the hunt, most certainly. If we were to have play through the 38 overs, I reckon India A would be winning this match. It's still looking like a decent surface to bat on, as well as a decent surface to bowl on. So we've seen this match go one way towards India A, back towards SAA. It's been a really ebbing and flowing match, certainly, and anything could perhaps still happen in this last hour and a half, which we're not going to possibly get that all in, Seppo, with the cloud cover. Rain has been forecast, although fortunately it has stayed away.
And to be fair, what we saw when the rain did come down yesterday, as we see Björn Hendricks coming in now. Oh, lovely drive. Wow.
That is, for me, that's the shot of the day. It is gloriously played on the up, through between extra cover and mid-off. You won't see a better drive than that.
What a way to bring up your half century. A half volley of a delivery. Got the treatment it deserved when Hendricks just missed his length from the middle of the bat. Oh, just stand and deliver. Don't even take the run. You know it's going for a boundary. Vihari sitting on 53 now. Off 80 balls. Just the 9-4s and a strike rate of 66.
Yeah, it's what a great shot to bring up your 50, and just not quite sure now what is in the mind of the Indian batters. I mean, that one was there to be hit, but do they start going for that? That one off the inside edge past the leg stump down to Glenn Steerman, who is on the field now after a fairly lengthy time off the field. Aishile picking that one up from above his head. He got quite a bit of treatment during the drinks break.
Yeah, we saw visuals of him getting the magic spray. Also saw an ice pack. We kept looking and sort of looked like it might have been his thumb, and was speculating that off that Jansen delivery that just stayed low, he might have just injured his finger there.
He might have done, and certainly will be a bit sore.
We're just seeing some Indian fans on Twitter just happy for Vihari to get his half century. We saw, or we heard earlier when Doug and David were doing the D&Ds. Doug and David were doing the commentary that in his last performances he's been on and off, not consistently scoring runs, and that might have lost him his place. 25, 4, 57, 7, 26. So quite sporadic. So yeah, very welcome runs for Vihari.
Yeah, difficult because he's been playing in a lot of T20 cricket of late, and not the ideal preparation for a 4-day series, and not getting too much of looking 50 odd in the first match on a very flat pitch, as Marco Jansen will begin another over from the Willows End here at Mangong Oval. Oh, that is played hard into the offside. Well fielded by Reynard Fantone at extra cover. That was fairly flying to him.
No, that was going, and it was zooming to him. Got his body behind the ball, prevented it from going to the boundary there, but couldn't grab it exactly. So very well done.
37 overs supposed to be left in the day, and were all of those to be bowled, then India A would be in with a very good chance of victory, if not almost certainty.
You'd probably believe that with the wickets that they have in hand. So maybe the name of the game for the South Africans isn't going for wickets, but it's hard to say that when you see the 2 slips and a gully in place. Looks like they still want something out of this.
Well, I think that the task from a South African point of view now is make sure that the runs are not there to be had for India A. So keep it tight, bowl the lines, the lengths you've been bowling that we know from here have worked for both India A and South Africa A in this match, and let's see how they go.
Lovely.
Yeah, that is a line that has been used effectively as a surprise. Nothing short of a length or just slightly shorter than that has worked. The short delivery has worked as a surprise delivery, and then just line and length outside or in and around outside the off stump has been the order of the day for most of the match, and it's been a really good match to watch over
truly.
the 4 days. There's been something in it for everybody, something in it for the bowlers, something in it for the batters if you are getting in. Oh, that is a beauty, a beauty to a man who's set and just gone to his 50, and he just gets beaten all ends up by that one from Janssen.
As the kids would say, sheesh.
Look at that.
Just jagging off the pitch there. Sharp. Looked like it might have bounced off the seam. A little bit of movement. Going across the right hand and then just straightening up. We saw similar wickets fall to deliveries like that from Marco Janssen in the last inning. So good to see this again.
This one just on with the arm into the body of Vihari. The one before, as you said, Seb, you described it so well, just straightening off that length and through to Oshile, who has had a good day, in fact a good match behind the stumps, one feels. He's took one outstanding catch, in fact 2 very good catches in the first innings, one outstanding catch where he was diving to his right, and he has not really put a foot wrong for South Africa A in this match. Increasing his, no doubt, increasing his worth from a South Africa point of view. Oh, that's another beauty! Wow, wow, wow!
Marco Janssen, what are you doing?
Can't play them, can't miss them. I mean, can't hit them, should I say? Can't play them, can't hit them.
This is another level of bowling. Probably expecting it to jag out again. Yep, straightens out once again.
Oh,
Gets Vihari playing at that. Oh,
we
that's
look
exactly
at
what we want.
Ishan Kishan in the dugout. He's got the pads on. He's the man who is nominated, one feels, to come in next ahead of Baba Parajit. He's down to bat at 6, but he's likely to bat at 5. And it is about 18 minutes to 5 here in South Africa. That means it is approximately 8 minutes past 8 in the evening in India, and we are glad that you are watching this broadcast. Oh! So there's something here happening for the South Africans. A lot more chatter in the field after that Marco Janssen over.
Definitely. Batsmen not looking as comfortable as they'd like to, not controlling the innings there. That last delivery not middled, an inside edge onto the pads, as you can see there. So even Bjorn Hendricks now starting to put his hands up. He'll definitely want to get some wickets here. Definitely feels he didn't contribute too much with the bat or the ball. I mean, bat not to be expected, but with the ball left too much to be desired in the previous innings.
So Buren, can he believe? Oh, another good delivery.
Decent.
Jab down into the pitch. Previous one, as was shown quite nicely on the replays that you would have seen, just going off that inside edge. It's been a very good spell the last sort of 2 overs. Coming after that drive through the offside, we had about 12 deliveries now that have kept it really tight for the Indian batters. The last over from Janssen to Vihari could easily have had his wicket, as Janssen we see shining the ball vigorously for his fellow left arm paceman, who's going to run towards us now from the Loch Logan end.
Oh, decent delivery. He's had a good over, has Hendrickson. As you're speaking of his fellow left-handed bowler, wasn't expecting the two left-handers to be working in tandem here. Bowling partnership on either end, both adopting that around the wicket angle.
Yeah.
Bowling at an angle to both the right-hand batsman here.
Tactics here seem to be quite clear from a South Africa A point of view. They've got 2 slips, a gully, point, cover point, extra cover and mid-off. So ring field on the offside. They're going to keep it outside the off stump, either straightening or jagging back in. And they've got him! I think, no, bounced into the ground, my goodness. That was a fang squirt, that one. Into the ground, couldn't see it from this side. Looked like he might have just played early on that one. So, bit of excitement for me.
A definite crowd catch, I don't blame you at all. Very sharp from Buren Hendricks. He looks like he is activated, but we'll just have a replay just to confirm. Yes, very well hit into the ground. Not a bad looking stroke at all. And you can see he just went back into his crease because Hendricks was on it in a flash.
Another good delivery from Buren Hendricks. So he's kept it really tight this over. Nothing for Yaswaran to hit.
A big grunt from Buren as he bowled that delivery there. You can hear he's putting a lot of effort into the end of play here. Really getting maximum focus, showing why he does have that South African contract. He's a contracted player for CSA. And that's what South African fans and fans of cricket would want to see. Just some quality bowling, or at least the cricket players showing their true potential.
As the sun streams out over Mangong Oval.
Looks picturesque on the field here.
Beautiful now here. So we could potentially see play through if it continues to be shining like this. The threat of rain no longer seems to be in the air.
No, not at all.
Beautiful panorama from our cameraman Vihan, who's done such a sterling job over the last 4 days, and showing how picturesque it is here. The tree-lined stadium, a clock tower in the distance at the Loch Logan end, and very informative and well-maintained scoreboard in the distance, which we have used extensively, as Marco Janssen is going to be continuing the attack from the Loch Logan end.
35 overs still left in the day here. Still meant to be played. Hopefully they can get through that now that the cloud cover has dissipated, or is dissipating as we speak. Let me not get ahead of myself.
Another good delivery from Janssen. Just the last couple of overs, very quiet from a batting point of view, not going for anything expansive. Probably realistically, although 35 overs is on the scoreboard, we're probably looking at 20 overs. If we get the last 15 starting with an hour's play left, not sure what the playing conditions are, but we'll wait for the umpire's signal for the last hour to start. Good shot. Not quite getting hold of it, Tanamo Vihari.
And Really enjoying seeing the bowlers operating. Björn Hendricks with a maid in the previous over. Marco Jansen also had quite an eventful over the previous over there, and we saw in the previous game the Luto Sepamla Jansen partnership built the pressure on the Indian team and generated the wicket on what was, let's be honest, a very, very flat pitch. So these are good signs for the South African bowlers.
They are.
No.
One's a lot wider, and but nothing to report. And thank you very much for your tweets. A lovely tweet coming in here from Kartik, who has said to us, this is a really good stream for an A series, good on SuperSport TV and CSA, and has responded to hashtag SAAVINDA. Thank you very much for that tweet. And Sudata indicating that Hanuma Bihari has really come to the fore when his team really needs him. Very interesting tweets coming through here. We'll maybe have a look at a few more of those. Change of line from Marco Jansen over the wicket once again with half of his over left. Good delivery, Tepo, that one.
No, a very good delivery, especially with the change of angle. You'd expect that he'd probably want to go across the right hander, maybe get those slips in play that way. Doesn't look like the ball straightening out as much as it did in the last over, so adopting another ploy here, attempting something new to generate a wicket.
Yeah, 2 slips and a gully waiting for the edge to go through to them. That's, that one. Yeah, another good delivery, just coming into the right-hander and defended into the leg side. Dazorzi's been patrolling that mid-wicket area for most of the innings so far. He picks up again to the captain, Peter Malan, rubbing the ball vigorously to try and keep whatever shine is left on one side of the ball. Oh, that's another one from Jansen. That is short, no chance of a run there for Vihari, and just goes underneath it as one would expect. And gloves coming out, and possibly instructions also coming out, considering that we only had the drinks break about 10 minutes ago, when you think they probably could have got some new gloves. It is interesting to see how many breaks we've actually had in this match for this type of thing. And we have Yaswaran taking a drink there, so another drink as well for the his batting partner Vihari.
We're just seeing shots here as Michal Pretorius enters your screen. He's come on for Sadal Arvia.
Okay.
So the local boy getting a run out here.
Possibly a comfort break for Ervia as Reynald van Tonder comes into first slip, where Ervia, the position Ervia has vacated. Michel Pretorius goes into the covers. So 2 slips and a gully for the next over, starting from Björn Hendricks. And, just another 2 or 3 minutes there between overs taken out of the game, which means that the India A team will have less time to actually and less overs to actually chase these runs. There are only 8 minutes till the top of the hour, potentially 2 or 3 overs before we start the final hour.
Björn Hendricks at the top of his mark for quite some time there, not doing any favours to the over rate. The South Africans in no rush to get the balls, to get the game going.
Yeah. And one doesn't expect them to be in a rush. Indian batsmen only 2 or 3 overs after the drinks break, deciding they needed to change their gloves and have a drink. That doesn't seem to me to be the actions of a team intent on chasing this target. So not expecting any fireworks from the Indian team at this stage. More consolidation, playing out for a certain draw in this instance.
Back of the
beautifully played off the back foot. Lovely back foot drive. And that is going to be just a long walk to the boundary or jog, should I say, to the boundary for Tony De Zorzi. He's also not in too much of a hurry, and will then be tossing that one in via Michael Pretorius to the bowler Hendricks.
What a shot there, just leaning back.
Beautiful. Look at the technique there. Just right, his eyes right over the ball, head right over the ball as he played that shot into the offside for the boundary. 136 for 2 in the 36th over. Solid as Hendricks pulls up there. Was that again from the landing zone? That's it's pulled up, hurting with that front foot of his. I think he's complaining again. That landing zone is doing some gardening work on with his boots there.
Hendricks has been struggling on that end for a while. We saw something similar yesterday. Not comfortable bowling from that end.
So 98 to win for the boundary earlier in that over, taking the target just under the 100 mark as the partnership grows here to 114. India A was struggling at 22 for 2, but Iyaswaran and Vihari have performed incredibly well. I think they're going to be turning and rushing for the 2 here. It's easily on as Steerman comes up from fine leg and tosses it in to keeper Koshile.
Turning into expensive over here. Already 7 off it.
And this may well be the last in this spell, you feel, from Björn Hendricks. I'm not sure if Glenton Steerman is up to bowl again.
I don't see why not. The South Africans' only wicket take. We saw that last delivery there, just erring too close to the body, and very easy for the batsman Vihari just to hit it to the very vacant leg side region here, especially in short.
Yeah, and it's 2 leg side again from Hendricks. He's gone too straight after being punished through the offside. Once again, a single taken too easy for the batters in this instance. This over so far has gone for 7 or it has gone for 7 runs.
Eight now.
8 now.
Yeah.
My goodness, expensive over so far, and probably his last in this spell. Janssen been bowling very economically from the Willows end.
Now, unfortunately for Björn Hendricks, was looking very good in the previous over, but this over just conceding way too many runs here. Maybe bowling 1 over too many.
Maybe that's a much better line, a much better length, and ends the over for the South African team. That's 36 overs gone. There are supposed to be 33 overs left in the day. Unlikely we will get all of those. The clock ticks over to 4 minutes to 5 o'clock here at the Mangong Oval in Bloemfontein. Is what are we watching?
Oh, we're snitching on the boy that was playing cricket here. Unfortunately, this one going over the fence, probably going for an edge and out, and had to go fetch that on the field. Thanks, Dad, for all the assistance.
6 now.
I was unfortunate. Definitely has to take off the gloves for that now.
Great work there, Vian. Once again, great work from our camera team. And just to remind you that this production coming to you from Cricket South Africa, and our production team here, our producer is Doug McLeod Elliott, executive producer Johan van der Merwe, and scorer Elliott, who Dipulo, who has been with us for this time, and Vian Duplessis on camera.
What?
Jeez.
What on earth happened there? It looked like it was going to crash into the off stump.
Whoa.
somehow got under the bat without touching it. Goodness gracious, a Jaffa if I've ever seen
Here
one.
we go. Let's look at it again.
Oh my word.
Oh, was that a coat of varnish away?
Phew.
Or did it go through the stumps?
Kitten's whisker, somehow missing the off stump and the edge of the bat. Yo, if you saw this on VAR, on DRS rather,
Wow.
you'd think that there'd be impact without Snicker.
Oh,
wow.
that must have hurt. Up into the arm of the batter, Viari. Marco Janssen is not giving up the fight here for South Africa A. He has been venomous.
This is some threatening bowling. This is scary bowling here. Almost losing a wicket. And then almost losing like a funny bow, not losing a funny bow. But
Definitely. That was a very good delivery from the young fast bowler, 21 years of age. A hugely exciting prospect for South Africa in the future.
MKR Cricket said on Twitter that Janssen is good. They need to get him in the team, replying to CSA or speaking to CSA. And I don't blame them for having that comment. He's having a fantastic display here of bowling.
He is indeed, and some other good comments coming through around the potential selection of Janssen for the South African squad. We look at this one again, that one in, and oh my goodness, what did that miss? How did that miss?
Yeah, somehow it missed everything, James.
Oh,
what?
Oh, my good. Wow.
James, are you
Wow.
okay, my friend?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need a 10-minute break now for the. But that's beauty. This is tremendous bowling from Janssen. He deserves a wicket.
Oh, certainly does. Harrowing bowling here from Marco Janssen. Just look at that angling in once again. Just beating the outside edge of the bat and the off stump. This is class bowling. This is new ball bowling with a ball that's 36 overs old.
Holding its line beautifully,
Wow.
straightening outside the off stump.
Oh, you can't be serious.
Another one now. Wow.
A hat-trick
3
of
in
Jaffas.
over. Wow. That is
Woo.
sure.
Woo. Heat. This is heat.
Yeah, so some very interesting comments here coming through. Let's just looking at that one again as well. Wow.
Was that a replay of the last ball?
carbon copy deliveries as we see future Protea here in the making, playing the ball, and I don't know where that one went. No, it still has to retrieve that one. We see Janssen in yet again. Oh, in behind this one. This has been an outstanding over. You are not going to see a better over of fast bowling than that, and he should be receiving much praise and congratulations from his teammates. The only thing he didn't get in that over was a wicket.
That was an absolutely class display from Marco Janssen. Definitely getting the selector's eyes on him here after an over like that. Right now, India's sitting on 140 for 2. Sorry about that.
Tsepo makes a note that he needs to go in and make sure he sees what happened during the 9th over of Janssen's performance in the second innings. We keep an eye on the scoreboard and the permutations for India A. I haven't seen the signal from the umpires. I think he's on the walkie-talkie to umpire Harris, perhaps the third umpire. Umpire Uma there just on the walkie-talkie, not knowing whether we have 5 overs left. So 5 overs left, whether we have the final hour. It's upon us, but 32 overs left potentially in the day's play. 6 o'clock is the scheduled close, or the last will be the scheduled close, because of the extra half hour that was given for the game to go on this morning. 6.5 hours plus another half an hour. So we'll wait and see what transpires here. Unlikely to get in the 32 overs that are left.
Glenton Steedman back into the attack. As this one just goes down the leg side.
Great take from Koshile down the leg side, diving to his left. Steerman, who hasn't been operating at all from the Loch Logan end in this particular innings, has been the wicket taker and the destroyer in chief when India A fell to 22 for 2.
Oh no, definitely chief wicket taker. It would be good to see both Glenton Steedman and Marco Jansen operating on either ends of the pitch. We saw the pressure that Jansen put from the Willows end.
That's a very good delivery from Steerman, as we have YV sending in a tweet to us and saying what a gem Jansen is. Can't wait to see him breathe fire in Wanderers. So we're all hoping as well, YV, that the series between SA and India is going to go ahead. CSA issuing an official statement just in terms of their readiness to host the series. It was came through yesterday just in terms of the biosecure environments, possibly in response to some speculation in the media in India regarding the tour. It has been this period of play at Tsepo where we've seen Jansen steaming in. We've also seen the youngster on the side here steaming in to bowl to his dad, and his dad taking a couple of runs there perhaps as we watch Stearman coming towards us now. Not a bad delivery. Immediately Stearman creating a little bit more pressure, getting the ball in the right zones. Probably the best two batters for South Africa, best two bowlers for South Africa in play at the moment.
Glenton Steedman in his last over was a little bit expensive, so tends to operate best when he's fresh, and he's had ample time to freshen up now.
Yeah, recovery period for him between the 14th over and the 38th over.
Sure.
So a good chance for him to rest and just make sure he's ready to steam in again, which he is doing from the Loch Logan end, the last throw of the dice for South Africa A, as we see some blacksmith lapwings coming down to rest in front of us here at the Willows end.
Ooh, for those of you like me who don't know what James is talking about, that's a bird.
It is indeed.
A dangerous bird. Looks like one of those birds that if you're close to their eggs, bro, they'll smack you. They will smack you.
Well, it's certainly of the same type. So the ones you are referring to are most definitely not happy for you to get anywhere near those prized possessions they have.
There they are. There they are. I've seen these types of bird many a time in my primary school cricketing days, going from fine leg to fine leg and making a friend there in the deep, or it could be an enemy. Don't get too close.
No, certainly you do not want to be fielding too close to these chaps, and we will see, just spending some time here checking out the lush turf that we have here at the Mangong Oval. It's been a beautiful setting for cricket over the last 4 days, and fortunately only the one rain interruption, which has no doubt assisted in getting the worm population closer to the top of the field for these these lapwings to come in and decide to have some afternoon snack, as Jansen will continue from the Willows end here at the Mangong Oval.
And speaking of Jansen, we have a tweet.
Oh, another good short delivery.
A tweet in reply to some Jansen praise, asking, would you rather have Jansen or Duan Olivier in your test team after Duan Olivier has recently made himself available for the South African side, or at least available for selection?
Yes.
After taking a cold pack and expressing interest to get UK citizenship to play
Yes.
for England.
I mean, what I would say about that, ever being the fence sitter, I'll tell you now. Oh, that is pummeled through the offside backward point, and God had time to describe the shot before it clattered into the advertising hoardings. Glorious to a short-pitched delivery from Janssen. Just a bit of width here. You can see it now.
Absolutely spanked that. Throwing something away, sending it, giving it the treatment. Janssen just pitching it in a little bit too short.
Yeah,
and
short
it sat up
wide.
very, very nicely for Swaran to just dispatch that on the offside.
It did indeed. So umpire Arno Jacobs got the sun in his eyes there. He's going to be moving to the point area so that he can keep an eye on the proceedings there in front of him, make sure that he's ready to give any potential decision on a run out. Janssen is shining the ball vigorously in front of us. You can't see him in shot at the moment. He's away from us again. It's another good delivery. This one is short of a length as well, but into the body more than the last one, which went away from the batter. He was able to get it through the vacant point region. So the permutations, 90 to win for India A. We would expect with 50 minutes, we believe 50 minutes to play, no more than at the current or the over rates that we've seen across the course of the match, that we're going to get in possibly 10 overs, because we've been averaging 12 overs an hour. That's a simple calculation.
Smooth.
Five minutes per over, and that means if 10 overs are left, it's 9 runs an over to win.
Some quick math there from James King. Thank you very much.
Yes, it's so it looks unfortunate that the time we lost last night is potentially going to give us make this match not go to a conclusion.
Yet another bird there.
Oh, what are we looking at there? Let me see.
You must tell us, James, because if I say something...
It's an Indian miner. That's a
Don't-
common miner.
Oh, I was about to say,
Yes.
don't they have different names now? Can't say
They may
Indian
well
miner.
can't say he's a common miner. Sorry, you're right. Used to be called an Indian miner. Apologies.
Big appeal here as that goes down the leg side. But umpire Kuma is not interested at all. Probably clipping the pads as it went through there. The sound that the Sheila heard.
Yes, I think so. Not for the first time in this match, umpire Uma not interested in an appeal. South Africa A looks like there's very quiet here at the moment on the field. Umpire Harris waiting on the boundary for the end of this over, which is 1 ball away. Going to be going out. One wonders, it's going to be an instruction potentially around what is happening with play.
Oh, wow. Short pitch delivery there, not getting too much bounce. Could have almost had a body before wicket there, but that ends the 38th over, the 39th over, 144 for 2.
Umpire Harris is giving a new set of glasses to umpire. What was that? To umpire Jacobs.
No, it's Kuma.
We're just having a look there at what's happening on the field. Drinks, some refreshments coming out for the India batters yet again.
Every single opportunity to take a drink has been taken here. I need to stay hydrated.
So maybe umpire Uma just changing his sunglasses for normal glasses. Not quite sure. Probably changing normal glasses for sunglasses.
A discussion being had between umpire Jacobs, Arvia, Malan and Van Tonder. Could be trying to find out how many overs are left, asking them to up the over rate to get as much play in as possible. Mr. A on Twitter says that they hope, or he hopes, that the light stays. He believes that we can chase this, and by we, I'm assuming he's talking about India A. Safe to assume that, since they are
would be
chasing.
So time here in South Africa, the Mangong Oval is 13 minutes past 5. That means in India it is currently 8:43 in the evening.
Oh,
That one's played past Gully, and it's going to race down to the boundary for 4. And a full go at that one, Vihari, and no way that anybody was going to get anywhere near to that. Umpire Harris will just have a look at that shot again. It's beautifully played from outside the off stump. It just goes back with the trigger movement and waiting for it, and just plays it off the front foot. Beautiful poise, balance, and through the offside for 4.
I'm trying to figure out if that was a very, very thick outside edge, or if the face of the bat was opened just to beat or to bisect the men at gully and point.
Yeah, it looked to me, Tsepo, like fully intended to play that into that region, as we have Tony Dezorzi taking up position now at a deep backward point.
Oh, big appeal here, or just an appeal.
Yes, just,
from Glenton Steedman. That was probably in desperation, but beating the inside edge, beating the stumps.
Beating everything by, it seemed like 6 inches on each side, 6 inches off the inside edge and 6 inches outside the off stump. It was, let's have a look at that one again.
Very little footwork there from the Indian batsman, from Vihari. Thank you for rocking and rolling. That's yes,
that was great. It was
actually not too far away from that inside edge.
Yeah, it wasn't too far. That is edge this time, straight to Ervia at first slip, picked it up well, bounced twice before it got to him. It's going at it hard, that Vihari.
No, definitely pedal to the metal here.
Yeah.
Probably believing that there's not too much time left in the day.
No.
Leave only 15 minutes.
No,
we might be going all the way to 6.
To 6 o'clock. They can do to 5:30, and then there was the standard play was going to go on to 5:30, and then the extra half an hour they can take. So as we see Sarl Ervia coming down to a fly third man here, Hamza moves to it between first and second slip. So another go. That is driven beautifully through the covers, but I think Dezorzi is going to cut it off. He does. They're through for 2. Easily gets around to field that one. Dezorzi, and it's 2 more to the total. India need 80. Is that 84 to win now? Is it 86? 84. It is 84 to win. And 150 comes up on the board. Take us through those numbers, Tsepo.
Yes, as you can see, 245 balls it took. There were 21 boundaries there, as we're just looking at the shot that went to the offside. They did middle it, but Dezorzi did well to sweep there. So lots of defensive positions here, taking out one of the slips, sending them down to third man. Don't want to concede any boundaries there.
Doesn't he look good when he goes down on that knee and plays it through the offside? It's glorious cover driving we've seen from Hanuma Vihari. Yeah, we agree with Yanis. A tweet coming through on hashtag #SSCricket. As we watch that again, just classic right hand middle order batter, top batter is Vihari, just getting down on that knee, playing it through the offside.
Solid front foot block there to Reinhard van Donner, fielding at the cover, in the covers.
I love the way you're rolling those R's there, Tsepo.
Wanneer jy Afrikaans praat, moet jy jou R rol, my broer.
Yeah, very good. Reinhard van Donner, you got that off pat there. It's excellent stuff from my fellow commentator, Tsepo Taela. It's been a pleasure bringing this 4-day game to you here from the Mangong Oval.
You can
a lot
just
of
see
chats out there.
now umpires calling for the footmarks to just be maintained once again by the ground staff, getting the railroad track to make sure that our track is well maintained.
Yes, that's definitely the intent here, to keep the bowlers safe.
There's a little game of catch happening there.
That looks like that is
An American football
Dwayne
ball.
Dwayne Jansen playing there with the American football, throwing left hand. So twin brother of Marco Jansen.
The old pigskin, as they like to call it.
Oh dear.
Some gridiron gold.
There's some Tom Brady on the banks there, as we so looking very good there on the side. Jansen in two, right-handed Vihari. It's played nicely out to the offside. Fantona patrolling the covers. He looks so good though with the frisbee in his hand there, don't you think?
Oh no, he definitely does. As we saw the South African team doing warm-ups, playing ultimate frisbee, a sport that I'm very familiar with, yet another American sport, and a good way to warm up, a good alternative to football that's usually played. The amount of injuries we've seen in warm-ups, especially from the England team, makes it quite a dangerous sport to play while you're warming up.
That's going to go all the way to the boundary. Not able to get his line right, adjusting to over the wicket. Jansen, he looks quite disconsolate as he checks out his foot mark, the landing mark there, where he's landing, but really well played down the leg side.
Yeah, he'll be very disappointed with that delivery. That was going down the leg side, probably not even hitting the body of the batsman at all, and it was very easy for them to just find the middle of the bat and send it racing down to the not vacant fine leg region, but it is vacant because the man at fine leg isn't so fine, that a 45 degree angle.
More, as you say, more to long leg than a fine leg, and that just raced down to fine leg for 4. That's much better line into the body of a Vihari, and nothing more he can do than defend into the pitch. 79 to win for India A. 29 overs are supposed to be left in the day, but it seems unlikely with the light situation that we'll get play past 6 o'clock here in Bloemfontein. Just a little bit of cloud cover that's come back, but it's been a glorious day.
It has been a glorious day for cricket, James. I cannot agree more. There were threats of rain. We're expecting rain to come at this time.
Oh! Oh dear. We've got that all going in unison there, Tepo.
When you see what we see,
wow.
How could you not?
No, it's been
Yeah.
Ishan Porel, Marco Jansen, outstanding in this match.
Have been absolutely outstanding, and coming from around the wicket has really been good for the left-hander today. We're just going to see that again, straightening out again. And I don't know why he went over the wicket, maybe trying to extract a new angle, but
another very good delivery.
No.
Oh, that was a glorious bouncer to Vihari. But if we look at this one again, hopefully you'll see the technique from the batter. Outstanding technique from Vihari. Just to sway out of the way, keep his gloves as low as he could with a really difficult delivery. Just look at that, maybe his gloves slightly high, but swaying out of the way, trying to get out of the way of that, keeping his eye on the ball, not turning into the ball and into the delivery. We've seen a couple of batters, maybe not at this level, but at junior levels, dropping their head into the ball, taking the eye off the ball.
Oh! Look, James, what I saw in the replay was, I saw that Vihari was trying to play a shot there. I just mistimed because he wasn't getting his hands out the way necessarily. But once again, another very close delivery that could have caught the edge.
Absolutely could have caught the edge as the Transnet sponsored piece of equipment comes out here. Transnet being the state-owned the rail network here in South Africa. It is very innovative piece of equipment there as umpire Jacobs does the light meter check once again. So
That looks good.
it's busy at the moment, umpire Jacobs, checking the light meter, getting the stamper in the right position. Possibly even pick up that stamping on the effects mic. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if you can. We can hear it from here.
I can feel it in my feet, James. Just faintly, but it's there.
The sound of distant thunder, Tsepo, maybe. Dear. It's,
Doof, doof.
yes, we have some musical accompaniment. We have the beat to match it.
The
on
doof
far
doofs.
side. The
Yes,
doof doofs,
yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah. And so
That's what drummers like to call for on the floor. It's just doof.
There
doof,
we go.
Doof,
We've
doof,
got
doof,
it all.
doof.
and Bloemfontein has been a wonderful venue to host this series. As we see, just looking at the situation and from a match point of view, that we have 79 to win for India. Supposedly 28 overs left in the day, but it seems highly unlikely that this match, which has been so entertaining for the 4 days, is going to reach a result. Just showing you the scoreboard there, 155 for 2. Great partnership, the best of the match, 133 between Iyaswaran and Vihari. And it's come in the final innings, which just seems really unusual.
Yeah, and as you can see, 28 overs left here, so you'd feel that the South Africans also don't. After watching Marco Jansen's over, you'd actually believe that they'd probably be looking for wickets. But other than that, no one really threatening the Indian batsmen in the early stages of this partnership. The last time we saw wickets was Glenton Steedman doing very, very well at the beginning of the innings.
And whilst we would have thought Marco Jansen, we believe, certainly deserved a wicket. Bowling in his 9th over was quite outstanding.
We're just
love
getting
that one.
visuals of Sarl Twinkletoes Arvia over
He's
here.
playing a match there on the guard. He's just stretching.
He is actually. This is Twinkletoes.
Just twinkle toes, yes.
Doing a good move for you to do with drink in hand if you are going out on a night in the town. You don't want to do anything too fancy, just
Oh dear. So,
and making sure that he's limbered up as well.
yeah, I want to definitely read this tweet. In fact, I'm going to ask you to read the tweet at the end of this over, Tsepo, from Leah. Oh, good delivery from Stearman. So, Stearman's impressed you in this particular match. Tsepo's bowling has really been a step above where it was in the first match. Understandably, pitch was very flat, first match, but in this match he's certainly come to the fore.
And Stearman has done well, and he'd want to impress after his performance in the first test, not getting any wickets. It was a road though.
It's down the leg side. Iyaswaran is really upset with himself for not cashing in on that. He's on a very well played 55, but of late has been overtaken by his batting partner Vihari, 72. But Iyaswaran actually got to his 50 before Vihari, but Vihari has been playing some beautiful cover drives, possibly stealing or taking the strike a lot from Iyaswaran in the last period. I bowled him, has he?
No.
Has he bowled him? No.
No. Wait. He has. No.
Yes, he has. He has.
He's
bowled
got him.
He has
Glenton
bowled him.
Steedman strikes
Top
again.
Off stump. A beautiful delivery. Beautiful delivery coming into the right-hander, and Iyaswaran, who has been not getting much of the strike, been a little bit bogged down, has to make his way. Bowled by Stearman, who gets his 3rd wicket of this particular innings.
Iyaswaran getting 55 off 117, 7 boundaries in that innings, and a broken partnership. The partnership that looked unbreakable for most of this innings.
Did 133 for that 3rd wicket between Iyaswaran and the impressive Vihari, Hanuma Vihari, and the Also equally impressive, Ron, the century maker in the first match and getting a duck in the first innings. This match comes back with a very well played 50. 50s have been hard to come by in this second match of the series, as the umpires take yet another light reading and in fact are offering it to the batters, and it looks like they're taking it, which is not a surprise. A pity, but not a surprise. Ishan Kishan, who made his way out to the middle, being consoled by, is that Padikal there with him, potentially to say, it's okay. I think it is Padikal, 37. I think I can just see a 37 underneath the back of his jersey there, and the players are going off the field. It's highly unlikely that they are going to return, as discussion going on between Vihari and Kishan, and I'm not sure what happened there, because umpire Jacobs offered the light. It seemed he offered the light to them. Vihari seemed to make the decision initially to take the light, and is now consulting with Ishan Kishan, looking across to the grandstand, and perhaps we can get visuals of those for you shortly, as Steerman and the two batters are in conversation there, and it seems like the light above the grandstand is particularly poor, and this is the indication from Steerman to the two batters. Yeah, a bit of cloud building up above the main grandstand, and the light, that's where the sun is coming from. That's to the west of this ground, and so the match appearing to be ending now on 1:55. Possible if the sun does break through the clouds, we may get a little bit more cricket. Half an hour still to play in the match, so we can only hope that may be the case. Some great visuals there from our cameraman Vihan, showing us the cloud cover that is there over the main grandstand, with the sun setting in the west here at the Bloemfontein at the Mangaung Oval. What do you think, Seppo? Any chance of more play?
There may be a chance of play, but of a result,
No.
not so much now.
No.
Overs left was supposed to be 28, but getting that now in just 30 minutes, and 30 minutes now that's been taken away. You've got a feel for Ishan Kishan. He looked very keen to come in. The fans really wanted him in. He'd been warming up for a while, had his pads on for the whole day, and was the favorite to come in to score runs quickly. And unfortunately, he'd have to go, but he's still there, out there keeping his eye in, still hitting some balls around. It's good to see.
Why not? And why not? I mean, he looked impressive in that first knock, getting a 49. Come into the team here from the Indian, from India, to play specifically in this team and get some 4-day cricket under his belt, ahead of a potential call-up to the India team for the Test match series against South Africa, which is starting on the 17th of December at the Imperial Wanderers.
And while we're here, don't forget that this broadcast is brought to you by the City of Cape Town. Come host your events in Cape Town, the world's leading festival and event destination 2020. So we're just getting visuals here on the field. The two captains shaking, or at least fist bumping, the umpire's hands and calling it a draw. The game won't go on any further. So at the end of the 4 days play, India sitting on 155 for 3 after the 41 overs, 78 short of the total. And the match ends now in a draw.